4 weeks have gone by since we identified our final 8 players. Today we're in Madrid, the home of last year's winners, the most successful team in the history of this competition, where the Champions League final will take place tomorrow night.
That's right, but first we have to crown our very own champion. At the end of today's show, only one person can lift this beautiful, beautiful trophy, and that person will be the first ever eChampions League winner.
Welcome everyone to the PlayStation pre-show for this historic event. I'm Jimmy Conrad and I'm happy to be joined by a few of the very familiar faces here on the couch. Spencer Owen, Mark Hatcher, Kyle Walker. Now guys, thousands upon thousands tried to qualify for this event online, but only 64 of those thousands went to Manchester, and of those 64, only 8 are here in Madrid. What makes this event so special, Spencer?
It's the Champions League, the eChampions League, of course. I mean, we're very lucky to be around at a time where we're seeing all these great new events pop up and add so much to the ecosystem, if you like, of competitive FIFA. But Champions League has a certain ring to it, a certain prestige associated with it. You know, it is definitely the most prestigious club competition in the world. Some would say maybe the competition that everyone wants to win. And it's no different for this as a FIFA tournament now as well. You want to win it for the kudos in the community and the amazing prizes, of course, that come along with it.
Yeah, talk about some of the perks, Mark, because they are pretty incredible.
I mean, some of the players, the treatment they've had on the run-up to this event has been absolutely superb. You know, they've had custom-fitted suits. There's $100,000 on the line, we should say, as well. But not only that, they get presented that trophy at pitchside at the Champions League final, where they also have a ticket to watch that game. So, I mean, what else could you possibly want from a tournament? It's an amazing opportunity for these guys.
Okay, so of those perks, Kyle, which one is your favorite?
I mean, for me, I've got bills to pay, so the $100,000 is amazing. What a prize pool that is right there. But then there's 280,000 total in the prize pool. But I've got to say, once in a lifetime opportunity to be given a eChampions League trophy pitch side at the Champions League final, that's got to be it. That's got to be the one.
And to have your name be the first one on the trophy. I mean, that's making history. All right, so there are 8 players remaining, like I said. Now 4 are from the Americas. Okay, 1 is from South America and 3 are from North America. All day NA, let's go. And the other 4 are from Europe. Do you feel like there's a rivalry brewing here a little bit, Spencer?
I think it's and rightly so. The US guys particularly have probably had a little bit of a chip on their shoulder for a while that they're not considered one of the more dominant nations. It's always been mostly a European-dominated kind of industry, if you like, although there's always been anomalies to that. I think this has got to end that conversation now. I think it's clear to see. 64 guys qualified for Manchester, of course. Once you get in that room, there's no regionalisation of spots. It's literally best player wins. And the guys that got to the last 8, 3 of them from the United States. It's unbelievable. You know, no other country's got anywhere near that. Obviously, if we do lump in South America as well, you know, why do we do that? Just because they're close to each other?
I mean, we share America. The name's America. We shave it. Let's talk about Zizinho, because we thought the one player coming out of South America would be Nicolas, but it's actually this Brazilian.
I mean, there was a lot of surprises in the qualification process for this event, but now these are the best 8, and Zizinho is one of those players. He's a very exciting player to watch. He has a little bit of that Brazilian flair about the way that he plays, and he is a dark horse, in my opinion, to potentially get both hands on that beautiful trophy that we're all looking at and want to pick up ourselves, but he's really a talented player and certainly one that can't be overlooked at this tournament.
Okay, then on the European side, Kyle, how about Lev Vinkin?
He's someone that I've said time and time again throughout the season, he's going to win something at some point, and here he is, the last 8 of the eChampions League. He's definitely a favourite and one to watch and one to look out for, because we've seen what he's done throughout the season, and maybe this is the point where he wins something and he pushes himself into that conversation which we've had about the GOATs and the greatest of all times. If he wins the first eChampions League, will he get his name into that conversation? Okay,
so about Lev Vinkin in particular, he was a free agent in Manchester. And now he got signed by Makers. Does that add more pressure to him, you think?
I don't think for him. I think he's a seasoned pro at this point. You know, he's been around the block, like Kyle said, played many, many events, getting into the latter stages of events. I don't think he'll be phased. I think that he is quite an intimidating character, not necessarily deliberately, but he's a big lad, quite dominant, you know. Even not just on FIFA, we played some football with him last night.
We did.
He's a tough tackling centre-back, wasn't even wearing shoes. And I didn't want to go anywhere near him, to be honest. He looked like he was happy to put a big tackle in. He did really well. So, listen, if I'm a new player to the scene, I'm coming up against Lev, I'm worried.
Okay, now let's take a look at the final Manchester stats, so you guys have some context as to what we're saying if you did end up missing that event. And here, some big numbers here. Anything stand out for you, Spencer?
For me, you've got to look at Dr. Nightwatch, okay? So, first of all, he's a free agent, just like Lev was at the last event. Only person playing a varying formation using the 4-4-2, and he's got the best goals per game ratio from the earlier eChampions League matches, almost 3 goals a game guaranteed. The question is, how many does he let in at the other end?
Yeah, I guess it's going to be a big question for him. We'll get into him a little bit more in the broadcast. But for me, NYC Chris is the one that stands out because he won his first 3 games in the Swiss format. It looked like he was cruising. He was going to make it to the knockout rounds. Then he lost his next 3, and we were all thinking, oh no, is it going to happen again? Because he started to build a bit of a reputation of getting to the finish line but never crossing it. Do you think he has much of a chance here, Mark? Or do you think now that he's gotten past his threshold, he can have some success?
Look at his season. I mean, look back at Bucharest, the best he's ever done. He got to that PlayStation 4 final. So he's a player that's starting to hit form right at the right time. And now that he's one of these 8, why not? You know, Chris has always been, as you say, the bridesmaid, never the bride. But if you're going to put in a performance to, your first event win, I mean, what a time to do it.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Now let's talk about a couple players that took down some big names at Manchester. We're going to start with Jockson.
Yes.
So tell me about him, Kyle.
Well, we saw how passionate he was when he was celebrating, but we saw him take down, as you said, some of the biggest players that there is. The GOATs we talked about, MS Dasari, he came up against them. And Jockson has, throughout the season, had his name thrown into that conversation, but now he's shown what he's really capable of.
Okay, well, since we've talked about Jockson here, let's hear from the man himself. Take a look.
So when I found out I was playing MS Dasari in the round of 32, I knew he was the world champion from last year. I was pretty confident in my abilities. I took it as a challenge because I'm obviously a good player. I think you just have to be really patient versus playing against one of the best players in the world. And I think I did pretty good in my game to be patient and relaxed.
I think my favorite line throughout that interview was, I'm obviously a good player. So it's clear he's got a ton of confidence, and when you beat MS Dasari, you're going to feel the same way. Is he one of the favorites for you?
Definitely one of the favourites. And I don't think, I mean, he's confident, but I don't think that's necessarily overconfidence. We've got this amazing ranking system this year, which tells you who is a great player. They're all good players, and he's right up there. And he is confident because he took himself out of a few events after he got some points early doors, just to kind of relax, take the pressure off. That took him off people's radar for a little bit, but he's well and truly back now. Definitely a favourite.
All right, now let's take a look at another player who beat another big name, F2 Tex, is Nightwatch. Check this out.
Well, the first leg against F2 Tex, the result was 3-1, and I felt I played pretty well that game. Throughout the game, I tried to stay focused, obviously, but I knew against Tex, I've watched him throughout the season, we all have. It doesn't matter if he's 2-3 goals down. He's one of the few players that doesn't really care that he's a couple goals down. He has the confidence that he can come back. And I knew what his plan B was. The wave of the best F2 Tex is yet to come, and if I can hold that, I would be good to go. Me being prepared for what he was going to do saved me in that tie as well.
Okay, so what I find interesting about Nightwatch, he has to be one of the most prepared players in all of FIFA, but sometimes I feel like his biggest strength is also his biggest weakness. Maybe he overthinks things. Do you feel the same way?
He definitely studies the game. Maybe Professor Nightwatch would be a better name. He is that level.
Sure.
He's studying for 2 masters right now, alongside all of this. I think it's great that he has that analytical brain and really studies it and watches every single clip of every single player he could possibly face, probably even the ones he couldn't face. The only maybe downside of that is he talked about when he beat Tex, he knew what Tex was going to do if he was losing. What will he do in a game if someone rips up the script, or someone rips up the script and goes off piste and does something he's not expecting? Has he got a game plan for that?
I think we've seen time and time again that FIFA players can provide those magical moments at times, and that's kind of off book, that's kind of off script, as you said. Things just happen. They take that chance that they see open up, and that is my worry sometimes with Nightwatch. Is he going to take that chance when it comes to him because he's thinking, I need to do this at this moment?
Now, Mark, do you think he's trying to be too perfect? Because I don't think he's alone in this, because I see a lot of players, when it doesn't go exactly the way that they prepared, they get thrown off a little bit.
I mean, the thing about Nightwatch is it's not just he has a plan A. He has a plan B, C, D, E. He really does prepare.
But plan F is the one that gets him in trouble sometimes.
Sometimes it does. Sometimes he overthinks things, you could say, but beating F2 Tex is something that not a lot of players can say they've done this season, especially in a tournament setting with so much on the line. So he's obviously shown that his preparation is key to his success. And the thing is about this tournament, he's known who his opponent is coming into this tournament. His first quarterfinal game, so he's had more time to prepare. The interesting thing for me is the other side of that. Alan Abbey's had time to prepare for Nightwatch. So it's going to be a really interesting battle, that particular game. But Nightwatch, he's the king of preparation, and we'll have to see if it pays off.
Well, I'm glad you brought up Alan Abbey, because he's going to be the next player we talk about. Obviously, a very unique story and background story. Was going to on his way to becoming a professional player, had 3 knee injuries and had to I guess when he was getting his rehab, he was playing a lot of FIFA and became very good at it. How do you feel about him? Do you think he has a chance against Nightwatch, now knowing that Nightwatch has been preparing for him?
Of course, everyone here's got a chance. He would probably be the biggest underdog if you just look at the general year as it's gone. He had a really good Manchester tournament, but in terms of the year, he's sitting just outside that top 60 right now, which means if he doesn't get at least 1 win today, he won't be making the playoffs. So that adds even more pressure to his game going up against Nightwatch. But I do imagine he's done the preparation. It would be a real fairy tale story for him. I have to say, I've got a lot of time for the lad. I think he speaks really well, and it's a great advertisement for someone that didn't have what they were trying to get right away, and then has turned it around at the right time in the year. Maybe time to perfection if he has a big tournament in Madrid.
Well, take a look at this tweet really quick, because I think it speaks to a little bit of his motivation. He wanted to dedicate this achievement to getting here to the eChampions League finals to his friend Dakota, who passed away exactly a week ago. What kind of emotion does that play into it, Mark? Because really the best players are the ones that can control their emotion, but maybe this gets away from him a bit.
I mean, it's tough. You know, he's obviously had a little bit of a difficult time there. Obviously, losing someone that's close to you is always difficult, but a fantastic thing for him to do. He saw that his friend was a huge esports fan himself, is to come in and perform here. And I'm sure that Alan's going to, you know, use that spirit and that sort of that little bit of extra drive to try and put in a great performance here and have a lot of fun as well. I think that's one thing that he's certainly going to look to do at this tournament, because that's when he plays his best FIFA.
We talk time and time again about the mental aspect of this game as well, and actually the best players are great at the game, but they can hold their nerves. And I think what we see with Alan, he's a great talker, but he's positive, he's confident, and I think he'll have confidence within himself, and he'll be able to actually put all those experiences to a positive side and aspect and actually put that into this performance he's going to put out for us.
Well, speaking of positivity and confidence, let's throw it over to Rachel Stringer and Mike LaBelle for some deeper analysis. Guys?
Thanks, Jimmy. Yeah, actually, it's so great to hear what you guys have to say about all the players. But actually, we're going to talk about some of the underdogs with Mike LaBelle over here, because we were just chatting, actually, to Alan Avi, who was just kind of setting up his area. And Mike, what did he have to say?
Well, it's funny, we give so much credit to Nightwatch and his research, but why are we saying this like Alan's not also doing preparation?
Yeah.
They've both been studying each other. I almost feel a rivalry of who can research better, because this is the first event that we've known the matchups beforehand. Therefore, everyone's had a chance to watch footage back, to review gameplay, to work on their game, maybe cater it towards their opposition.
But what he did, he said to us, he's actually renamed his team, has Dr. Nightwatch, to calling it I See Your 442, because he said Alan has got his exact setup written down, worked out to try and counteract what he has. So those are maybe the two underdogs, they're the lowest ranked players in the competition. But let's just talk about maybe the highest ranked players, or ones that we think might go further on in the competition, and that is Marcuso. He is the self-proclaimed La Croqueta king, isn't he?
I don't even know it's self-proclaimed. I feel like we kind of gave him that name a little bit, and then he rolled with it. He said that he had his bag. If you saw his picture on Instagram or on Twitter, his bag full of La Croquetas. He's going to bring that out at the tournament. Good luck to anyone trying to stop him. He challenges you. Confident player.
He is indeed, and I think it was in the last FUT major in London, and he did about 70 La Croquetas in one single game. So let's see some of those La Croquetas in action right now from Marcuso.
I think I'm the best in the world to do La Croqueta. There's a reason why I'm known for the La Croqueta guy, the guy who only uses La Croqueta.
Croqueta, again for Marcuso! He's so slick inside the box. It's the Croqueta. He just can't stop it.
Oh, he's so good at the La Croquetas, isn't he? But why has nobody kind of worked out a way to beat him on that skill?
Well, it's not hard to execute a La Croqueta, but he's so deceptive. Even when you're watching him play, you're not in that match, you're not a competitor, you're just watching him play, and it's still difficult to predict when and how many La Croquetas he's going to use in succession. And that's where players have a lot of trouble figuring out when should I tackle, when should I back off, and they can't really get the rhythm against Marcuso, and that's why it's been so effective for him.
And it's one of the best skill moves now in FIFA 19, and you're going to show everybody just how it is done, Mike LaBelle.
Yeah, we're going to look more at the La Croqueta. Remember, you do need a 4-star skiller in order to execute the La Croqueta. It's brand new to FIFA 19.
Look at this. Your hands are on camera.
Oh, my hands are on camera.
So now you can tell what buttons to press as well.
We're going to give you guys a live tutorial. So if you're brand new, you haven't been using this skill. You see it here. On the PlayStation controller, you're going to hold L1. Remember, you need a 4-star skiller or a 5-star skiller. We have Cristiano Ronaldo, which is wonderful. And then with the left analog stick, you're moving forward. And then you're going to go to the left or to the right on the right analog stick, and you've got a La Croqueta going those directions.
And when should the players use this? What part of the field?
The best area on the pitch in order to execute a La Croqueta is usually around the edge of the box, or if you were trying to work the end line, it just allows you a lot of good risk for good rewards.
How many do you think he's going to perform for us in his first matchup against Levenkin?
We should put a La Croqueta counter on screen, a little
Stick
ding action
here
every time that Marcuso puts one of those into motion.
Absolutely. Well, we know what skills some of the players are going to use, but we don't yet know what players they've picked. But me and Mike, we were lucky enough to be around the players when they were picking their squads. So let's have a look at how that draft unfolded. We're going to start off firstly with Alan, and he's taking on Nightwatch, of course.
From talking to Nightwatch, it doesn't sound as if his team is set in stone.
I have the Costa Gresco combination just to try it out. If I like the duo, I'm going to play with it. If I don't, bench.
Then Alan Avi, I mean, you kept going about the players and the lack of chemistry in some of them.
I am using 3 players off chemistry, but they also have some great attributes, so I don't really think that the chemistry can add on top of the great attributes they already have.
I guess Dezinho is more of a traditional squad. He's kind of gone with what he knows.
My most important player pick, Ruud Gullit. He can play every position, and he's the best defensive midfielder.
You want to make sure that you're very confident. And speaking of confidence, when you talked to Jackson, he said, I feel great. I don't know how he has the confidence that he has.
And he's bringing out players that he hasn't ever used.
I chose Team of the Season Tejas because he's a left back and he has a solid height and he can defend Cristiano Ronaldo in headers. And Militao, I chose him because he links with Tejas and he has good agility, good pace, good strength.
Next matchup, we have NYC Chris taking on Rafu.
He is using some out-of-the-ordinary choices, and considering the 8 squads that we saw with Rio Ferdinand, Eusebio.
I use him at home, you know, and for me, the best icon defender is Rio Ferdinand by far.
And then we have NYC Chris. What stands out in his squad?
Sanchez, I think he's going to potentially regret that.
At home, I bought Sanchez, the Champions League version. He was really solid at the back.
Our fourth and final pairing, we have Lev. They're taking on Marcuso.
I ended up with Aria. A lot of people in this tournament will use Cristiano Ronaldo at the right wing. So I decided to use Aria instead of Telles, so I can use Ramos on the left back to counter Cristiano Ronaldo and the headers.
If you're Lev and you're analyzing your gameplay, you're watching what you've been doing, you're like, I want to make a team as close as to what's been working for me.
I think Pele is the one that most likely came in off the bench. I have R9 in camp, and his stamina is not the best, so I can sub off Icon Ronaldo to sub in Icon Pele.
We're excited. We can't wait for it. So those players, they had 45 minutes to pick their squads. Mike and I were kind of wandering around and getting an insight into what their thought processes were. And we're going to have a look at Rafsu's squad, because he was someone that's gone with some maybe unusual players, Mike. Fair enough to say?
I mean, when you're looking at someone like Rio Ferdinand, no one else has him in the starting 11, yet alone they don't have him on the bench, they don't have him as a reserve. They're not in the 23-man roster at all. He's not there.
But that's a toss-up between someone that you've used at home and then kind of not going for the better players. But surely it's better to go with someone that you've used a lot of and you're experienced with.
Well, if you know how to utilize a player best and it works for you, I mean, Rafsu's an experienced FIFA player. We've seen him last year. We've seen him been very active this year. He's peaking at the right time. Who are we to argue with his choice of Rio Ferdinand? We're going to find out if he puts up with Rio or not so much. Rio, if you're watching, you should definitely give some love to Rafsu.
So this obviously is his card here. He's picked one of the icon cards of Rio Ferdinand, 90-rated card. But like we're looking over here at his, I guess, skills and, you know, what he's doing, and he's not particularly ranked highly.
Well, the skill moves, the weak foot aren't the most important for a defender.
We were just talking about 4-star skill for skill moves. You need that, and he hasn't got that.
No, he doesn't. And his passing is actually sort of low for a center back, especially if you're comparing him to Team of the Year, Team of the Season cards, or even some of the Champions League cards that you could use, but it does come down to comfort.
What is he good at here, then?
Well, I actually still use Rio Ferdinand right now in my squad every single weekend. I feel comfortable with him. The same as Rafsu. You can count on him to step. He's going to win everything in the air. He's very physical, and I'm a big fan of Rio.
Well, next up, he picked a Goretzka Team of the Season card here. 92 rated card. Okay, weak foot, 4-star, getting a little bit better. Why is this card a good pick for him?
Well, some people want to trade Vieira. So if you trade Vieira, you can bring in another icon. Remember, you only have 3 icons as a maximum and a minimum, basically, in your team. You have to have 3. If you bring in Goretzka, that allows you to include Da Costa, and you can use an icon somewhere else on the pitch. And he has amazing stats overall. Everything's
overall.
Almost in the 90s.
And 6'2", quite a tall player as well, which is obviously very useful when it comes to headers, etc., etc. Right, third card he picked, Cristiano Ronaldo. I guess a lot of people are going to pick this card. We're going to see him a lot. Look at his stats. They speak for themselves.
Every single squad will include some variation of Cristiano Ronaldo. This foot item is going to be there, and you're going to be able to count on him. Whatever you want to do. You want to cross, you want to do skill moves, tiki-taka, build-up play, fast, slow, you name it, Cristiano Ronaldo fits the package.
Would you go on for a Champions League Ronaldo? Which one would you have picked?
I did some squad building to see what I would put together. I would trade, I think, go with the 98 Ronaldo, and then I could use a different Team of the Year player because I have that option now.
So quickly, out of the 3 that Rafsu have picked, which one would you have had in your squad for sure?
I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this, actually. I'm going to take your question. I'm say the one that I wouldn't have included.
Yeah.
Because I also love Rio. I don't know if I could commit to him when I'm in the final 8, but I haven't used Goretzka that much.
Okay.
So because I don't have that experience with him, I'd be concerned that maybe he doesn't perform at the level that I need him to.
Well, we are going to see if Goretzka performs for Rafsu very shortly. But firstly, it's back to Jimmy and the boys on the couch.
Thank you, Rachel and Mike. Mike played it safe there, didn't he?
He did.
I don't use Goretzka. He didn't want to just say I throw him under the bus. I never use Goretzka. Now, you guys saw the items that Rafsu's going with. Any big surprises there? Maybe Rio?
He said that he felt that Rio was the best icon centre-back in the game. Now, is that because he's tried them all? There's no reason why he shouldn't have tried them all because he's been at enough events to do that. Or is it, as the guys are suggesting, that is who he's got at home? But I use Rio as well. I think it's a good decision. And on the Goretzka front, I think Mike's saying he hasn't used him much, but it hasn't been a lot of time. That Team of the Season item's only come out in the last few weeks, so it's a fairly bold approach from Rafsu there, but I'm assuming he has used him. Stats-wise, he competes with any other midfielder option, really.
I think that choice to actually include Rio is a huge one because nobody else is doing it. We've seen that some of the competitors at different tournaments have actually tried out different players and kind of thought, how are they going to fit into this eChampions League squad? And for me, Rafsu's obviously gone, I've used him before, I'm confident using him, I'm going to stick to what I know, and that's going to take me through the tournament.
I want to talk about Goretzka, because it seems like a few negativity here on Goretzka. He's 6'2". You've seen his statistics on his foot item there. He's a phenomenal player. Yes, he hasn't been out that long, but he's a very affordable player to pick up when you're at home. So I think they would have had quite a lot of time to use it. And also, you get that green link to Da Costa at right back, the Team of the Season foot item there. And he's 6'2", so he's going to be able to deal with a lot of those crosses. And going back to one of Marcuso's picks there, Aurier at right back, he's going to struggle in the air. So I think that Da Costa Goretzka link, with the restrictions they have on the squad, is one that we might see moving on, even into competitions past the eChampions League.
And it's chemistry as well, right? And by using a right back at right back and not having a centre back move across, he gets that additional chemistry, which is
a perfect link to Goretzka as well.
Some players will say a 7 Team of the Year item on chemistry is still better stats-wise, but I'm a sucker for chemistry personally. I like my team to be perfect.
But that Cristiano Ronaldo card,
it's pretty tasty.
Wow.
It's pretty tasty.
That is very tasty.
Well, if you guys want to have a chance to win one of these items, make sure you link your EA and Twitch accounts for any Twitch drops that are happening today. We're going to have 5 of them, 4 of which are you're seeing now on your screen. That Sergio Ramos Team of the Year is pretty tasty, fellas, along with that Pelé Prime Icon moment. Would you put either one of those guys in your team?
No, say no.
Every single player in my team.
And importantly, Ramos is staying in Madrid.
It is. That's
yesterday.
Big. Imagine having a press conference telling people you're staying.
It's nice.
It must be nice. It must be nice. It must be nice.
I see some Madrid thing, because Griezmann did it last year, and now he's now leaving.
That's true. Maybe it's a sign that maybe he's leaving next year. Conversation for a different time. Let's talk about the competition format. Spencer, I know this is your favorite part. Lead us through it.
Okay, let's talk about the format. First time doing this, not. We started off in Manchester, obviously we had 64 players, all did really well to get there, and kicked off with a group stage, a Swiss format. You needed 4 wins from 7 games to get yourself through into the elimination knockout rounds. From this point on, it was all about securing a spot in the final 8. Because if you get in that final 8, you got to Madrid, which is obviously where we are right now, and we're going to be kicking things off with quarterfinals, through to semi-finals, and then of course the final. The winner of that will get $100,000. They'll lift the trophy pitch side just before the actual Champions League final kicks off tomorrow. What a prize it will be, and we're going to find out today who that winner is.
The hype is real.
It really is.
Special.
What's your, on a chart of 0 to 10, how hyped are you, Mark?
Honestly, I'm struggling to stay still at the moment. I'm having to stay still so I can help the cameraman out. But I'm literally like this at the moment. It does feel special, this event, because it's the first ever. It's the eChampions League, and I think everyone just can't wait to see the players come in and do their thing.
For me, it's been building up since Manchester, and from there, the tournament was amazing, and I just left thinking, wow, I cannot wait to get to Madrid.
I wanted more.
Here we are, and it's about to kick off, and I cannot wait.
And also, of course, because of the format, we're straight in at the deep end. We're straight in at elimination games. 4 people are going to have just one game or one two-legged game here and then going to be gone.
And I'll tell you what, the players are thinking about that. I was in the competitor lounge speaking to a few of them, and Marcuso said, this is amazing, but it could all end after that first game. I could be out, and that's it after that first one. So they definitely know the pressure is on.
All hype for the last month.
Yeah.
All the build-up of them being here in Madrid could be done in an hour.
It's true, and it's the preparation time as well. I think it's such an interesting aspect. These players have known since Manchester who they're playing against. So I wonder if like everyone's prepared loads, and then when it gets to those semi-finals, they're going to be like, oh, I haven't prepared past this particular opponent that I've got in the quarterfinals. So it's going to be fascinating. I can't wait for the Alan Alvey Dr. Nightwatch match, because I just think that there's going to be so many bits of tinkering. It's going to be like Claudio Ranieri's in charge, to be honest with you. They're going to be moving all around the place.
A game of chess.
It's going to be fantastic to watch.
Is that your favorite matchup then?
I think it's the most interesting matchup. The one that I'm really excited to watch, though, is the Marcuso.
Yeah,
yes.
Same with you guys?
Yeah.
Well, I think the kind of form book might suggest that the winner of Lev versus Marcuso could go on to be the winner of the whole thing.
Well, that signals the end of the PlayStation pre-show, but that just means that the tournament is about to start. Let's get going. Vamos!
Can you judge a man by the cut of his clothes? Can seemingly minor things, like how a jacket sits on the shoulders or the colour of his pocket square, give us clues into his personality?
I honestly think I'm gonna have to go with this one right here, you know?
You look good, you can play good, man.
Is his style more classic or contemporary?
Joxad's done it!
Is he discreet
Westvinkel deals the 8th player.
or looking to dominate?
Paqueta again for Marcuso!
These 8 have travelled from around the world to the epicentre of football here in Spain. And an arrival like this demands slightly more formality. Does the gentleman go with something neutral? Or maybe he chooses to add a flash of style? At the first ever eChampions League final, the poetry is in the details. The way it feels to the touch, the knowledge that you're part of something exclusive. Putting it all together is part hard-learned technique and part art. And when all's said and done here in Madrid, perhaps the clothes won't make the man. It's the man that will make the clothes.
Yes, the eChampions League finals are about to begin. The first quarterfinal is coming up. And I have Spencer Owen and Mark Hatcher with me. I'm Jimmy Conrad. Guys, unbelievable scenes here. Very excited, so much at stake. Alan Alvey versus Dr. Nightwatch to get going on this. How are you feeling?
This is a really good game to kick things off with. It's a hard one to call. You know, Alan Alvey on paper probably the outside bet for this tournament. Nightwatch not far away from him in terms of that, and whoever wins that game is going to be delighted with the fact they've got to the semi-final of this whole tournament. But obviously they're going to want to go further than that. I think it's a really good game to watch, though.
Now, Mark, before I get to you, let's take a look at the bracket. So we get caught up on everybody so they can see all the matchups. Now, like I just talked about, it's going to be Nightwatch and Alan Alvey up there, top left corner. Very, very good, Mark. As we said early in the PlayStation pre-show, Nightwatch, super prepared, but Alan Alvey's had a month to prepare for him as well. Now, I had a chance to interview both guys last week, and they said they were both lurking on each other's videos and streams to get some insight.
I think it's fascinating. I can't wait to see the first pause. I mean, it's not very often that I say that, but the first time that pause button is hit by one of these players, it means adjustments are being made. I want to see what plan B is, what plan C is, and see if the tactical battle is as important as I think it is going to be, or is it just going to be a moment of brilliance from one of these players? We have to remember, it's not all about thinking about what your opponent's going to do. You have to execute as well. It's all well and good thinking, I know what he's going to do, but if you can't execute your game plan, then it all becomes irrelevant. I think we should also talk up Alan a little bit here, because we have to remember that back in Manchester, he had the best record of any player at the tournament. And I think that sometimes players just find that tournament where things work for them. Alan had it back in Manchester, and who's to say that he's going to not continue this form here and, and take down Nightwatch?
Let's take a look at the stats for both of these players. I think that will give us even more insight so we can break this down even further. Take a look at this. Good pictures of both of those guys, by the way. I'm kind of jealous. I want one of those pictures, too. But yeah, you can see Alan Alvey just proves your point that he had a good tournament back in Manchester. And Dr. Nightwatch scored a bunch of goals, but didn't have the same type of win percentage, Spencer.
Also has conceded a lot more than almost one goal more a game than Alan Alvey, which is a really important stat. And I think Mark's right. You know, it is we're looking at the Global Series leaderboard, we're looking at that to use our kind of predictions for favourites, but this is a specific tournament with a specific rule set. And this is even more than Manchester, that's been implemented with the new team rules. We didn't see that in Manchester. It was open book. You could use any player in the game. So how's that going to work in the favour of Alan Harvey, perhaps, as a little bit of an equaliser?
I think the team selection thing is absolutely fascinating, especially in those defensive areas. You know, we're going to see the likes of Team of the Season Militao in some lineups. We're going to see those icons that we expect to see. We're going to see those Team of the Season, Team of the Years, but it's the fullback positions because we're so used to those crosses coming in. You know, we still have Cristiano Ronaldo involved. He's going to be playing, he's got that Team of the Knockout Stages UCL card on that left-hand side. He's still going to be there to win those headers. He's not going to be as potent as his Team of the Year version, we have to say, maybe slightly less statistics there, but the fullbacks, because you don't have the selection to have all of those centre-backs across the back line, I think it's going to be absolutely, vital, those fullbacks.
Okay, quick prediction. Who do you got?
Oh, it's going to be a good game, I think. But yeah, on the spot, I'm going to go with the good Dr. Nightwatch.
Okay. Mark?
Nightwatch.
Nightwatch? I'm going to go with whoever scores first. That's who I think is going to win the...
Who is going to score first?
Well, I'm going to say Alan Harvey. Because I'm going EMLS, NA all day. Now we're going to throw it over to the casters, Richard Buckley and Brandon Smith, who have the call of the game. Guys?
Yes, Jimmy, thank you very much. And it's an absolute pleasure to be here finally in Madrid. The eChampions League final is about to kick off in full flight with the quarterfinals. Richard Buckley, when we heard about this tournament, it was exciting. To be here now, how are you feeling?
Yeah, you don't actually feel the gravitas and the magnitude of this entire tournament until you're here in Madrid. The Champions League final tomorrow. Liverpool versus Spurs. Who's going to be the eChampions League winner? We've got 8 of the best players from Manchester here in Madrid. First game of the day, Alan Harvey versus Nightwatch. The battle of the analysts.
Yeah, it really is. If you don't know, obviously Alan Harvey did fill in as an analyst for a few events. Nightwatch, it was in Romania where he does live. He is Bulgarian, does live in Romania, and played in a few tournaments this year as well. What they're playing for, you're asking? $100,000 and that unbelievable trophy that's just sitting just a few yards away from us over there.
And I spoke to Nightwatch yesterday, having a little bit of dinner downstairs here in the venue when they came to practice and came to set up the teams. He said, Nightwatch, what are you going to do with $100,000? He said, the dollars, not relevant. 850 Global Series ranking points. That's the most important thing to me because if he wins this tournament, it puts him in a fantastic position going into the playoffs, into the grand finals. Coaches behind him, they're going to be influential on the game, in the players' ears. Oh, I'm excited. What a moment.
What a moment for competitive FIFA as well. A year of firsts, as I keep on saying and saying. The eChampions League is finally here. It's finally upon us. Manchester only felt like yesterday. However, it was over 30 days ago, Richard. How do you prepare for a two-legged game of FIFA? They know they already had $15,000 in the bank. They know they had those suits. You saw them get fitted in Manchester just 2 days after. How do you prepare for a quarter-final?
Speaking of the money, this is technically another $15,000 game because the winner of this going into the semi-finals guarantees 30 grand. So this is another $15,000 game. They'll not be thinking about that. They'll be thinking a month's preparation for 45 minutes of your life.
How can I be the man to go into the last 4 of the Champions League? And you can hear it ringing out, that magical anthem that's just so special in the footballing world. And the fact we've been able to integrate into competitive FIFA this year has been even more special. Here's your first quarter-final of the day. Alan Harvey against Dr. Nightwatch. North America against Bulgaria. How is this one going to go? 2 legs of FIFA in front of us. And let's talk about these squad rules that have been implemented coming into this tournament. Champions League items have to be used. There are so many icons that you can use as well.
Soon as the game starts, pause. Seeing what your opponent's matching up with. Nightwatch, it's going to be a 4-2-3-1, but I expect to see that changing into a 4-4-2. That's what he's been using quite often recently. A number of players have actually switched into a 4-4-2. With the squad rules implemented as well, they feel like you can get better setter players. You don't have to rely on 2 CDMs. You can play with a centre mid. You can play with a Goretzka as a box-to-box centre mid, as you see Nightwatch doing right now.
Well, here we go. It's going to be Nightwatch from left to right in that white strip. Alan Harvey kicking from right to left. And what a story it was in Manchester for both of these players. It was Nightwatch taking down F2 Techs in the match that would bring you to Madrid. And what a game that was.
You'd probably say, given the round of 16 matches, that Nightwatch had a slightly tougher game. taking on Tex, whereas Alanavi was playing Mens in that quarter-final tie. But it doesn't matter who you matched up against, you had to win it. You could have been playing against me and you, Brandon, and it still felt like a big game to whoever the player was. And it's a 4-2-3-1 coming out from Alanavi early doors. You can see the bench, Aubameyang, Son, Ronaldinho. If you don't know the squad rules, actual implications, you have to have 3 icons on the pitch at one time and 3 Champions League variants on the pitch at the same time. So if you're bringing off an icon, you can only sub an icon back on. You see the first change there, Alexandro off for Eder Militao in at fullback.
It's only 5 minutes into this game. As the corner does come in from Dr. Nightwatch. You wonder why he's suddenly called himself a doctor. And there is a story behind it involving Dr. Ahano. Probably the only other doctor we know about in competitive FIFA. See the German player from Stuttgart. I think they made an agreement to see if he could get to the finals or at least the playoffs. We know he's already there now. 6-4 win against F2 Tex in that massive game in Manchester, whilst Alanavi actually took down someone's brother that's actually at this event. He beat Mentz 5-4. Rafsu, obviously the brother of Mentz.
With a last-minute winner as well. Huge drama, tension, anxiety coming in to this quarter-final tie.
And his name on out. Into Ronaldo, Elastico, Hill 2-0 into the finish, off the post.
Tell you what, first 10 minutes, Nightwatch has been on top right now. He seems to have definitely calmed into the game a lot quicker than Alanavi. I was speaking to a lot of different people, a lot of different players, coaches coming into this match. We said the first leg of every single quarterfinal is going to be super tetchy. It's going to be very twitchy, very nervous for these players.
Ball. This is an unbelievable chance. Oh, he's just scuffed his lines.
Perfect example of it right there. Rushing your chances. Just being a little bit too frantic in the final third. If that's on Weekend League, Alanavi takes a touch out of his feet, slots it past the goalkeeper. In Madrid, different kettle of fish.
I'm going to count it in total. 33 days from Manchester. 33 days for some players to worry about this match, to prepare, to travel, obviously go back home. We saw the mini documentary series. And we saw some fantastic insights to the livelihoods of all these pro players. Alanavi brought his dad here with him.
Yep.
What an experience he's been able to share with his family. An ex-pro player as well. And Alanavi did feature for a number of years at a youth level at FC Dallas. A number of injuries unfortunately stopped him in his tracks. Competitive FIFA was the way forward for him as Ronaldo will come forward. Maybe a change of hand with possession now. Alanavi starting to work into this tie. 20 minutes into it in this first leg of the quarter-final. Live here from Madrid.
So fascinating watching this game taking place right now. They said it on the couch earlier, but with those squad rules, you're taking players just slightly out of the comfort zone. It's almost like going from boiling hot water just into like lukewarm. You're not throwing them completely into freezing cold, but you're just saying there's going to be changes that you're going to make with your team. Danny Da Costa coming in at fullback. 94 Neymar instead of the team of the year variation.
Even the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo just dropping down one rated down his Champions League for item.
But the pace difference between the team of the year and the 98 Champions League special item is quite drastic. Dropping down to 94 pace for the 98.
As you said, these squad rules have had to question the mindsets of a few players, and you've seen the changes they've made. You've seen the Champions League variants that have come into the team. Speaking of the icons, only 3 of them are allowed at one point, but you have to have them on the pitch at all times. You look at the two different, you've got the kind of, you would say that the bog standard competitive FIFA, Vieira, Hullet and R9. On the other side, for Nightwatch, it was a different story.
Yeah, well, I think if we looked at every single player's team, they all had Hullet in the squads. Every single player had Hullet. Some people deciding not to go for Vieira, I should say, and going for maybe a Leon Goretzka in the midfield. Eusebio up top for a number of players as well. So it's all about personal preference. Do you prefer R9? Do you prefer Eusebio leading the line? You're going to have icons coming off the bench. Which icons are they going to be? Is it going to be Pele, for example?
Well, it's a great point as well. I know you are a fan of Eusebio this year and how he has kind of affected teams. We saw that all the way back the first tournament of the year, back in October, the Paris Games Week.
It's a great ball.
Speaking of Eusebio, he's in possession now. This is Nightwatch on this left-hand side. We'll pull away from Rafael Varane, who lunged into the tackle there. He's going to have to reset and get back into position for him. Left back for Rafael Varane at this moment in time. Little dink up there, Eusebio. Well, as far as Mbappe, we've seen how effective crosses can be this year for a number of players. Goretzka, that team of the season variant.
Timed yellow, again, a little nervy coming into the opening 38 minutes here in Madrid. I think one thing to point out as well, only 2 weeks ago was Nightwatch in a competitive tournament. It was in Bucharest for the final LQE of the season. He tested and tried a number of these Champions League players in his squad. He got knocked out of the tournament to F2 techs on that occasion, but he watched the footage back and he said that he learned from the gameplay.
Well, a few players here, didn't they, that were qualified for this final, the likes of Chris Rafsu and Dr. Nightwatch. They used some of those Champions League for items that you did mention, just for practice to see who would fit into the team, who would be good. And well, a few players tried out Aurier at right back, and that wasn't a brave choice for a few.
Yeah. Pretty woeful touch from Danny Da Costa over at right back there. Don't need to tell him, don't need us to tell him.
2 minutes added time.
Added time of 2 minutes. Still goalless in this first leg of the Champions League qualifier. The quarter-final, I should say, the first one of the day. Remember, we have still got the likes of Joksan Zizinho, Lev Vinken against Marcuso.
Going into half-time, what we expected, I'd say. I spoke to different analysts coming into the tournament. They said if any of the quarterfinals were probably going to go to a penalty shootout, they backed this one. Not only because both of these players, if you look at the score lines that usually win by, it's usually a goal, maybe 2 goals, but also it's the first game of the day. Other people are going to be watching this. They're going to feel more relaxed as more people get knocked out of the tournament. These two coming into this game right now, you can see the nerves
I can definitely see it on the face of Alan Avi. I spoke to Nightwatch just before we got into our caster's booth to commentate this one. I was like, are you feeling nervous? And he was like, I've never felt this nervous before for a game. You know, for Champions Cups, I felt nervous, but this is a new level of nerves.
I mean, perfect example. Alan Avi, very charismatic, very outgoing character. I went down into the players' lounge. I said, hi, you all right, Alan? Yeah, that were it. No communication whatsoever. It was locked in. It was focused on playing the game. Usually, I'd have a 6-7 minute conversation with him.
Well, he's quite an enthusiastic chap, and we've seen him on the couch a few times working, as he said, talent for the likes of that FUT Champions Cup. Number 4 in Atlanta. He did a fantastic job there, but sometimes when you're in game mode, Richard,
you don't want to speak to people.
You don't want to speak to people, no. Get your headphones on, pick up that controller, and start playing FIFA knowing the way you can. Mbappe into R9, tried to do a heel twirl away from his man. Unfortunately, it was a heel twirl into team of the season, Leon Goretzka.
I like the change, bringing on team of the season, Eder Militao in at fullback.
Tell you what, Mbappe's through here. Can he find Ronaldo into the box? This is Nightwatch as far as the back post. Speaking of that defender, there he is. Kicks it straight back to the path of Eusebio, though.
Yeah, Eder Militao just doing what is it in the team to do. I think he could potentially fill in that role as a left-back, given how the meta is looking. 96 acceleration. Not only that, 96 jumping, 96 aggression, the agility. He's got 93 agility. He's tall, he's physical, and he can also swivel. He can turn on a sixpence, can Eder Militao.
Which is a key thing. You know, at first we were a little bit hesitant on Van Dijk, you know, coming into teams. Was he too slow on the turn? Now he's a part of all the competitive teams, especially with the Player of the Year. He got that Premier League item and the Team of the Season. He's added to his collection of items this year. He's been picking up so many special items. There's no surprise that he is at the forefront of the back four. Did time it green, first one we've seen so far from Alan Avi. He's still in possession. Vieira out to Mbappe through the legs. Oh, he's gone to ground. Oh, it's going to be a penalty as well.
And Alan Avi just celebrated that penalty win like he'd won the game.
He's got to put it in the back of the net first, but he teased it. Ball went through the legs, and speak about Virgil van Dijk, maybe being a bit slow to turn. He was a bit too keen in the tackle there. Hullet steps up, goes down the middle, that's parried away. And this game still sits in a perfect position. 0-0, 60 minutes in.
Hangs in the balance. This game is on a thread right now. Penalty, stuck it down the middle. Nightwatch kept his nerve, kept his bottle, and just stood up tall.
Oh no, towards the back post for Mbappe. Ramos does enough. Now Navi will come forward again. Maybe that's what this game needed, just to bring it alive. Look at that run. Is this the chance? Navi or no? Yes! He finds a way through. He may have missed the penalty just minutes ago, but he played the through ball there. R9 was in time. He had loads of space. It wasn't even timed, I don't think. He just smashed it into the left-hand side of the goal, and next thing you know, he's 1-0 up.
The Vamos echoes around the arena. You saw that run from R9. It was just sort of peeling away from his arm, peeling away, and he had to time the pass perfectly. That's what almost the trickiest part of that attacking play, you'd say, was the pass. Had to time it perfectly. He threaded it through, R9 slotted it home, and changes right now coming out from Nightwatch. Team of the season, Havertz coming on at right mid. You'd say 6'2", fantastic pace, really good physicals. He can shoot as well. Might be playing into the back post cross meta, you could say, with Havertz coming on as a right mid.
Yeah, we saw all the formations for each player coming into the tournament today, and it was only Nightwatch sitting at a 4-4-2. Everybody else playing the, could say, the meta, the 4-2-3-1.
You saw a slight move to the right from Thibaut Courtois with the right analog stick, and it just sort of opened up the left-hand side. So it's Eusebio coming off, and another icon will be coming on for Nightwatch.
And also the fact that it was one of those three icons that stepped up to put Navi 1 goal up in this game. After that penalty miss, you've got to be thinking he's over the moon to put that one up. I've just seen Gareth Bale subbed on at left back, it seems, for Nightwatch. So you could just see him at the bottom of your screen when the camera gets back onto him. Here's that man now, Havertz. Team of the season, 95 overall. Does go out for a corner. This is Nightwatch now. Where's this ball going to end up? Van Dijk's being controlled. He's going to be pulled away. Van Dijk will pick it up. And only go as far as David Aya's hands in the end.
Hully just looking to tick this ball over now for Navi. He got the goal, he got the all-important goal in this game. It's now in his hands, really. If he can keep hold of the possession and work another chance, he's in dreamland going into the second leg. Neymar played into CR7, timed it green, bodies behind the ball for Nightwatch. And that's an audacious ball down the line, looking for CR7, but Van Dijk's always going to win that foot race.
And there was a chance, a half chance for R9, the goal scorer. That's the only goal in this game. Big switch to the Brazilian there. Going to lay it back to Van Dijk.
It looks like, from what I can see, Navi got into a 5 at the back. Looks like Eder Militao playing as a right wing back right now. You can see that back 5 just sitting deep.
Here comes Ronaldo now. Play the one more for Nightwatch. He's just about done enough. Oh, he hasn't. It's going to be Cristiano Ronaldo, and another untimed finish. Flies into the back of the net. After time, we're used to seeing that indicator flashing green and the ball, flying into the back of the net 2 times today. Hasn't happened.
Yeah, what a finish that is. I think it certainly looked like the type of goal that Ronaldo would score, but I think it might have been Havertz who actually picked that up on the right-hand side. Turning shot, it looks like the 5 at the back didn't work for him. Switching back into 4-2-3-1 now, Eusebio and Messi coming on.
Maybe right indeed, Rich. I know he was out on that right-hand side. Was Havertz, yeah. So it was Ronaldo that actually went down on the floor, and it's Havertz that...
First time.
Wow, curled that in. His first real touch in the game as well. How about that from the German? Not bad at all. 1-1 now. This game is straight back where it started. Technically 0-0.
Exactly what Nightwatch needed. Get back into this game before the second leg's even underway.
There is still a second leg to come. Let's not forget that. Another pause cue, this time Navi. Just have a word on, he went 5 at the back. Naturally, you're going to invite more pressure. And that's kind of what happened.
Yeah, I feel like the 5 at the back, I don't want to say it's a little bit of a myth, but I feel like whenever people do go final back, unless you're Ajax Danny in FIFA 17, you don't see games out. You always seem to just be under the cosh.
Well, here's Ronaldo.
I think the best person that I've seen see a game out was Stefano Pina, where he goes 4-5-1, the second variation, and it's the 3 centre mids in a super tight group together. You can almost draw a circle around them. Them 3 sit really tight together. If you've got a Kante, a Hullet, and a Vieira in that 3, now you could put Goretzka in there as well. That's a very defensive 3. They'll drop back slightly as well.
And they'll just hang around the edge of the box as well. Exactly what your 2 CDMs were doing a 4-2-3-1. But the difference is you've got 3 players doing that job in the 4-5-1. Will there be one more twist in this first half? Havertz, the goal scorer. Cricketer or 2 or 3 from the team of the season variant. He just runs instead into the brick wall.
And I tell you what, now watching that a couple of times, short goal kick to his fullback and then just a punt, 60 yards, Hail Mary pass almost, just getting his team all the way up the pitch. And he's finding Mbappe every time on this left-hand side. It's clearly something that he's identified at home. He can see that there's space in behind when he gets the goal kick like that. And it's worked for him a number of times, getting the players up the pitch and forcing attacks.
Again, we know what Nightwatch is all about, how he can break down a game. Oh no, here's Messi now. He's always known for turning up in a Champions League final.
No way, no way.
Wow. Eusebio, how did he not lock onto that second chance?
Recovery, tackle for the ages right there.
3 big opportunities in that game for Alan Avi. A penalty, the chance he scored, and then that one right at the death.
Courtois as well, going big for Nightwatch at the end there, just smothering the ball out of play. What a game. This game is so evenly poised.
The best thing is,
these
Richard,
two.
we've still got 3 more quarterfinals to come up as well. This is going to be amazing to see. We're going to have a look at some of the highlights in a second from that, but the first leg does finish 1-1 all square, Richard, in the first quarterfinal. We expected a very tight, contested game with 2 players, breaking down each other's gameplay. And let's have a look now at the chances. That was the goal that he did score with R9.
There weren't a lot of clear-cut chances. In reality, in this game, you see that slight goalkeeper movement from Nightwatch. Just almost gave Alan Avi the side to the left. And then Havertz stepping up, super sub, off of the bench for Nightwatch, slotting it with his left foot into the top left corner. And 1-1, evenly poised. If we're on a seesaw right now, we're in the middle. We're not moving either side.
We've had a bit of movement, though. We've had a little bit of movement.
A little bit of sway, but we're back now.
We are back, indeed. And we are going to throw over to Kyle and Rachel now before we jump into the second leg of the quarterfinals.
Yeah, thanks, boys. It's really nice to actually get a feel of what it's like down here, because Kyle and I have been watching throughout, and Nightwatch has looked over at us a couple of times, shaking his head. He's not really happy with how things are unfolded. Alan Avi, they're looking to the sky when he just missed that really good opportunity just there. But it is the underdog who potentially is on the upper hand at the moment, Kyle.
It definitely is.
Alan
but
Avi.
It is quite tense. This is what Alan said. He said, I definitely would consider myself as an underdog. Many people weren't expecting me to get here, but you got to start somewhere. And he definitely has started with a bit of a bang, because he's really going for it, and we can see that he's got Nightwatch on the ropes.
He did indeed, and I think maybe he might have the extra motivation as well that it was his dad's birthday 2 days ago. We'll have to see how the second leg unfolds, guys. Back to you in the casting area.
Yes, Rachel and Carl, thank you very much. And you hear that? It was, as Alan calls him, Pappy's birthday 2 days ago. What a treat that would be. Not just to see him go through to the semi-finals, but to go and do the impossible for a lot of these guys and to go and win the tournament.
And then the ultimate birthday weekend, Champions League final.
Tomorrow.
What a time to be alive. I want to talk a little bit about Nightwatch in this upcoming game. I got a little bit of an analogy for Nightwatch, the way that he plays FIFA.
Go on, hit me.
The way that he sort of breaks the game down. I don't know if you remember the late, great Steve Irwin. He'd spot something. He might spot a crocodile or an alligator or something like that. He'd address the problem. What's the areas that can be damaged, whether it be their tail, whether it be their teeth. He'd tie it up. He'd make sure he neutralises the threat. That's what Nightwatch does. Against Tex, what did he see? He's great with the ball out wide. He's great with the ball in areas where he's crossing to the back post, where he's doing skill moves out wide.
And what did he do?
4 centre-backs across the back 4. He sees the threat. He neutralises the threat. Dr. Nightwatch.
Exactly that. And hopefully, in his opinion, he will be able to do enough to get into the semi-finals, to be the first player into the Champions League semi-finals here in Madrid, the Champions League. What a tournament this is planning to be. The only free agent as well in the Final 8. What he's doing for his, as we call it, competitive FIFA CV is amazing. He's in the top 60. He's looking forward to the playoffs at this moment in time. But what did he tell you, Richard? It's not about the money. The trophy, fantastic. The prestige, the pride, everything that comes with winning this tournament, fantastic. But I want those 850 Global Series ranking points to send me to the grand finals.
Yeah, put him in a fantastic position, about 1,900 to 2,000 points going in to the playoffs. He's just got to have a good performance at the playoffs. Doesn't even have to win it. Doesn't have to get into a semi-final. Just a good get out of switch, make a round of 32, round of 16, and that's probably going to be enough to send him into the top 16. But in front of him is a plucky underdog in the form of Alan Avi.
Here we go. Second leg of our first quarter-final. Alan Avi from left to right again in that FC Dallas strip. Played in the MLS this year, made the MLS Cup. Unfortunately, I couldn't go the full way there. It was Giuseppe Gastella and Dulstar that won their respective conferences. They played in the E-Nations Cup, representing the United States of America, but still a big season for him. And we talk about a transformation of a player. I don't know if you remember this, Richard. Remember when we saw him at the LQE in London quite a few months ago?
Yep.
He turned up with a 4-1-2-1-2. Very narrow formation, and went out 0-3 straight away in Swiss. Went out of the competition. Day one was no day two for him, Championship Sunday, and he learnt from that experience. He travelled all that way over from America, and what did he learn from it? I need to play at a different level. I need to play a different formation. I need to use certain players in certain areas.
He quickly realised that what he's doing and having success with in the EMLS doesn't transition to maybe a European style or a rest of the world.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Patrick Vieira, of all people, popping up. We normally talk about the two CDMs of Hullet and Vieira linking up. Oh, no! Vamo! And a huge Vamo from Alan Avi as he goes back in front. 2 goals to 1 up. Just as I was saying, Hullet to Vieira.
Yeah.
Vieira nearly scores.
The CDM partners linking up right there for Alan Avi. I was just going to talk about Courtois. What a save that was as well from Patrick Vieira. Maybe making a claim to be getting back into a number of players' teams as we wind down to the end of the season. R9 leaping up. It's not Cristiano Ronaldo, it's his namesake. What a header, leaping.
Well, you mentioned about Thibaut Courtois. Unfortunately, his hands were waving there as the ball went over his left paw, and it will be R9. He was the first goal scorer in the first leg, and he's done it again in the second leg, but even earlier for the North American. Alan Avi, 2-1 up in this game. All to do for Dr. Nightwatch.
I spoke about the first leg, maybe being a bit tetchy, maybe being a bit nervous. This second leg right now, you play the first leg not to lose, almost, not to go in with a 3 or 4 goal deficit. So you've got something to play for in this second leg.
You can see the numbers behind the ball. Alan Avi, just one man forward, and that's the goal scorer of R9. Just sitting around that semicircle area.
The drop back is real right now.
Hullet on that finesse that he did originally score from with Havertz. Corner comes in, Ronaldo's there. It's going to be Rafael Varane, who actually does leap up and score, and it's pretty much the same finish as we just saw 5 minutes ago.
I hope we get to see the replay back from this, because Rafael Varane manhandles his player in the box.
Well, it's Neymar. He originally takes an early jump, somehow still keeps his balance, and then beats the likes of Ruud Hullet to the ball in the air as well. That team of the year, Rafael Varane.
Powering header. Sending Nightwatch back into a level game. I said this game could be.
You said it.
If there's any game that's going to go to penalty shootouts out of the 4 quarterfinals, I think it's going to be this one.
We know how 2 legs of FIFA can really look this year, whether it's in Swiss or whether it's in straight knockout tournaments, especially like the eChampions League final. The second leg is always going to be, for us, more goals, I'd say. There always seems to be more goals in the second leg of a big knockout match. Because your first leg, you're nervous. You're naturally nervous. You're not, I wouldn't say you're warming up, but you're getting into your flow. Second leg, you know what you're doing.
It's almost that you know you have to perform in the second leg. You see it all the time. The most successful player this season, Tex, most of the time in the first leg, he'll either go trailing or he'll go 1-0, 2-1, very tight scoreline. In the second leg, how many times have we seen him score 5 and just blow the other person away?
Eusebio now lost it into the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo, who we know is a very dangerous player in the air. Went out for a goal kick, which will be played short to Rafael Varane, who's in at right back over Sergio Ramos.
And this right now, 2-2, coming into half-time in 15 minutes. This is where the coaches
watch out,
really sort of earn their keep, you'd say. This is where lyrics gets in his ear for Night Watch. You've seen it, you see a what a strike that was. You see an FC Dallas representative with Alan Avid. This is where that person watching over the game with a fresh pair of eyes really gives their insight onto the match. Oh, he's played it differently this time, the goal kick.
Played it short, and he's lost possession straight away for Night Watch. It was Neymar that nearly put that one away. Neymar's going to get a second chance. Straight into Maldini, and Mbappe on the turn. Van Dijk matches that one up as well.
Oh, praising him for the goal kick, how he's done it multiple times, played out to the fullback and then hit that long ball straight down the line, just like we're seeing right there.
Needs someone in the box though, does Neymar.
Night Watch is channeling his inner Sam Allardyce right now. Long balls, getting down the lines, getting balls into the box.
Watch out, Ronaldo's there. So is Hullet. He takes the shot with Hullet and does pull out a huge save from De Gea. Corner again, everything's really quick, 100 miles an hour it seems. There's the scoop. Parried away by De Gea, no one's really there to win it. This is a chance to counter-attack.
There's just nobody really going forward for Alan Abbey right there. Looking at the mini-map, he had maybe 2 shirts. Night Watch, 4 white shirts back.
He's just offside, Mbappe. Does so well to recycle it with Cristiano Ronaldo, who gets dispossessed, unfortunately, straight away for him. It's not a bad pass there from Ronaldo. He's going to find Neymar. Or not.
Again, Eder Militao making a claim for the competitive scene to be one of those back 4 going forward into the playoffs, into the grand final. Even further in this competition, the squads might have been submitted, but 23 players. I'd probably put Eder Militao on my reserves just in case I see other players playing well with him. I can then sub in him throughout the game.
Well, we have seen how certain pros can change the way you play competitive FIFA, the players that you use. We saw even the likes of Ruud Gullit at left back occasionally. Obviously, that didn't stick.
I think it would stick, and I think if we had no squad rules, I think you'd see more Gullit at left back. But because nobody has got that Team of the Year Ronaldo, and you're lacking a little bit going forward in the attacking areas, you're not using Team of the Year Neymar, you're using one of your Team of the Year players on Mbappe, but you don't really have that attacking sort of really direct back post cross. The only person you can do that to is Ronaldo. So you can get away with a Danny Da Costa at right back.
So you now, I nearly found that ball into Mbappe. Added time of 3 minutes has been played. And we go into half-time in this second leg. All square again, 2-2. It was 2 opening goals in the opening 30 minutes in this match. R9 scoring again for Alan Avic. And there was another header from Rafael Varane from another corner.
I think going back to the Gullit at left-back debate as well, with the squad rules that are implied on this event, Gullit is a much more influential centre midfielder than he is left-back. When you've got, you can bring in another Mateus in midfield, or you can bring in another icon or another Team of the Year player into midfield, you can then sacrifice Gullit at left-back. But when you've only got 3 icons, are you going to waste one of your icons playing fullback? Unless you're playing against a back post cross merchant and you know that they're going to go for that every single time they get it out wide, then you might do it. But if not, you're wasting the talent of Gullit at left back.
You are indeed, and speaking of some of those themes that some players do look towards and they do copy it as such, it's been the Ramos at right back is probably the biggest thing this year that a few players did originally, then people questioned it. Is it the right thing to do? And now it's just common.
Your 3 icons, who would you be plucking for? Because for me, I think I'd go 1 defender, 1 midfielder, 1 attacker. Maldini, Gullit, R9.
I see that. I definitely see that. As you know, a lot of players have gone for Vieira. They have gone for Gullit, and 9 times out of 10 they've gone for R9. But with the ability of mixing in, Champions League for items, Team of the Year for items, as My Watch comes forward, we'll continue that conversation in a minute. Off the post and into the side netting within the opening 2 minutes of this second half. But I'd have to agree with you there. I think if you can pull in a strong icon in defence, which we've seen from Maldini, My Watch again, not giving me any time to talk here, and You can see it. Has that come off his own player? Oh, it took a deflection off someone else, it seemed. Played short to Maldini on the volley. Wow.
Not only does the icon defender bring in like a Maldini or a Rio Ferdinand, but the chemistry that they then give to everybody else, you're guaranteed an orange link to every other player across that back four and into the midfield. If you've got a Maldini, you might be able to use an Italian player if you want to. If you're using Rio Ferdinand or Laurent Blanc across the back four, you're then bringing in French players, you're getting strong links, less chemistry needed.
And plus, you know, with the beauty of the icons, you have got that natural extra few digits of chemistry, which can be connected to a lot of players from all over the world, but you can match one up with a nation even better. Speaking of Maldini, though, as we know, Nightwatch is using him. Oh, that's too heavy. You're thinking Neymar, latch onto that.
Yeah, if he'd just got that under control.
That's a little bit risky. Ronaldo can normally win that in the air. He's not going to win that one, though.
So I've been very impressed by Eder Militao in at fullback for Alan Avi. I wouldn't be surprised to see more players utilise him there.
Can Neymar win his running race? He did win it, but the ball out after wasn't great. Seems like we're just playing through balls at the moment. Everybody seems so open at the back. Ronaldo play it over Ramos.
That pass right there from Nightwatch, cutting through the defence.
Into the box, Eusebio's there. He goes down. I know he shouts waved away. It was time green if he got any contact on it. It's actually Ruud Gullit that won it in the air, though. Gullit, Mbappe. Eusebio once again waiting for it as Ramos switches from right to left. The great thing is you can see both players' coaches right behind them. The rules for that is they can speak to them in between the legs of each match. Overlay any information they need to. Neymar, he's timed it yellow, and that's exactly why it's just gone wide.
The magnitude of this event. A pro player at the eChampions League quarterfinals.
Oh no, that's another mistake from Nightwatch. Watch out for Gullit. Gullit's going to get it, and he's going to put it into the back of the net. You were about to say it, Richard. At this level, you don't make mistakes. Time finishes, misplaced passes. Look no further.
He didn't even risk it. He didn't even risk the timed right there. He just backed Gullit. Backed the icon, the best icon probably in the game, to do the business for him. A shake of the head from Lyrics, a shake of the head from Nightwatch. He's come back every other time. He's had to. He's thinking about Havertz.
You see that? He's clicked him about 3 times there. Do I change him? Do I add him on? No, I haven't.
He brought Bale on. Bale's going to be...
He's got R9 sitting on the bench as well, but if he has to take off an icon for that, it would be Eusebio that would probably come off, unless he puts another attacking player on. But do you really want to be missing out on the likes of Ruud Gullit?
I'll tell you what, in that 4-2-2... You
can see he's thinking about it. It's going to be Ronaldo that comes on for Eusebio, and that's the 2 changes that he does make.
Yeah, it's always got... If you're bringing an icon onto the pitch, you have to bring an icon off of the pitch. 3 players, 3 icon variants at a time are the max that you can have on the pitch. You're seeing Havertz and Ronaldo introduced.
And he's still in that 4-4-2.
Can Havertz do the business for Nightwatch again with 25 minutes left in the quarterfinals?
Well, he's only a goal behind, Richard. If he does get that, we will be going to extra time. No away goals here. Extra time, and if we need it, penalties. Another pause cue by Alanavi, seconds after he's probably seen the changes that Nightwatch has made. Ronaldo still in possession somehow. The man from Madeira to be a hit. Timed it green, timed to perfection. And once again, smashed into the back of the net from Cristiano Ronaldo. Alanavi speechless, he's asking questions, and he's straight back into a pause with another change now in front of us.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
You said 25 minutes to get a goal back, Richard.
It took him 3,
yeah,
straight from kickoff. CR7, dancing with the ball at his feet. Couple of step overs, in and out. And just smashing it past the goalkeeper. No mistake that time with the time finishing. And yet again, Nightwatch coming from behind to get himself back into this game. And now, this is the exact same formation that he was using against Tex in Bucharest last week. So we were looking at that 5 at the back. He was trying to find out how he could get his fullbacks bombing on as well and sort of get the overlapping runs as well from the fullbacks, forcing the crosses and the movement out wide. That ball roll.
It was enough.
That was a key defining moment, really, because he weren't really going anywhere. The step overs, they were just moving around the box, but the ball roll opened up the space for the shot. Such a simple skill move to execute, and yet it's so effective in the game.
Number 4, Cristiano Ronaldo.
Well, it was Ronaldo that kind of tripped onto the ball, but still, it was somehow latched onto him. And it was a few ball rolls that opened up a pocket of space, and that's all that Cristiano Ronaldo needs, as we know from how clinical he's been. Not just throughout the competitive year this year, but so many years. Ever since FUT Champions has been introduced. The man from Madeira steps up once again and puts this game back in the perfect place it can be. All square, 3-3. 15 minutes or just over left. Or will we be going to extra time in our first quarter-final of the day? There's Mbappe on the left-hand side. I think he's just onside. Yes, he is. The Frenchman will drive down the left-hand side, a ball roll into a basic fake shot through the legs. He got fortunate there. Cricketa or two into the finish. Corner to come in. R9, he's fresh, but you probably want him in the box. Mbappe back to R9. Who's going to be taking this shot? Who's going to be taking that risk at goal? Team of the season, Goretzka, maybe? No.
He's trying to set up the volley just on the edge of the box. You saw him ping the ball into Maldini.
R9 dragged back into a kind of half scoop turn.
That area right there is such a difficult area to defend because you're tentative. You're very, very almost shy to jump into a tackle because you saw the penalty that Nightwatch gave away. There's not a lot of contact there at all. It's just a coming together between two players in the game.
And to think he actually missed that penalty as well, Richard, is quite a big shot from Alan Avi because he could have been 4-3 up if that goes in, but you never know how the rest of the game is going to go. Messi. Unfortunately, won't be a final this year for him with Barcelona in the Champions League. But
very
still,
scrappy, and he's on the corner.
Such an important player when it comes to competitive FIFA. More of a sub now. Pull it all the way to the back post. Gretz is going to win that one in the air. Into the last 10 minutes now. Probably about a minute or so away from extra time if we need to go there. Or will there be a last-minute winner? Havertz there, fouled and plays straight back to Mbappe. He's going to lunge in with Van Dijk.
He knew he had to give that foul away.
And Van Dijk goes into the book. Alan Avi's calling for a red card. I can tell by that reaction it's just going to be a yellow.
Trying to get the game underway just a little bit too frantic from Nightwatch. And he knew as soon as that ball got away from him, he just brought him down. The ball goes past, the man doesn't.
30 yards away. Ronaldo's over. He's going to lay it out to Eusebio, who's going to be taking this shot or that chance at goal. Hullet, be careful. Do not let the ball. Somehow just rebound back off to a striker. It's so risky in the back. It's going to fall to Hullet. He just about deals with it. But how many times, how many chances are you going to be able to...
He's latched onto that.
Risk playing the ball from right to left. Havertz now. Into Ronaldo, probably the last chance of the game for Nightwatch. R9, unbelievable defending from Ramos just to stand up and to stick a leg in when he needed to. Added time of 3 minutes. Alan Avi, has he got enough time left to drive forward and create one more attack?
Last chance saloon for Alan Avi. The ball's gone away.
The ball just switched his hands. Minute left. Is he going to be able to really get this ball forward, or will it be a mistake from Nightwatch at the back?
I tell you what, Nightwatch has rode his luck right there. 3 or 4 mistakes.
He's going to get one more attack though, Rich. He's going to get one more cross. 3 accelerated, 4 accelerated fake shots. And into extra time. Wow. This is only our first quarter-final of the day.
Nightwatch looks spent right now.
He needs a break. He needs longer than 45 seconds.
The thing is, he doesn't need us to tell him about the mistakes. He knows. As soon as he's switching that ball, he knows. But it's so risky. When I was playing football, that's called a hospital pass. When you pass it across the back foot like that.
And you get moaned at for playing that one.
You're out of the team. You're getting brought off.
If you concede from it, even worse. He knows it as well, though, as you said. He knows he's made those mistakes, but it's how many times can you switch it from right back to left back? We saw, some players do it before, and yes, it can work for keeping possession or just recycling the play from side to side, but you're going to get caught out of it, especially if you're up against a player that can press as well as Alan Avi can. And we're going into extra time. The score, 3-3 on aggregate. 6 goals we have seen. in our first eChampions League quarter-final.
This is just the start. This is the first of 4
This is the
quarter-finals.
30 more minutes in front of us. Surely not a penalty shootout. I know we're a long, long way away from that.
A lot of FIFA left to play before we do get to the dreaded spot kicks, but I wouldn't put it past them to have to go to penalties.
Well, here we go. Extra time is going to be needed to separate these two. 30 minutes of it. Alan Avi from left to right in this first 15.
Yeah, just looking for a nice little Berber spin out wide there. Again, Nightwatch is happy to play it long.
Well, he's playing to Havertz that's only been playing for about 30 minutes. He was subbed on at about the 60th minute mark. That team of the season for Item played into another team of the season for Leon Goretzka. We saw him last year at the FIFA E-World Cup Grand Finals. Was quite an influential player for a few pros.
I think all the team of the seasons that we've seen so far have been more than worthy of being in these event-level teams. Goretzka, Havertz, Eder Militao, they've all done a job in their respective positions. Whether they'll stay going into the playoffs, into the grand final, that's another question. But for this eChampions League finals, they're all more than worthy to be in the squads.
We saw what he looked for there, Richie. He looked for that left foot of Havertz on that finesse. Because he did score from it in the first game, but I think the angle was just slightly too ambitious on that occasion. Plus, once again, wasn't timed. You know what we're on about when we say timed. We're looking for the timed green finish. If it is flashing green when you hit it, normally means go, normally means perfection with the shot at least. And there's the height of Thibaut Courtois coming into use. Only to give away a corner, though. Ronaldo to Havertz.
It's better from Nightwatch.
Very composed to play around the box, but this time it works out for him. Gareth Bale, one of the substitutes in that second half that came on and is sitting at left back at the moment. Who will be the player to break the deadlock? Can R9 get round there? Just scoops it away with a tackle. And he's offside anyway, so that's not going to matter. We've nearly played one half of this extra time.
Yeah, I was just about to say, not a lot to write home about in this first half of extra time. Alan Avi, a couple of chances, but half chances really, crosses to the back post. Nightwatch really not done a lot in the opening 15.
And this game is worth $15,000 extra and a semi-final spot. You win this, so you go up from the allocation of 15,000 that you've already secured for getting to this event up to 30,000 as you make it into the last 4. What's the keeper doing here? David De Gea just inside his area.
Yeah, read it quite well, to be honest, David De Gea. 'Cause again, that long, ambitious, looping ball down the line. It's been working for Nightwatch so far.
There's going to be one bit of magic or a mistake that's going to make this game explode. And it's going to be a 1 goal. It's all going to be. It's just going to be 1 goal.
I don't think it. I think it's.
You think it's going to penalties?
Yeah.
Well, this 15 minutes needs to be slightly more exciting, especially from what we've just seen there. Really no chances between each player. Here we go. We can see some changes being made on the left-hand side of the screen. This is Nightwatch. He's pretty much finished it.
Still in that 4-4-2, yeah. No other substitutes really coming on for Nightwatch. Alan Avi still in the 4-2-3-1. No need to change. He's never been losing in this match.
He's always been leading. He's never been behind, yeah.
It's another
awful mistake, Maldini.
Just trying to switch the ball, and don't know if his analog stick maybe a little bit sweaty, maybe a little bit. The accuracy's not been there a couple of these passes. I'm sure it'll be something that he'll address if he was to go through Nightwatch.
Will there be a breakthrough in extra time? 3-3 they sit at the moment in the eChampions League quarterfinals. Who will be the first player to book a semi-final spot? Havertz into R9, Ruud Gullit!
He had time. He could have even moved it across to the left-hand side as well.
Does win a corner. As far as the edge of the box now. Trying to line up a shot. Someone get in the right area. Whether it's a finesse or from distance or trying to tease a tackle. And he's just pushed over there completely, and Goretzka will get a word from the referee.
Yeah, just bullied him over there. In this left-hand side there.
8 minutes left.
I'm not too sure with Nightwatch from these corners because he's scored one. Yet he's still reluctant to put it in the box. He wants to play short. He wants to look for a volley on the edge.
Goretzka wins that battle, shoulder to shoulder with his man. Watch for the runners. R9's making a run.
He's got a lot
Look
of
at
natural
Ronaldo
height.
as well.
He's got a lot of natural height in his team. Bale, Havertz, Goretzka, Ronaldo.
Ronaldo to Mbappe, into Havertz! That could be your winner! He's been looking for it a number of times throughout these two legs. Gets it into that team of the season variant that is just sitting out on the right-hand side of the midfield at the moment. Get it around the edge of the box, look for that left foot, and he's done it once again. Is that enough to send you into the semi-finals?
Havertz. What an addition to the squad for Nightwatch. I saw a lot of people talking about him online in the weekend league. I think Shells were using him. He said, yeah, it feels better than Cristiano Ronaldo in some aspects. Team of the season, Havertz. He's costing like 2-3 million coins right now on Ultimate Team. He's free to use right now. Use him. He's one of the best players in all areas. He's tall, he's strong, he can shoot, he's got pace, he's got dribbling. He's got a hell of a left foot, which has fired Nightwatch for the first time. And coming up on, what, 200 minutes of FIFA into the lead.
Wow. He said all those things that he has got. He's got a match winner inside him as well. It's going to be Havertz that steps up, and he will be playing in a centre midfield role now. 5 at the back for Nightwatch. Can he see this game out? Alan Avino, we know he can just change a game. A split of a second. He's made a few changes. You saw he was out of substitutes though, Richard.
He wanted to bring Son on, and he would just use his allocated subs already. 5 at the back for Nightwatch. So we have one chance for Navi.
Can he break down this defensive wall that Nightwatch has just sat in front of Thibaut Courtois in his net? And I'm sure right now, we've been picking out a few times the mistakes he's been making from switching it left to right, and the chances he's had when he's nearly conceded from those basic mistakes. Now, I'm sure he will not be repeating any of them now. Added time of 2 minutes, seconds away from being the first semi-finalist in what has been a fantastic quarter-final to get this show under the road.
Yeah, commiserations for Alan Avi. He was a fantastic competitor, but in the end, it's Nightwatch going through. He led one time in the entirety of the 2 legs, and it was the winning goal. Havertz, 4-3 victory. We needed extra time, and what a performance. He didn't play well. He didn't play well, but he got through.
He knows it as well, but he got the job done. That's $15,000 extra into his pocket now. You can see him there. He goes through, the first player into the semi-finals, and as you said, commiserations for Alan Avi, who was leading at 3 points in that matchup. Yes, he missed the penalty, but he made it a fantastic quarter-final in the end.
What a start to the eChampions League here in Madrid. Nightwatch goes through to the semi-finals. He took down Tex in the decisive game, and now he's took down Alan Avi in the quarter-finals. He guaranteed himself $30,000. What a performance from Nightwatch, and Lyrics as his coach.
Incredible stuff indeed, as we said, to kick off this eChampions League final in Madrid. Everybody's been talking about, everybody's been hyping up about this tournament, and some players maybe might have been preparing for it, as we saw from Nightwatch. As you said, it still wasn't a 10 out of 10 performance from it. A 10 out of 10 performance is what we saw against Tex. That was probably a 6 or a 7 at most.
Yeah, Nightwatch, he's a very honest character. He knows when he plays well, he knows when he's not played well. He'll give us an opinion on that performance, but from someone who's watched a lot of Nightwatch over the past couple of months, for me, I know he's got 2 or 3 more levels to go on top of that. He got over the line, and that's all that matters.
He got the job done indeed. You can see some of the highlights here from both of those matches, and the passion of Alan Avi has not let us down throughout this competition. There was the chance there, a few ball rolls through the legs for Cristiano Ronaldo, and then you'll see the match winner in a minute.
It were the quick replies. I think that's what did it. Every time that Alan Avi scored, Nightwatch, 3-4 minutes, he was getting straight back into the game. And in the end, the margin between the two was so small, and you said a little bit of class, that's all it took. Havertz coming on, the super sub. Are we going to see more in Madrid? Potentially that team of the season, 95 rated foot item.
Yeah, it looks incredible, didn't he? Amongst some other players as well, we mentioned the team of the season variants that I'm sure we will see throughout this competition and as the competitive year does continue. However, for now, we're going to throw it over to the analyst board with Rachel and Mike, and we have a special guest, I believe.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Of course, we have Dr. Nightwatch here, our first semi-finalist. I'm going to say, I see you, semi-finalist. And firstly, congratulations. Was it as stressful to play as it was for all of us in this room to watch?
You have no idea. You
Tell
have
us.
no idea. Nah, it was. I usually don't like shake, and I'm not nervous before games, before playing techs. I know I'm moving.
He's shaking as well.
Before playing techs, I was calm. Maybe because I wasn't favored, maybe for some other reason, but I was as calm as never before. This game, I haven't been as nervous ever.
I can tell even now your hand is still going.
I can't.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, it means so much to this guy, Mike.
Yeah, we saw actually a couple uncharacteristic mistakes, probably from the nerves, but you were able to battle back. You showed so much mental resiliency. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. Can you walk us through what's happening mentally when you give up a goal and you're thinking, okay, I'm down 1. How am I going to get back into this?
I mean, I think I've made more mistakes than accurate passes, and that says enough. I just have to hope that the motto of champions win games where they don't play well is valid, because I was not playing well. In fact, I don't remember the last time I played so bad, ever.
I've got one question for you. Obviously, we kept talking to you about preparation. Did you use any of that preparation in there? It kind of looked like the game plan just went out the window a little bit.
Let's just put it that way. I just couldn't prepare my game plan, whether it was an Alan Avi that had also sub-prepared, but I just couldn't implement what I had prepared no matter what I tried, and I just had to adapt and do my best.
And you did. You adapted super well to go through to the semi-final. Let's just have a look at one of the cards that, yes, he's shaking his head at this, one of the cards that kind of changed your game around. Talk us through your choice of this FUT item.
Well, in this case, I just subbed him on a right mid because, first of all, he's a complete player. He doesn't have maybe the defensive stat, but he has that physical. He's 6'2". He can jump. He's left-footed with 5-star weak foot. And one thing I knew that preparation, if people wonder why I kept taking so many shots, is I knew Alan Avi didn't move the goalkeeper. And when he didn't move the goalkeeper, I can just shoot literally from anywhere currently, and if I green it, it's most likely going to go in. And we saw that first time I didn't green it, it flew in. Second time I greened it, and it was GG's.
It did indeed. Well, it's time to have a look at our MasterCard moment of the match. And of course, it was your winning goal, Dr. Nightwatch. Let's have a little look at this now. And it is your moment. So Mike and yourself, would you like to talk us through it?
I mean, I was looking, I knew Havertz was there, I was looking for an opening, and I called him with R1, called him short, he's asking for the ball, and you can see it here, he asked for the ball, first time shot, goalkeeper does move, green, 10 out of 10.
And as a spectator or a consumer at home, you can see that goal developing. Right when that pass comes to Havertz, you know on that left foot, it's going to hit the back of the net.
Everybody knows, and it's about, if he doesn't move the goalkeeper, it's over. Even if he does, sometimes it goes to bins, but no goalkeeper movement, a green, it's over.
Dr. Nightwatch, congratulations. Go and sit down, calm down, have a chamomile tea maybe. Right now it's time to go back to Jimmy and the boys on the couch.
Thank you, Rachel and Mike and Dr. Nightwatch. So let's talk about his mental state, Spencer, because he looks as rattled as I've ever seen him.
He does, and I think that's to be expected at this stage in the process with so much at stake. However, mid-game, his mentality was what won him it. You know, he didn't get nervous, despite the fact that his strategies weren't working. He found a way to, in his words, adapt. You know, adapt or die, essentially, is what you've got to do, and that's exactly what he did. Unfortunate, obviously, for Alan, who will be kicking himself because he had opportunities to go ahead, obviously, with the penalty. He then went ahead anyway, every time giving up that goal. Once it went to 3-3, I kind of felt like it wasn't going to be Alan's day. Just Nightwatch is too good at finding a way, whether it's the instant reply goal or, you know, I thought that last goal that won him the game was well executed, but keeper maybe should do better. It wasn't in the corner.
Yeah, Mark, now tell me about, do you think he now relaxes moving forward? Do you think he's going to stay, you think he's going to stay at 100 the whole time?
I think he will relax a little bit, to be honest. I think first game out of the way is kind of like you get used to the stage, you get used to the environment, but it's exhausting. I think we've all been watching this game and we're exhausted just watching that first game ourselves. So you could see from Nightwatch's reaction there, he's shaking. Every single game that is here, it's not like it gets any easier. Now we get to the semi-finals, that pressure goes up even more. You're just 2 more games away from lifting that trophy. I don't know how these guys are dealing with it, and I think it's whoever does deal with it the best is going to be the potential winner here.
And we just saw evidence of that. Now let's take a look at the updated bracket as it stands now. Nightwatch is our first semi-finalist for this eChampions League final, the first ever. And then we have some big ones coming up. I'm very excited about it. Now, it's Rapsu versus NYC Chris. It's coming up next. Do you think they have an advantage now after seeing what happened with that first matchup?
No, not really. I don't think it's an advantage. I think these games are all going to be high-pressure contests, regardless of whether they're first or last up. I think each game has got its own nuances, its own battles and elements between each player's play styles and whatnot. So for me, all I'd be thinking is, when am I going to play? When am I going to play? Like, wanting to get out the system, those nerves. If anything, you could argue both ways, because you could get more nervous as the day goes on, get more itchy feet, you want to get it over and done with. So I think every game is huge implications for the tournament.
All right, everyone. That's it. First quarterfinal is done, but we have 3 exciting quarterfinals coming up right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Football can. Madre mía.
We light up the football. Gazprom, official partner of the UEFA Champions League. For the players.
Welcome back, everyone, to one of the footballing capitals of the world, Madrid, for these first ever eChampions League finals. It's all going down here today. We're going to name a winner of that beautiful trophy. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside Kyle Walker and Brandon Smith. Guys, first quarterfinal is done. How are you feeling about it? I mean, it was some next level nerves.
It was. I was stood there before. Me and Rachel were chatting. We were so quiet because it was so tense. We could feel how tense it was. And I think that's kind of going through everyone. There's maybe some nerves. We've seen some mistakes throughout the games. But ultimately, we're seeing these competitors trying to grasp at this amazing opportunity. And they're doing that. And Nightwatch, well done to him because it's not easy.
Now, you called the match.
Yeah, I'm just
did
not
you
getting
feel
my
like,
breath back.
Yeah, do you feel like Alan took advantage of those mistakes that Dr. Nightwatch was talking about?
Yeah, I think obviously he had the penalty that he missed, which was a big, a big kind of talking point in the game, because that was to put him 1-0 up. But then you can't, sit on the fence and say, well, if he scored that would have happened. The game finished as it did, but Nightwatch knows that he got quite fortunate with some of those mistakes, because he was playing from right back to left back and trying to switch out. And I think Alan, a few times, he could have caught him out there, but unfortunately, he goes out the competition, and it's going to be Nightwatch into the semi-finals.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see. Hopefully, we can get Alan on the couch at some point today, see if he'll get on and talk to us about his match and obviously how he thinks Nightwatch is going to do moving forward. Now, before we move on to the next quarterfinal, we got a Twitch drop. It's happened. Sergio Ramos, Team of the Year. So make sure you link your EA and Twitch accounts so that you're eligible. That's a pretty sweet card, and I would love to have it in my team.
100%.
Yes. Where do I sign up for that? So make sure you link your accounts, Twitch and EA, to make that happen. Now let's take a look at the bracket as it stands right now. I know we've been doing a lot of talking about Alan and Dr. Nightwatch. Our next one is going to be Vitality Rafsu versus NYC Chris. Pretty big matchup here. Another eMLS competitor. So obviously you guys know who I'm cheering for. Trying to not show my bias, but it's pretty obvious. But Vitality Rafsu, what a lot of people didn't talk about from Manchester was the fact that he beat his teammate, Maestro, 7-0 to qualify for it. That's unbelievable.
It was, and what a tournament he had, because if you remember, I was interviewing his brother, and he was acting as the interpreter, and it looked like, oh, is he going to go through? And he managed to do it, as you said there, beating Maestro, and here he is in Madrid. And I know from speaking to him, that confidence is there, and actually, he's coming up against a competitor who is seasoned. He knows this scene, everyone knows him, he knows these competitions. However, we are here at the eChampions League. This isn't the same as any other competition. This is bigger, this is more prestigious, and they want it so much.
Well, you're speaking about Rafsu here. Let's hear from the man himself. Check this out.
The first time you hear the music, it's like a new sensation you have inside yourself, and you're like, okay, that's huge.
Him and Rafsu could make it 4!
It was like a huge surprise for everyone, even me.
Rafsu has eliminated Maestro.
You just have to think about the cup. This is the first one, you have to win it. It's a chance to write history.
I think what's interesting about what he's saying in general, and I love his confidence, I don't know who is the favorite in this one, Brandon.
Yeah.
Because we can make an argument for both sides.
It's definitely tough. You look at Chris, he's a top 10 Global Series ranking player. He's been in so many tournaments, and it was only 2 weeks ago that he had his best finish in a tournament. He made a console final in Bucharest. But Rafsu, on the other hand, is he starting to peak now towards this side of the season? He had to play against his brother. You said it perfectly. You got to speak to both of them. Had to beat his teammate, as you said, 7-0 to get here as well. Is he the man in form at the moment, or is Chris, starting to get to that level as well?
I think with Chris as well, though, is everyone talks about him, we talk about him a lot, and people might think that puts the pressure on him. However, it probably takes the pressure off him, because we said, oh, he's nearly made it before, but he's doing well. He is coming to that peak performance in a way, and actually this is the time to do it. He must be feeling so confident. I spoke to him before. He said he is feeling confident after his last, as he said, his best he's got, the console final. Now, this is the time to carry that on and do it at the eChampions League.
Now let's take a look here at his stats. What I find interesting is the thing at the top. He's the most active player from these final 8 with 96 games played in the FIFA 19 Global Series. So that speaks to his experience.
Yeah.
And as we talk about him being the nearly man, as it were, I think he can use that to his advantage. I think you own it.
Yeah.
It takes all the pressure off of you and it puts the pressure on everybody else. So I really like Chris's chances. Again, I'm biased, but I've been a fan of the big man since the very beginning. He came on the scene in FIFA 17. So, quick predictions. What do you got?
Oh, I'm going to say. Oh, that was very quick. I'm going to go
right
with
to
you,
it.
Jimmy. I'm going to say NYC Chris.
Okay.
I'm going to go for Rafsu then.
Are you? Going against the grain.
There's just something about Rafsu, I don't know if you saw him in his suit and stuff. He's just a cool, calm, composed figure, and to go and beat his teammates 7-0 to get here. I just feel like he's the man in form at the moment, and just to make it a bit interesting as well, I'm going to go for a win for Rafsu.
All right. Well, you've heard from us. Now let's hear it from the casters who've got the call of this game. Mark and Mike, take it away, guys.
Thank you very much. And if the first quarterfinal was anything to go by, we've learned a lot. There is a lot on the line for these players. The nerves are real. We were shaking while we were watching that first quarterfinal. Mike, absolute pleasure to have you here. How are you feeling after that first game?
I'm still nervous. I got my legs, thankfully, off camera right now. They're moving left and right a little bit. But I'm excited. I hope that we build the same type of energy, same type of vibe.
I think those players are going to be just as nervous as those first ones. But, of course, they've got to get this job done now. It's NYC Chris taking on Vitality Rafsu. Now, we're here at the finals, Mike, but these guys had to go through a grueling process just to get here. Back in Manchester, let's talk about that a little bit, because I had some notable names to take down along the way.
Yeah, let's revisit. When we look at Rafsu, everybody talks about the Meister match. We have to talk about that because Meister was coming off of winning eNations. One of the best players. Everybody was saying this might be the future of the PlayStation right now. And then to beat him 7-0. It shows Rafsu's growing in form, and we also saw Rafsu perform late in FIFA 18 as well. So he's just one of those guys that kind of is a late bloomer. And then when you're looking at NYC Chris, he beat Levinkin in Manchester.
That's huge.
Levinkin is here, and we're talking about him being the favorite, the guy to beat. And I know we might be getting ahead of ourselves, but let's say Chris progresses, Levinkin progresses. We see that potentially in a final. Maybe Chris is the favorite, and I'm tired of talking about him being a nearly man.
Well, let's see him perform. Let's see him perform right now. This is when it matters for these two players. Obviously, a lot on the line here. We've just seen exactly how much nerves came into effect in that first game. We saw Nightwatch's reaction from his win, and he was shaking when he came off the stage for his interview, but you can see we're almost ready to get into our second quarterfinal of the day. It is going to be Vitality's Rafsu taking on NYC Chris, and I've got to ask you, Mike, who is your pick as we get into the game?
I'm leaning with the NA. We're going to stick with Chris here. And if you guys are new to the competitive scene, both of these guys have a unique play style, so to speak. Rafsu will be looking to utilize as much possession as possible on the pitch. It's definitely the French way. And then Chris is always very cross-heavy. And things can change. You got to adjust to your opposition, but from previous tournaments, that's what you should expect.
Well, let's keep an eye on those play styles then. Let's see exactly how this game pans out. I think we might have some nervy opening exchanges here, but it's Cristiano Ronaldo in behind here for Chris. He's a little bit lucky with that break on the edge of the box. Neymar now. Beautiful drag back, does go down under pressure. It's Leon Goretzka in that central midfield position doing the defensive work, Mike.
And it's important for Chris to get off to a good start. It puts more pressure on Rafsu to have to make that comeback. And because Rafsu is such a good possession player, the longer the game goes 0-0, or even if Rafsu's ahead, then it forces you sometimes to rush your pressure play on the defensive end, and before you know it, you're down a couple goals.
Well, Ronaldo somehow managed to keep that one in play, almost managed to find Neymar. And there's a little battle going on here between the two Brazilians, Marcelo and Neymar. And it is going to be finally won here by Chris. Gets away with that, a little bit shaky in defense early on.
And if we learned anything from Alan Avi facing off against Nightwatch, it's going to be all about limiting mistakes.
Well, here is Goretzka then. We saw what an impact he had, that team of the season foot item, in that first quarterfinal. Da Costa in at right back as well, 6'2", such a big frame on that team of the season foot item, but it's Neymar who's managed to find just a pocket of space here. Building nicely here for Rafsu, that patience you talked about, Mike. Being shown perfectly here by the Frenchman. Here's Ronaldo, ball roll inside, back to Hullet. Can he find the space for the shot to get away? Neymar gets that shot away. De Gea gets both hands behind it. A comfortable save for Chris.
And it's worth mentioning, eChampions League, we have squad rules. And I say that because Chris is using Sanchez. No one else chose to use this player, yet alone to start him. Put him into the 11. And we're going to see if that's a good choice, or maybe it's going to be a bit of a suspect decision, so to speak. And if it is, we'll see adjustments, I would think, in the second leg.
It's 91 rated now, that road to the final foot item. Davinson Sanchez of Tottenham Hotspur. I'm sure Spurs fans watching at the moment are going to want him to have a big performance in the final, which is happening tomorrow here in Madrid. And there is Sanchez on the ball now, passing it out to Ramos. And now Chris has defended this early onslaught here very well from Rafsu.
And it's a bit cagey. I feel like players are feeling each other out a little bit, trying to find that space, who's going to strike first. And that's when you're going to see the energy kind of shift. You're going to see the rhythm, the pace shift in terms of the match. We saw that with Alan Avi and Nightwatch as well. Once we got the opening goals, it seemed a little more faster, a little more direct. Players went for it.
Well, here's Neymar trying to find the ball out wide there to Ronaldo. Ramos. This is where Chris likes to work. Pocket of space here for Ruud Gullit into R9. Great play here from Chris, and it's the post that denies him. Second phase, Ronaldo! Oh. Just wide of the target. Two huge chances there for NYC Chris.
Man, Rafsu's got to feel very fortunate. Sometimes that makes it where you're motivated.
Oh, mistake though. Ronaldo picks the ball up from the goal kick, but he can't take advantage. And that's an example, Mike, of the nerves once again.
Chris has to capitalize off a big mistake like that. Almost again as well.
Rafsu gets away with it, to be honest with you. Riding his luck a little bit early, Mike.
And you saw slow turns there from Rio Ferdinand. That's one of the differences between someone like Rio Ferdinand and if you had Varane or if you had Ramos. Those Team of the Year cards have very high dribbling. Ferdinand, as a prime icon, doesn't share those same statistics.
Well, there is a free kick here, just on the edge of that final third here for Rafsu. 27 minutes gone in the game. It looks like he's just going to put it straight into the mixer, and Hullit's going to have to deal with that one defensively. Da Costa just brings that one down, and Rafsu will keep possession here to build another attack. Mbappe. Goretzka found Neymar, looking for that overlapping run there of Mbappe. Well defended again by Chris.
And I know I briefly touched on some of the squad rules with Chris, but if you look at Rafsu's team, you see Rio Ferdinand, you see Goretzka, you see Da Costa. These players aren't always regulars. Eusebio. A little bit out of the ordinary for some of the competitive teams that we've seen over the years.
And we've already seen what an impact some of these players are having. I mean, look at Havertz and what he did in that first game for Nightwatch. Huge performance from him. It's going to be such an interesting story to follow for these particular foot items.
I'd go as far as saying Havertz was the best player on the pitch, most impactful. Offensive genius, gives you a little bit of everything. He's versatile.
Here's Neymar then. Speaking of Havertz, there's another player with a 5-star weak foot. He's got the 5-star skills to go alongside it as well. Neymar tries to find the ball into Eusebio. He gets the ball, Neymar! First strike to Rafsu.
And you see it there. Sanchez, poor turn, loses the ball, gives Rafsu a second chance, and that's what a lot of players were saying. I think that's gonna be a liability for Chris. I don't think that's the move.
And the most impressive thing for me is that nerves did not affect Rafsu when he got into that position. We saw the green arrow, Mike. We saw it light up.
The green finish, which also means maybe a little bit more money, also green. Rafsu's just seeing all green.
First blow landed then by the Frenchman. Vitality's Rafsu. Breaks the deadlock here in Madrid. Now it's up to Chris to create some openings of his own. He has had chances so far in this game. Well, Rafsu has to be switched on here. Sometimes you do just switch off a little bit mentally. Having scored that goal, and Chris with the scoop turn from Ronaldo almost managed to get in behind the defense.
Lovely creativity there from Chris to add in that scoop turn. Hard to predict, gives you a little bit boost of pace while you attack that space. Just a tad bit unlucky there.
Well, in behind here to Neymar. Ronaldo was the man who provided the pass. Just waiting for the midfield to catch up in the attack here. Mbappe comes short. Here's Hullit, maybe another chance, Eusebio. And that's the difference there, Mike. Yellow instead of green.
Yeah, I was gonna say he wasn't green there. Maybe we jumped the gun a little bit, said he was seeing green. He just got the stoplight approach, see some yellow now on the pitch.
Well, Chris has got a chance here to come forward, does have a bit of space, and here's R9. Got it on that right foot, another scoop turn here. Big chance here for Neymar, it's 1-1. That's how you answer back.
And you feel the momentum maybe shift a little bit now. Chris got that breakthrough. He had already hit the post earlier. We saw a couple opportunities, maybe some nerves from Rafsu. Just before halftime is one of the best times in a FIFA match to score as well, because your opponent has some time to think about the mistake that he made, and you have time to almost pump yourself up, talk to your coach, regain confidence, and push on.
And the interesting thing for me there is, we talk about Neymar, we see him in so many pros teams, but this is a team of the group stage, Neymar. Central cam position, so doesn't quite have the statistics of that team of the year, but still showing, Mike, he can get the job done.
Neymar gets busy. Some men would say that he has the sauce. Maybe even some women would say that he has the sauce as well. I don't know if it's barbecue or if it's a different type of sauce, some hot sauce.
Whatever it is, it's sweet.
He's got the skill moves. He's got a 5-star weak foot. He gives you the ability to score in a variety of ways. And people have to respect what Neymar can do on the pitch, whether that's the flicks, those skill moves, or just simple side steps, tiki-taka, 1-2 punches. He's got the speed. And at halftime, it's not a surprise to me. Rafsu, 62% possession. Chris, 38% possession. That's exactly how I expected this to go. And it's all about Chris being clinical and taking those chances.
And that's what we've seen from both players so far. The two big chances in this game as we see the second half getting underway have been taken by both of these players. It will be Chris with possession from the restart here, but that's an important tackle. To win the ball back from the restart, so vital, Mike.
Absolutely. Especially considering that he just conceded at the halftime whistle, so to speak.
Chris wins the ball back then, looking to release Kylian Mbappe down this left-hand side, and he's dealt with Da Costa, who's trying to do some defensive work. Been bullied a little bit, and you can see what Chris was trying there. Looking for that little flick up, Mike. Looking for that cross into the box.
And Rafsu has the scouting report. Everybody's been able to study each other. We talked about it earlier. You heard it mentioned. Chris has played the most matches this year in the competitive scene. Everybody knows what he's looking to do, what he's looking to accomplish. It is important as a player that you, I don't want to say rebuild, but you adapt. You almost reinvent yourself, especially when you're playing that many matches, that many tournaments.
A perfect example of that. You're talking about adaptation. Look at what Nightwatch did in that second leg, a complete turnaround. And you know, as a man who's not too shy of being on the sticks himself, how difficult is that to do for these pros?
It's very hard because you're always going to sit there with a double-edged sword. Should I make this adjustment? Should I go with what I know already works? Is it going to work in my favor? Is this going to be a hindrance?
Well, here's Neymar then. Rafsu made with the chance. Hullit's waiting on the edge of the box, but you saw a little player switch there at the last second from Chris, utilizing Ruud Gullit to come across. And now look at the other end. Varane's desperately trying to catch up with Cristiano Ronaldo, manages to just about keep up with one of the most prolific players of all time in the Champions League. And he makes the tackle, made it difficult there for Chris.
Another example of maybe seeing those nerves. Chris hesitated. He didn't go with a skill move, didn't take a shot. We didn't see a turn or a change of direction. He didn't re-angle. None of the above.
So Rafsu now up the other end. Gullit, those long legs of Patrick Vieira intercept that ball and will it back. And look at the spacing behind here for Neymar. And it looks like Chris might have found a little chink in the armor here. Ball into Mbappe, he greened it, and De Gea is going to just about claw that one away from the head of Ronaldo.
I don't think Chris is happy with all that space. He's waiting for Rafsu to move his players, and he's not getting that bait, so to speak. He's not able to pull him out of position, and it's making it where Chris is starting to hesitate more and more in terms of his attack. And as you misplay those situations and scenarios on the pitch, you start to think about them and overthink them. You lose the simplicity, some of the essential intangibles.
You can see a pause has been lined up, I should say, excuse me, by Vitality Rafsu here. Maybe changing some personnel, and that's going to be a fascinating battle in itself, Mike, because obviously you have to keep like for like with icons and UCL players here. So we're going to see some impactful substitutions coming off the bench, and now you're going to see Rafsu with that opportunity to make these changes.
You got to think maybe you see Messi come onto the pitch. Messi as a super sub. I'd love to have that option in my team.
Yeah, cool. I don't have those coins.
I'm just saying, quite a foot item. And he's talking to his coach, actually. This might be a little timeout. He's got, of course, Vitality Brian there, who plays in the competitive scene as well.
It's actually Eden Hazard who's coming on the pitch. I think R9 Ronaldo also on the pitch now for Rafsu. 3 changes. Mbappe's just going to toss this one into the box. It's actually going to fall here. Hazard now, the man who was just introduced to the game, can't quite get the beating of Sergio Ramos. And now Chris, you have to say, on the counter-attack, has had chances to exploit that space in behind. But again, not quite able to make it count.
And his timing was a little bit late. Even if that went through, he was offsides. Half step in the wrong direction.
So into the last 20 minutes then. Here comes Rafsu, Hazard, fresh on the pitch. Looking to make that impact. Ronaldo into Hazard again, turns back onto that right foot. Pull it, back to Hazard. Twisting, turning. Goretzka lets one fly from distance. And De Gea will happily gather that. And again, just give Chris a little bit of breathing space here.
And Chris looks very comfortable looking for these counterattacks. In a different match, if he had taken these chances, he could be up 1-2 goals because he's made very clear-cut opportunities even without the possession play.
Such a risky tactic to try and employ though, but look at the pace of Hazard getting in behind Van Dijk. A drag back creates space, and he went for the rainbow flick. A little bit maybe over extravagant there from Chris. Or Rafsu, I should say, excuse me. Wins the ball back though.
I want to pick up this team as he's in foot item Hazard. ASAP.
He's looking pretty tasty at the moment.
Up to this point, he's been the most impactful sub without a doubt.
Here's R9 then into Mbappe. That's not going to trouble David De Gea too much. Another thing to note as well is that isn't the team of the year David De Gea we're seeing it. It's that UCL David De Gea, the 92 rated foot item. So that's another area we should keep an eye on, see if there's any mistakes in between the sticks.
And that's the challenging part with these squad rules, is putting together a team that has the chemistry and fits your gameplay style with limitations.
Well, here's Vieira then turning back. Couldn't quite find the ball through. And one player who's looking to play without limitations at the moment. Here's that fresh Eden Hazard. Slow build up through the midfield. Rafsu inside the last 5 minutes of regular time here. Mbappe back inside to Hazard. He gets it on his left. Opportunity to strike it, but didn't quite make the most of it.
I'm terrified over this Hazard foot item. Every time he touches the ball, you think something good's gonna happen. It looks dangerous, looks dynamic. He's in the right attacking places on the pitch. You got to remember, as a consumer here, as a commentator, as a player, we're getting the first test of some of these team of the season foot items in terms of the competitive level. Are they at that next level? Are they that premium quality, tier 1?
Well, they're going to build into future teams here. We can see again it's Van Dijk having to deal with Eden Hazard as we see the whistle go. Nothing to separate the two players here, Mike. Tension as we would have expected. 1-1.
And like I said, let's reiterate. I think both players after leg 1 are okay with how they played and what they had as a game plan and executing it. We saw additional possession play from Rafsu. He controlled the match, kind of dictated the pace. We saw those counterattacks from Chris, and he made quality opportunities. And if he didn't pump fake, if he didn't hesitate in some of those key scenarios, we might be talking about him going into leg number 2 with a lead.
Oh, the one thing I'm worried about, though, for Chris, that counterattacking style can be a little bit worrying as we bring in the replays from that first leg, is the fact that you have to absorb so much pressure. You're kind of inviting Rafsu to attack, which is going to give him opportunities to strike a goal.
And even when you're looking at Rafsu's gameplay, you almost want to tell him, shoot more. Go for it a little bit. There was times where he recycled, almost refreshed his attack, and I don't think he needed to.
This was the equalizer here from NYC Chris. The left foot of Neymar just driving it through 3 players, essentially, if you include the goalkeeper there. Rafsu with a little wipe at the brow there. Couldn't quite believe that I managed to beat all of those players. But
it was a synchronized head rub there. The coach as well. They're on the same page.
I mean, we're looking forward to this second leg. You expecting to see many changes between the two?
Not early on. If you're Rafsu, you're thinking, I controlled that game. I just need to shoot more. I need to be a little more clinical. We also saw 1 green time finish, and then we never saw that again. It didn't happen. And then on Chris's end, he's got to say, all right, I hit the post. I was in attacking positions. I just didn't have that flow. I didn't have that rhythm.
Let's talk about that Eden Hazard, that team of the season, Eden Hazard, because I know that you got a little bit, I'm not going to say overexcited, I'm going to say just excited. Thoughts on that?
Well, this is my first time seeing him used at this level, and I was thinking to myself, okay, this guy's ready. He's qualified. I got to put him into my squad. I want to test him out over the weekend.
Okay, we might have the opportunity to do that, but before our second leg, we'll go over to Spencer and Rachel. Let's see what their thoughts are on that first leg.
Oh, we loved it. 1 apiece there in that second quarter final. But it was Rafsu, I guess I'm going to say, that maybe kind of had the goal first, kind of set the standard for the match. And we had an epic miss there from Chris. Spencer, what did you make of that quickly before we get into some highlights?
Yeah, I mean, it's perfectly poised, isn't it, for the second leg. Exactly what you want from a first leg. We're going to look at the miss you talked about there from Chris, first of all. This is great build-up from Chris, and it would have been a fantastic goal. And many more passes even before this clip started. If that goes in... Exactly, and the rebound there, look on the volley. Either one of those goes in, he sets the tone for the game. And this again from Rafsu, good build-up. I actually think he got a bit lucky here. I think he should have played the first pass on the edge of the box to Hullet. He tried it inside to Eusebio. Defensive Sanchez was the man that got something on the ball, not enough, and that's a point of contention there because a lot of people are not using Sanchez. And Chris did get back in the game here with some good work from Ronaldo, finding Neymar in the box. You expect him to put that one away. So could Chris be 2-1 up? On the balance of the chances, you'd say yes, but on the balance of the game, in terms of possession, in terms of good play throughout the thirds, I'd say Rafsu was on top. But it's interesting how these key decisions are coming through. Davinson Sanchez not really clearing the ball properly is the main one.
And obviously both scoring with Neymar as well. Different foot item Neymars as well. Both team of the year ones, but one's a left wing and one's a striker. But boys, second leg, super exciting. What's going to go down?
I have absolutely no idea, Rachel, what's going to go down. I think that's the one thing that we can predict is that it's going to be unpredictable, Mike.
Rachel sounded nervous. I don't know if she's nervous for us, nervous for the players. I've never sweat so much watching FIFA matches. I mean, I'm feeling it because every game means so much. Not just the increase in money, but you get one step closer to being the first eChampions League title holder. That's a major claim.
And every single player that's here, it's 3 games. That's the thing. It's not like that, you go through those Swiss rounds, you kind of slowly go through things, you work your way into a tournament. It's do or die straight away. And before we get into our second leg, we're going to take a quick look at the statistics from Vitality Rafsu here. Anything jumping out for you here, Mike?
I just trust in Rafsu to a certain degree. I know that he has the experience. We've seen him at many tournaments. And I actually feel both these players are in their prime this year. Chris has gotten through that mental hurdle that we talked about, and I hate talking about it, but where he broke through being a bridesmaid. And at this point, he's ready to go. I talked to him before this event. He said, I've never been more confident. We saw him in the PlayStation Finals in Bucharest just a week ago. Looked good. Top 8 here. Why not?
Exactly, and I think every single player that's here is thinking, why not? Why should I not be that person to walk up and pick that trophy up? Because the beautiful thing about what we are witnessing right now as we get into our second leg is we're going to say it constantly, Mike, but it's the first name put on that trophy. You are the first person in the record book, the first ever eChampions League winner.
There's nothing better. Let's call it how we see it. There's nothing better than being the first.
Well, here we go then, second leg underway, 1-1. The result from that first leg that we just saw, so essentially 0-0 between the two players. And it's going to be Rafsu with the first attempted attack of the game, just waiting for that run of Neymar, finds him. Linesman's flag does stay down as well. Ronaldo now trying to twist, trying to turn, but Marcelo in the left-back position makes a solid tackle.
I'd also like to see Rafsu whip in more crosses. I feel like he was on the wings, he's going down the wings, he's attacking, but he's not whipping in many crosses, he's not showing that balance in his gameplay, and it allows Chris to try to sniff out some of the inside passes.
Well, his players streaming forward here and a big chance, and Rafsu's just snatched at the opportunity. You have to say, Mike, these kind of opportunities, they don't come along too often.
I've never seen such high caliber players with this much nerves. You don't miss chances like that in terms of just kicking it out of play, basically having a reset here if you're not feeling it a little bit. Maybe a little anxious?
I think you'd have to say, from all of the games that we've seen so far, nerves are going to play a part in this tournament.
And it's like you said, usually you get a Swiss format. If you lose, you're still in the tournament. That's not how this works. You're straight into elimination. Everyone's watching. It's live on stream.
And you can't make any mistakes. It's as simple as that. It's going to be Chris now. First time he's had a real opportunity to try and carve out an opportunity here. Works the ball back to Vieira. And I like this from Chris. A little bit of patience, maybe just trying to get a feel for the ball here, Mike, because he hasn't had too much possession in that first leg.
The worst feeling you can have in FIFA is when you start to rush. Offensively, defensively, none of it works. You have to have composure, and you have to have patience.
Rafsu defends well. No chances to write home about so far in our second leg, and not too surprising to say that, to be honest, with there being nothing between the two players. Chris trying to pressure the ball here, using that second man press to bring a player across. Mbappe now, space in behind for him as well, gets the return ball from Neymar. Digs it in towards that back post, and De Gea will deal with that one, 2 fists on it. And now Chris can try and set up that counter-attack again here.
And we finally see a cross opportunity there. Uh-oh.
You say, uh-oh. Chris has got a huge chance here, and Rio Ferdinand, that's why he is in that centre-back position. Using his pace, using his strength, and that positioning to get back into position, and makes what is a vital tackle.
And Chris's build-up play has been fantastic, just lovely. But his final third decision-making has been the exact opposite. Just hasn't had that extra key pass.
And what do you put that down to at the moment, Mike?
I think he's overthinking it. Doesn't look as decisive. His build-up, we see very decisive passing. He uses the through balls, he's into space, and then when he gets into that final third, it looks like he's second-guessing.
Well, he managed to turn away from the attentions of Vieira there. Van Dijk, it's the one play you do want if you're defending, going up for that header to get it away. Now Chris again looking for the counter-attack, but just slightly rushing it again there, Mike.
If I'm Chris's coach, I think he's got will back there. That's what I'm telling him. Hold it down, slow it down, wait a moment. It's still 0-0 basically. Anyone's game.
Well, here's Rafsu then. He has looked the more creative in the final third. That's a beautiful back heel! And that's a huge save from De Gea. Might be called into action once again. Neymar Gets it back on his right. Oh, big tackle there from Sergio Ramos. And one of the questions I asked was, can the UCL, David De Gea, do the same as the team of the year? So far, the answer's been yes.
And you've got to give credit there with Chris. He did a really good job of baiting out that skill move. He was waiting for it. And it allowed him to reset. He cleared it deep. Sometimes clearing the ball, even at the pro level, it's not the worst thing. Yes, you're giving away possession, but it allows you to regain some confidence, to take a deep breath, and then to focus on playing defense again.
Chris is doing a great job at the moment of actually defending well and winning the ball back, but he's losing possession too quickly for my liking, having won the ball back, having done the hard work, essentially. And now we might be able to find an opportunity to strike, and you can hear it from Rafsu. He says, let's go, let's go. Because it's now 2-1, and it's a mistake from Chris that leads to the chance.
And it may be a bit of the curse of the commentator. I was saying his build-up had been good, his final third play needed some work, and then he had a couple back-to-back giveaways, and Rafsu's only gonna miss so many chances. And that's his main man, Eusebio.
And we have seen Eusebio be more and more of a vital cog in the machine that has been pros. Teams at 99 finishing is such a vital statistic for when you find that opportunity.
And I would go as far as saying Eusebio is the best finisher for me personally in the game. Regardless of statistics, just personal preference, anywhere on the pitch, both feet, he gives you everything. Long shots, mid-range, inside the box.
Well, here's Rafsu then. He seems to be gaining confidence after that goal. Chris is on the ropes a little bit here. Neymar into Hullet. Hullet will defend this one, but almost gets away with it. And there's an audible reaction to that one from Chris. I think he's a little bit frustrated himself, but he gets away with it. Needs to keep his head here.
This is a scary position for Chris. He's got to slow down his gameplay a little bit. And that's what he looks like he's trying to do, swinging his side to side a little bit more.
Just as you say that, Mike. We see that pass given away, and it looks like we might have a little bit of a technical issue here. You can see some confusion on the eyes of the players and the faces of the players, but Mike, it gives us a chance to talk about what we've seen so far in that game. And you have to say that Rafsu has deserved that lead so far.
Absolutely, he's been better in the second leg in comparison to the first leg. And it's a scary opponent to be down against. I don't want to be losing against Rafsu. Not that I want to be losing against anyone, but because Rafsu's so gifted with being able to hold the ball, he's so comfortable closing out matches, you know that mentally on the other end where you're saying, okay, he's not going to give it back to me. I've got to start making maybe riskier traps. I got to come out of the back line.
He's also one of those big momentum players, I think, Rafsu. And when he gets that goal, all of a sudden you saw that expression on his face change. He gets really serious and he starts to just express himself. He starts to flow, and you can almost see that game, you know, he was creating opportunities. You can see 1-1 going to 2-1. Then you can really start to see maybe going 3-1, 4-1, because he does ride that wave of momentum. Perfect example of it is the playoffs last year in Amsterdam. You know, he was down, I think it was 0-3 in the Swiss groups, managed to win 4 games back-to-back. Then he went on this incredible run where he beat the likes of Tex. He basically beat everyone that you would expect to be in the finals of that tournament. He is a momentum player, and if he gets hot at the start of this tournament, he's dangerous, and he's one to watch.
And if you saw his interviews, he said, I already beat Maestro. I think he's the best player on the PlayStation, period. Why shouldn't I be able to win this event? I don't want to go out in the round of 8. I'm not interested in that. I want to represent France properly, and I've got to put on for Maestro. If I'm going to eliminate the best guy, then I got to make sure that I take this the whole way.
Yeah, I think it's a great point that he made. You know, he's beaten some of the best on his way here. We were talking about his performance back in Manchester and some of the players that he beat there as well. One thing that I want to talk about quickly just before we get results on what's going on at the moment with the game that we just seen, it's just the impact of some of these players that we've seen so far, Mike. Who's the one player very quickly that you've seen that's kind of not the usual player that you have enjoyed seeing?
I really personally like DaCosta, and I feel like he's been solid thus far. We've seen him used now in both of these matchups. Nightwatch had him. We see Rafsu using him as well. He might not get the love and appreciation of some of the attacking counterparts, especially with new team of the season players, but he's 6'2". He can do everything on the pitch. He's a new fullback that really fits the meta.
Okay, well, that's your thoughts on that. And obviously, we want to get the game back as soon as we can. So we're going to take a very, very quick break. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more action still to come.
Football can. Madre mía.
We light up the football. Gazprom, official partner of the UEFA Champions League. For the players.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back, everybody, to the eChampions League finals here in beautiful Madrid. Mike Bell alongside me, Mark Hatcher. A little bit of a technical issue that we're getting sorted as quickly as possible. And while we do that, we have the opportunity to talk about some of the impactful players in just kind of a couple of games we've seen so far with these squad restrictions, Mike. And one player I know that you're desperate to talk about is the little Belgian that tormented Arsenal fans on the real pitch, me being one of them, just last night, or the night before, I should say, in the Europa League final. Don't want to talk about it too much. You know, it still hurts a little bit. But Eden Hazard, you've been impressed with what you saw from him coming on the pitch.
I know it's early to say that Hazard is next level, but he definitely impacted that match. As soon as he came onto the pitch, he looked like he belonged. And when we're looking at the competitive scene, we're always wondering what guys can actually make it into that starting 11 or be even a super sub, because you have access to the best players everywhere. You know, you can pick and choose anyone that you'd like to have in your starting 11 for the most part. So does Hazard fit into that equation? Perhaps he deserves a slot. Maybe you bump somebody out.
And obviously, with all of the new items we're seeing with Team of the Season, we are going to see more and more of these players become available. I want to talk about the German connection, though. I want to talk about this Da Costa, this Goretzka link, because it's kind of come at a perfect time for a lot of these players with these squad restrictions to have that link on that right-hand side. You can even throw Havertz there on the right-hand side as well. You have that green right-hand side. That's going to be a nice bit of timing for some of these pros who might have been worrying kind of a week ago, what am I going to do on this right-hand side, to have that Bundesliga Team of the Season coming out and solving some of those problems?
I have all three of them. So I haven't had the chance I haven't had the chance to use Goretzka the way that I'd like, but Havertz is amazing, Da Costa amazing, and I'm actually going to put you on the spot. Who do you think is more impactful, to have Goretzka or to have Da Costa? Because that's what we're seeing as that early German connection. If you had to pick one that's going to kind of show out on the pitch. Because I'm telling you, Da Costa doesn't get the love maybe he deserves.
I think he's a player that we might see actually grow into it, to be honest, because he has that height at fullback, and I think that's such a valuable thing to have. A 6'2" fullback is something we don't really have a lot of so far until the Team of the Season has kind of arrived with those statistics can really bolster the lineups. But I mean, what are your thoughts on that? He looks rangy, he looks big, he looks strong in the tackle. It maybe doesn't look the most agile though.
But he kind of fits the new meta though, because they were already starting to play Ramos as a fullback instead of a center back. Da Costa's not that far off being a Ramos, or Militao's now playing as a fullback, not a center back. And that's been sort of the player you're looking for, someone who's over 6 foot, he's athletic, he's fast. Might be a little bit clunky offensively because he's not meant to be the likes of a Casello or a Marcelo where they're able to dribble everywhere and they're super agile. But it's a good trade-off on the defensive end. If you don't concede goals, you're not going to lose games.
Well, talking of these squad restrictions and everything that we're talking about, before this tournament, we had the opportunity to catch up with Chris and Rafsu on those squad restrictions. So let's take a quick look at it.
Get yourself to Madrid, Chris. Get on that plane with the other American players that have done so well. That's beautiful passing, and Mbappe smashes it past the keeper. Got to be a goal. There it is.
The 1-0 win for Chris, and he's through, and he's delighted.
Everybody's had a different tournament experience in those 8 players. New York City Chris was 3-0, then to 3-3 in a knockout game. It's been full of surprises, and every single player has a story.
The big man, and he's going to Madrid.
My first game against Rafsu in Madrid will be very tough, because if you win, you'll go on to the next stage. If you lose, then you're out.
Rafsu, though, still coming. Eusebio! And Rafsu could make it 3-0 with a misery compiler. It's Mbappe!
I want to win. I'm confident because I won versus Maestro.
Tim and Rafsu could make it 4.
He's, I think, the best player at the moment.
What is happening to Maestro?
If I won versus him, I can win versus everyone.
Well, here we go then. It's been a month since the group stages back in Manchester for the eChampions League. Now it's final time, and who will rise to the top?
Yeah, you talk about rising. I'll tell you what, this temperature is rising. I'm used to the cold weather in Manchester. Madrid is hot, and the FIFA will be even hotter.
Champions League, a very prestigious tournament, and obviously would definitely, tune my emotions up a bit.
It's a really big city in football because they have Atletico, Real Madrid.
They have so many Champions League together that it's amazing.
Madrid, it's an epicenter of football because they always have like one of the best players and best managers and the best fans.
I'm very excited to go to the Champions League final. It would be like a dream come true.
The Champions League is, I think, definitely my favorite league to watch because it just has a different kind of vibe to it.
I'm excited to see what the city represents to the football.
The Champions League and also going to the final in Madrid, it would be a dream come true.
Yeah, I'm surprised that there is 4 players out of 8 from America. We don't think about them at the beginning.
3 North Americans, Joksan.
We're underrated as a continent because they don't think we're good FIFA players.
And that is job done. Alan Avi of FC Dallas. What a tournament.
And Alan Avi is going to Madrid.
Chris has done it. He's going to make it a hat-trick of Americans.
Not a lot of people expected us to be in the top 8.
And Zazinho is one of the 8 who will be going to Madrid.
I'm very proud of the American representation top 8 because this really shows that America has a potential.
Oh wow, oh wow.
I played some players in North America who definitely play an unorthodox way of playing.
Every part of the world has a different play style. Europeans are used to have more possession. South Americans rush more the gameplay.
And we can show that we can actually play this game and be very good.
I'm pretty happy that we made it this far, and it's just a great honor and privilege to be representing America in the Champions League.
So Chris or Rafsu? Well, I'm going to go with New York City Chris. He's been through a bit of an interesting patch recently. He's building upon this performance and he will win that game against Rafsu.
Chris is such a gentle giant. Just want to give him a big bear hug all the time. I want Chris, I'm going, my heart says Chris, my head says Rafsu.
Welcome to Madrid. The 8 players are here, but first they have to build their squads. 48 hours before the first ever eChampions League final here in Madrid, each of the final 8 competitors will draft his squad. All the strategizing that's happened since the elimination rounds in Manchester will come down to the decisions they make during squad selection. Once the 8 players have drafted their squads, they can change their starting lineup, but the 23 players on their rosters are locked in. Here's the important stuff. Each competitor must have exactly 3 icons on the pitch at all times. And each team should have no fewer than 3 Champions League FUT items from start to finish. The composition of each team will be a key part of the equation. A player's speed, strength, shooting, height, weak foot rating and chemistry links are all part of putting together a lineup with the potential to win the first ever eChampions League. The players have got to use some Champions League players in their squads. Who do you think we'll see a lot of?
We're going to see the usual trio with Ronaldo, Messi, Neymar, and then the likes of a De Gea, a Courtois, a Telles, a Sanchez. Those are going to be the main guys that you're going to see focused on and reused for the majority of the competitors.
The most important player I picked was Cristiano Ronaldo. He has the best card in the game. He can jump, he can shoot, he can pass.
For me, it matters that you like the player in real life. My most important pick was Cristiano Ronaldo ECL. His card is obviously the best ECL card.
The best icon for me in terms of being an impact to match is going to be Ruud Gullit.
That's what I was going to say. Everybody has kept saying he's the person, their go-to guy.
The reason I choose Rio Ferdinand is like, I use him at home, you know? I'm not the player who's like, this is the best card, I have to use the card. If I like it, I play with it. And for me, the best icon defender is Rio Ferdinand by far.
The most important icon player I picked was Gullit. He's just the anchor of the midfield. He goes forward and he can defend as well.
I just saw my opponent's squad, and I think his weakest points is his defense, because like up front, there is the best players on the game. The only ECL players are in defense. Like there is Sanchez and there is Van Dijk ECL. So those are the weakest points of his team.
This unbelievable opportunity speaks volumes as to almost why they play FIFA, why they play the game, because they love to play the game, and now it's giving them these incredible opportunities.
We started with 64 players here in Manchester, and this is our final 8.
I want to tell all the competitors that I'm here to play my game, and I feel really confident about myself. I feel like I'm going to win.
I deserve to win the ECL championship because I've practiced so hard and trained so hard to be in here, and it will be a dream coming true.
The reason why I'm so sure I'm going to win the tournament is because I feel like I am the best FIFA player out of all these 8.
This title is really big. I think you can compare it to real life football. I think it's now time to win something, and I think I deserve it then because I work hard for it this year.
If I win this event, it would be a dream come true. Also to lift the trophy pitch side and the stadium in the final, that'd be like crazy.
To NYC Chris, prepare yourself. To everyone here, prepare yourself.
I think this title is one of the most important so far. I would even say in FIFA history. It has a particular meaning to every player.
If I were to win this tournament, it would definitely mean so much. It would pay off all of the hard work that I have put into FIFA, and it would be awesome to make history and make everyone proud.
Phenomenal stuff there, Mike, and fantastic content produced there by the competitive side of EA Sports there. You can check out more of that on the YouTube channel, the FIFA Competitive Esports channel. Go and check it out. Some really, really cool stuff. What did you take away from that?
Some quality quotes.
Oh.
Prepare yourself.
Prepare yourself.
Are you ready?
I'm prepared. I'm ready. Prepare yourself. Are you ready?
I'm absolutely ready.
All right, then. Well, let's get back into the game as soon as we can then, because, of course, when we left this game, it was Rafsu who had managed to eke out a little bit of a lead, up 2-1 in the game. Let's talk about that game, though, Mike, because some people might be joining us right now wondering what happened in that first leg, and you can see we're getting the game restarted here, 37 minutes in. Full stamina for all the players as well, so we're not going to have any stamina issues for any of them, but give us a little bit of a recap on what you've seen so far.
First leg, 1-1. Chris didn't take a couple of his opportunities. Rafsu held the ball really well, did a good job with possession play. He prides himself on being good at that. We get into the second leg. Before we had the technical issues, Rafsu started looking a little more dominant, started to pull away, started to really command a presence of that possession. He was using it. It wasn't just having the ball to have it. He was going forward, and he looked more dynamic than Chris.
Some real intent going forward with Rafsu. I think it's a great way to kind of put it at the moment, whereas Chris has looked a little bit devoid, we should say, of some ideas in that final third, but maybe with that little break, he might have the chance to just think about how he's approaching this game and maybe change things up. But we are back underway, as you can see, just about 5 minutes until the halftime whistle. of this second leg in our second quarterfinal of the day. And it's Rafsu again who's trying to continue this pattern. Eusebio, oh, is the ball going to fall to Hullet? De Gea gets a piece of it. And his Spanish comrade there, Sergio Ramos, had to sweep up as Rafsu almost extended his lead by 2. Nervy moments there for Chris, but maybe he can go up the other end now. And it might be a case of missed chances. Coming back to Bayern. Varane has to win that header at the back post.
And that's classic Chris there. Back post cross, and it could have gone the other way. You never know. It's kind of a 50-50 with those back post crosses. And that's why you see so many center backs being used as fullbacks to have that additional height in the jumping in order to try to impact the matches in a positive way for them, kind of combat those back post crosses.
We'll see Chris try and come forward again, try to fire that ball into Neymar, who will pick the ball up just as the referee blows his halftime whistle. So another break in play here. 1 goal. The difference between the two players here. You can see Chris speaking to his coach behind him. He's got 45 minutes to turn this one around.
And if I'm Chris's coach here, I'm saying, hey, Chris, you've got plenty of time to work with. You're only down a goal. Don't rush it. Just make sure you take your opportunity, settle down. Just you in the game. Just you versus Rafsu. And if you're looking on Rafsu's end, you got to be thinking, I just got to hold the ball a little bit more, put him under pressure, and take my chances.
Well, pressure can be created by extending that lead. Cristiano Ronaldo, 3 players here from NYC Chris trying to close him down. Goretzka now. Smart play here from Rafsu, though, just using those seconds off the clock.
And it's a bit of a reset, and it's just a reminder to Chris, nah, I'm not going to throw this away. I'm not going to take chances. I don't want to take those risks. I want sure things.
Ball into the box here, and Ronaldo's free at the back post. And I thought, with the angle that ball was coming in and the height of Cristiano Ronaldo, that was almost a surefire chance at goal, but Marcelo got enough on it. The corner not used here by Rafsu. And with 40 minutes left in this game, NYC Chris, his tournament life, it's very much on the line.
A lot of space to work with here for Chris.
Ronaldo goes back inside to Ramos. Finds the run here of R9, uses the El Tornado in towards the back post, and it has all the time in the world. And that is what Chris does best.
And you want to talk about composure. Everyone at home is hitting this first time. Ruud Gullit back post, you go for it. Not Chris, he takes the touch. He wants to see if the goalkeeper's gonna move. And that's exactly what happens. Takes a second, and now it's anyone's game, 2-2.
2-2, there's nothing between these two. And it is the player he was talking about in that feature as well. The first name on his team sheet, Ruud Gullit. Prime icon moments, could do it going forward, can do it going the other way on the pitch as well. He's got absolutely everything, and the one thing he has for Chris is that equalizer. Huge, huge moment in this game.
And Chris like I said earlier, I talked to Chris, and he said, I'm feeling more confident than ever right now coming into this tournament. He's showing that to be able to battle back versus an opponent like Rafsu.
Chris, you can see it now. The passing has a little bit more directness to it. Ronaldo's trying to close down that space, but Rafsu now. He's got to rally back. And the best way to do that for him is maybe trying to expose Davinson Sanchez there. Gets across well there. One of the question marks maybe in this lineup, that 91 rated road to final.
Well, the risk that Chris did when he built his squad, especially with these squad rules, is that he put all of his Champions League players in the defense or the goalkeeper position. So you would think you could take advantage of maybe those guys not being as high rated.
Well, Rafsu's trying to take an opportunity! And he repeats the dosage that Chris just gave him at the other end. Gets the ball in the air, gets the ball towards the back post. And we've said it 1,000 times this season. But is that the most important goal we've seen so far this season? A back post header from Cristiano Ronaldo.
And you see one of those liabilities. Marcelo versus Cristiano Ronaldo, that's never the matchup if you're on the defensive end.
Such a difference in height. Such a difference in power between those two foot items, and Marcelo gets beaten again. It's not the first time we've said it, like I said, and it won't be the last time. And Chris has to bounce back once more. Rafsu back in the lead now. Chris with possession from the restart. Rafsu's trying to close down the space here. And speaking of space, there's a pocket of it here for Ruud Gullit. Ronaldo into Gullit. Oh, big tackle there from Leon Goretzka.
And Chris was going with the ball roll there. He just came out slightly too late, a little bit delayed. and a turnover possession.
Ooh, it was a little bit of a weak pass, to be honest with you, and Chris can come forward again. La Croqueta finds Ronaldo. He's onside here. Back inside to Hullet. Something's brewing here for Chris. Hullet. Rafsu trying to hold on to things. Mbappe, second by the cherry! 2-2. All tied up once more.
Are you not entertained? What else you want? Back and forth football. Lovely composure once again. I want to throw that out there for Chris. He recycled, he reset, swings it around, gets a bit of a fortunate bounce, but you got to still do what you got. You still got to take that fortunate bounce and apply it.
This tournament, in just the second game, is really providing us with moments to talk about for the rest of the season. 2-2 in this game, 3-3 on aggregate. And with just under 20 minutes left in this game, does one of these players, do they want to take a risk here? Do they want to change things up? Go for that win.
Both players are being tested with their mental strength. Whether it's Chris being able to battle back on multiple occasions. Now Rafsu saying, what does it take? What do I have to do to win this game?
Rafsu's done well there to beat the two challenges coming into the central area of the midfield. Eusebio has a runner outside here. Instead, he's going to invite Leon Goretzka to join the attack. Mbappe versus Ramos. Chris switching players desperately, trying to cover all of these runs, all these avenues towards goal. Mbappe gets it back, lofts it in again. Ronaldo's there again. But this time, a different result.
Chris got to be thinking about taking out Marcelo at this point. You can see that Rafsu has shifted his attacking strategy and he's trying to hit that back post.
Marcelo does win the ball back here for Chris. He's fantastic on the ground, but as you say, aerially, all season has been suspect. And speaking of suspect, that pass from Chris really has invited pressure on. To Costa now. Into Hullet, Goretzka, big tackle there from Ramos. Now a chance to counter-attack here for Chris. This is how he's been playing, Mike.
Nervy times in these last 10 minutes. We've seen a few more mistakes than we've seen earlier on in this matchup.
7 minutes to go here. A little tornado in, and Van Dijk has to get up. You saw the green timed header from Ronaldo, but it wasn't good enough to beat Virgil van Dijk, and now you're going to see Chris coming forward. You can hear the crowd in-game. They want to see another goal. They want to see a winner. They don't want to see extra time. And maybe Chris, maybe this is his moment. Hullet. Ronaldo turns onto that right foot. Chance to strike it. Vieira gets it all wrong. And maybe, of all the players in that attacking area, the one player you didn't want that chance falling to was Patrick Vieira.
He'd love to have that back. Maybe a tad bit nervy. Fell to the wrong guy. Should have canceled out of that. I think he should have been going for maybe a fake shot to allow you to kind of regather yourself. We all know Vieira's, I don't want to say not a goal-scoring threat, but he's definitely not as efficient as other players on the pitch.
So then, 89 minutes on the clock. We're into the 90th minute here, Mike. Rafsu has possession. He has the chance to book a spot in the semi-final. Hullet, great ball over the top here to Neymar. Mbappe fires it in. De Gea will grab it, and there's still time here maybe for Chris, but it looks like he might be quite happy with extra time. Here is the final whistle. First quarter-final. Went all the way to the last seconds of extra time. Are we going to see a similar story here?
I don't know if I should start talking about it, but could we see penalty kicks?
Oh, you had to say the P word.
I know, it's a dangerous one.
So then, Mike, what goes through a player's head here? Put yourself in their shoes. I'm sure you've been in their shoes 1,000 times. Extra time looms on the horizon.
I can guarantee we're going to see subs. If I'm Chris, I'm thinking about Marcelo potentially getting moved out of that lineup. I just don't like that Rafsu's feeling so confident whipping in these back post crosses. He feels like he has an outlet. He's like, all right, we're going to the back post. Marcelo's there. And at the same time, if I'm Rafsu, got to be Hazard time. Has to be. Bring him onto the pitch. Let him create something for you.
And I think you might have just got your wish. And then Hazard on the pitch. Is he going to be the game changer that Mike Lavelle thinks he can be? NYC Chris does have possession though from the start of this first half of extra time. Pocket of space here. Oh, what a finish! Magic from Chris and magic from R9.
The first time passing, the connection. Oh, you got to say, if he wasn't in that free flow in the first leg, looking a little more confident. He's growing into this match in the second leg.
And he built that attack so well. So deliberate in that passing, and that was the one thing he's been missing in this game so far, Mike. But when it matters, NYC Chris has created an opportunity and taken it.
And he scored 3 goals now in this matchup against Rafsu. That's not an easy feat. He's just not going to see the ball that often.
Well, let's see if Rafsu can answer back then. Mbappe using his pace. Back onto that right foot, and I think Raphael Varane has been moved into that fullback position, Mike. So, not just you who's recognising that situation that was developing for Chris to try and defend. The man who's on the sticks has also recognised that's a weak area. Here comes Rafsu, and the space behind there for Ronaldo just dissipated as that ball was intercepted. Here's your man on the ball, Eden Hazard. Mbappe, oh, and Hazard is unfortunately found on the floor.
And that substitute was so important for Chris because Rafsu does a wonderful job of getting down the wings. And you could see that he was feeling like he's got a good matchup there as you see a mistake from Chris.
Yeah, and that mistake could really hurt him here because Rafsu is pushing forward. Mbappe, big tackle from Ramos, but can't win the ball back. Here's Cristiano Ronaldo! And that is what he can do.
Nobody wants to lose. Everybody's digging deep. It's the eChampions League.
I cannot believe what we are seeing in these first 2 games. Every single player who's been on that stage is leaving it all out there. You've got to wonder, Mike, are they going to have anything left for the semis and finals?
Solid pressure play from Rafsu. Bit of an uncharacteristic mistake in the second leg from Chris. And FIFA punishes you. Or we should say Rafsu punishes you.
Well, Chris is looking to answer back, and he's beating his man. R9's in behind again. Back inside to Mbappe. And Raphael Varane has just shown how important he is. But now it's Ronaldo. And now the goal for Chris. Amazing moments here in extra time. And you just feel this isn't done yet.
I don't even think this is done now. I think we got more goals in this game. Oh. And we saw Rafsu a little flustered. He had a chance to clear it there. Made a mistake in the back, and Chris able to capitalize.
Half-time here, a chance for us to have a breather, a chance for the players to have a breather. NYC Chris has a 1-goal advantage with just 1 half of extra time to see it out.
I would love to know what Will's telling Chris right now. I'd love to be, what's the saying, a bee in the room?
I don't think it's
that fly in the wall? What's the saying?
A fly on the wall.
Fly on the wall.
I'd love to, but now it is officially forever.
A bee in a room.
A bee in a room. What is it with you and Spencer and bees?
You know, I tried my best. You know, I was close. I had an insect and I had a room.
Let's talk about the football. Let's talk about the FIFA, Mike. I think it's best that we stick to that, to be honest with you. We'll leave the wildlife program to those more qualified. But NYC Chris, just moments away, Mike. And I mean, let's talk about Rafsu, though, because what's going through his head right now?
I'm not going to doubt Rafsu. We've seen him make comebacks in the past. We've seen him show a lot of mental strength. I think this is still anyone's game. It's too early to call a winner. Every time somebody scores, they rebuttal back.
And just to that point that you were talking about earlier, that back line now for NYC Chris, Varane at left back, Van Dijk, Sanchez, and Ramos. He's negating that threat that Rafsu was exposing so well with Marcelo in. And that's where we talk about adaptation. We were talking about it being a big feature of some of the players who are going to progress in this tournament. He is showing NYC Chris he has that in the locker.
And if you're Chris here, you got to think, hey, maybe I will have to clear it a couple times, depending on the pressure play that Rafsu brings. Because you got to think second leg or second half of extra time that Rafsu's going to give you everything.
Here we go then. The one thing for Rafsu that is in his favor is the fact that he has the ball from the restart. Possession is in his hands. Hullet. Hazard. Aubameyang now on the pitch as well, and Neymar gets a piece of it. But Rafsu keeps it alive. Hazard. Aubameyang. A big chance there. And now Chris can come away. Rafsu has to win this ball back, Mike.
I can feel the tension. Do you feel the tension, Mark?
I can feel it. I think the players are feeling it more than anyone. And Chris has managed to escape with the ball here. R9 goes past Van Dijk. Rio Ferdinand just has the pace to get back in. And there is time for another attack here for Rafsu. Here's Aubameyang. Looking to use that pace to get in behind. But is that a sign of desperation there, Mike?
A bit of desperation, and it's a disaster, too, for Rafsu, because now Chris gets the reset, walks off at least 3-4 minutes of clock. And you got to think Rafsu's only got maybe one more attack left, at best.
A goal here for NYC Chris, and this tie is done, but Rafsu wins the ball back. The Frenchman, his entire eChampions League tournament life, comes down to this attack potentially, and Patrick Vieira, that is as good as a goal here for NYC Chris. Ramos, chance to finish it here for Chris. Ronaldo with the scoop turn around the outside. And smart play here from NYC Chris. The most important thing for him here is the clock, not creating another chance. Chris just easing the time down. Rafsu needs to win the ball back now. Chris is not letting it happen. NYC Chris has shown steel. He's shown determination. He has shown everything you need to show to get into a semi-final. All that we're waiting for now is the referee to confirm what we already know, and there it is! NYC Chris with the performance of a lifetime.
And you see the heartbreak there from Rafsu. I mean, this means everything. You double your money, eChampions League title. You could be the first ever, representing, you know, not just yourself, but also your country, your fans, people that watch you, people that support you. You can see what it means to both of these players.
And that smile that we just saw there on NYC Chris is just going to get bigger and bigger, because now he has a little bit of time to step away from the stage, to step away from the game and just relax and think about what he's just achieved. A huge bump up in prize money, and he is now 2 games away from lifting that trophy. But we should give a huge congratulations to Rafsu and the run that he's had. Even getting through to this tournament, Mike, is an achievement in itself.
Everyone's path, they had to go through the best players. And Manchester, we saw matchup on matchup on matchup with top-tier players. Everybody's in the top 100. You're just not going to get an easy ride, so to speak, to get to this tournament.
Well, this is the story of that second leg, and what a second leg it was. Chris took the lead. 3-3 here. That was the goal to put him into the lead, and that was the well-worked opportunity that he took when it mattered, Mike.
Almost a battle of the first-time shooting. You saw a lot of first-time shots between both of these players. And we saw great composure there from Chris and a couple opportunities as well to take that touchdown with Hullet we saw earlier. And then some of his closeout play to finish out the game. Another first-time shot there.
And that is in stoppage time there at the end of the first half of extra time. He went right down to the wire. And you can see Chris, he's elated. He's over the moon, and why wouldn't you be? But you also see, unfortunately, when we have to have a loser, it's tough to watch sometimes. You got to be honest.
That's esports for you, though. There's always going to be emotion. And in FIFA, sometimes the gaps can be so small when you're playing against players at such a high level. And it's all about, did you make the right decision in the final third? Did you throw away maybe a couple giveaways on your, swinging down possession, trying to do too much with it?
Well, it was a crazy, crazy second quarterfinal, and an American has made it through to the semifinals, and you are about to see the second biggest smile in the venue after NYC, Chris, because Jimmy, it's back to you.
Mark and Mike, thank you so much. Another extra time thriller in these quarterfinals for the eChampions League. Kyle, Brandon, and our winner, NYC Chris. Tell us how you're feeling right now. You must be through the roof.
Yes, I'm feeling pretty happy, to be honest. I didn't really think that the game was going my way in the first game before the game stopped. And then in the second game, I mentally reset, and I think that really helped me to keep my nerves.
Okay, really quick, Davinson Sanchez, you use him as your center back. A lot of talk on the chat about using him as an item. Explain yourself.
Yeah, I think he's pretty solid, to be honest. The stats are pretty good, except for the jumping, but overall I think he's a solid card. He's very fast, very strong, and he kept the back safe.
You said that actually in the first game you thought it wasn't going your way, and then you mentally reset. What did you actually say to yourself? What was Will saying to you? How did you actually manage to pull that back then in the second game?
You just said, beast up.
Beast up, there we go. Beast up, that's all you need.
Those magical words, those magical words. I think the key thing for us to talk about is that your semi-finals now, you're playing against two players that you actually played, back in Manchester, and you beat them both. So how do you go into that game? Is it just a new game of FIFA for you because you've already beaten them?
No, it's a brand new game. They practice hard to change their ways, and so it will be a surprise. And I'm just gonna keep playing my game, and hopefully the best man win.
Wow, fantastic!
All right, well, thank you so much for your time on the couch. We wish you the best of luck next time around. You're carrying the flag for all of America. No pressure. Michael Jackson's got a chance too. All right, everybody, we're down. 2 exciting quarterfinals have finished. We've got 2 more coming up right after this.
Football can. Madre mía.
We light up the football. Gazprom, official partner of the UEFA Champions League. For the players.
Welcome back, everyone, to a city that's seen its fair share of trophies. We're here for the eChampions League. We got 2 more quarterfinals left to go. But before we get there, it is time to talk a little Twitch drop. So make sure you link your EA and Twitch accounts because we have a Prime Icon Moment, Pelé, available for you guys. So make sure you go do that right now because that is a very special card that I wish I had in my team, frankly. Now I'm here with Spencer Owen, Mark Hatcher. Guys, 2 amazing quarterfinals. We have another one coming up with Joxan and Zizinho. Let's look at the bracket now, actually, and just take a look at where we're at and where we're headed, as it were. And this is actually the map of the players that are still remaining. Got 2 Americans there. You see Zizinho holding it down for South America. And then Levinkin and Marcuso. Nightwatch still in there, hanging out. So 3 Americas left. 3 Europeans left.
Perfect.
It's all setting up.
The games have been great as well. We have to say, if this is a sign of things to come for the rest of the tournament, we're going to have an unbelievable close to this eChampions League. And this game coming up now is a big one.
Yeah, it is a big one. And I think my favorite stat about this one is Joxan and his goals against. Mark, if you take a look at this, he's got the lowest at all the finalists here in Madrid.
Yeah, ever since Paris Games Week at the start of the season, that PlayStation event, he has been known for how good he is defensively. And he's continued that ever since he's made that comeback, took a little bit of a break mid-season. He's back and he's showing that defensive ability that we know he has. And on a stage like this in tournament play, you go to the real pitch. You say that the teams with solid defenses usually go far in tournaments because you're going to concede less goals. It's very simple. You have to create less chances. Joxan's play style, I really think, is going to play into his favor here at this tournament. But judging by those first 2 games, I mean, this has been ridiculous so far, isn't it? Like 2 quarterfinals down, and I think this one, it's going to struggle to be as good, but it will be because it's going to be crazy.
Now, do you think Zizinho has enough tools in his toolkit, as it were, to score a lot of goals against Joxan?
I think he does. I think he definitely has enough to win. How it goes and whether it's a high-scoring game or not, we'll have to wait and see. But Zizinho's been a player that's really impressed me over the last sort of year or so. I think he's come a long way, and he started as one of the young talents. And there's a lot of people from Brazil we've been talking about this year, and he's probably not been in the top echelon of the ones we have been talking about, just outside of it. I think that's started to change now, though, and I think he's definitely good enough.
All right, well, South America versus North America is coming up, so we're going to throw it over to Brandon and Richard who got the call of the game. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. And yes, as you said, it is an America's clash. North America against South America, United States of America against Brazil for our 3rd quarter-final. We've had 2 already, Richard. They've both gone to extra time.
Mental games so far, honestly, just extra time, drama, late goals, mistakes. I think the nerves and this sort of atmosphere is really playing into a number of the players' performances. Nightwatch openly came out and said that's the worst he's ever played at an event.
He still won.
And he still got through to the semi-finals. These 2 players that we're seeing right now, the sort of consistent performers. Joxan is the only real major FIFA 19 winner that we've got in this top 8 players here in Madrid. Paris Games Week won that event, first event of the year. FUT Champions Cup #1 in Bucharest. He lost in a cross-console final versus F2 Tex. He's been there, he's done it. He almost wrapped up grand finals after about 6 weeks of FIFA 19 being out.
We've been making the joke about, I think it was from January he could go on holiday because he got enough points. We were saying from our kind of predictions, obviously nothing is set in stone yet, but to get to this tournament, to get to the final of the eChampions League, there was lots of doubts about his ability. Has he fallen off, at a very competitive rate? Is he still the player he was?
The only reason the doubts about his performance was the simple fact that we'd not seen him. When you've not seen something for a while, you tend to forget about it. And that's simply what happened with Joxan. People didn't see him performing, they didn't see him making events because he wasn't trained to make events. The event that he came back into, Singapore, it was good, it wasn't great. It went out in the early knockout stages. After that, he's been on fire. And that win against MS Desari reignited Joxan's hype in the eChampions League.
Yeah, well, it was a round of 32 win against MS Desari, the current world champion of FIFA, obviously won the FIFA E-World Cup last year. And he had to go and play against Pap City, in which was a 9-8 victory for Joxan. A really incredible game. However, the player he's up against, Zizinho, he has a story to tell as well. Plays for Team Hullet. I'm sure he'll be using Hullet all throughout the competitive year as well. Such an influential icon, as you know, with the new squad rules for this tournament. Only 3 icons are allowed. If you didn't know already, it's Joxan from left to right in that Ajax strip. Or Zizinho from right to left in that white strip. It's going to be the first attack off the game. It is Ruud Hullet. Speaking of the devil.
Yeah, and you're seeing the early stages yet again. One player sort of taking the incentive in the early going. I expect Joksan maybe to keep hold of the ball for decent periods, feel himself into the game. He was nervous coming into this first round of the knockout in the quarterfinals. He said if he gets past that quarterfinal, he's backing himself to go on and win the eChampions League. It's as simple as that. Just gets past the first game.
Another chance for him now. Ronaldo went for the half turn. Could not turn around past Van Dijk though. Speaking of the icons that they have both used, you can see the free for Joksan, the standard, or you should say the book free of Hullet, Vieira and R9. We're used to seeing them, we're used to talking about them, and it's exactly the same on the other hand as well for Zizinho, who actually made the FIWC finals, as it was called, back in 2017. What a story he had as well from a very small town in Brazil. We were able to catch him in Los Angeles, in which he was in tears. He was in tears in Manchester when he qualified for this tournament.
In 2017, he was there. He was a much younger individual. He went with his mum at the time, and he just wasn't expecting to go on and be successful in FIFA. He qualified for the FIWC Grand Finals in 2017. Didn't play the best in London, but then in Manchester last year we saw a good performance from him at the Foot Champions Spring Cup. We then saw him in Singapore in March, really good performance there, making a console final versus Houston. And then in Manchester just topped it off, finished top 8, beating Footwiz Tom in the round of 16 and solidifying his place here in Madrid.
Yeah, he did indeed. Some of those names that could have been in this tournament. Some huge, huge names, and we know how Manchester went with the qualifiers. Some of the big names leaving the competition. That's 2 chances now for Zizinho that he's tried to whip in. A finesse back to goal. Time Green, kind of low driven as well. Both times it has been matched by the goalkeeper though. Pull it now into Mbappe. Oh no, and back to goal. Can he find anywhere?
Joksan's one of those players as well where he almost thrives under adversity. If you look back to Manchester and actually look into the games and really look at how the games went, it was a last-minute goal to win in his final Swiss round against Veni. He was then under the cosh, sort of trailing by 3 goals.
Second chance of asking, another save.
Versus Pap City in that round of 16 matchup. And he had to go all the way to penalty shootout. It was a penalty shootout versus Paps, which he did win the game in the end.
What I thought was crazy as well, as you've just pointed out, there's 3 players at this tournament that got out of Swiss with a 4-3 record. One of them is already in the semi-finals. That was New York City Chris. He was 3-0 then, went on a trail of losing games. It doesn't matter though. You're here in Madrid, you forget about that, and we saw how that game went. 4-3 win for New York City Chris. He's waiting to play either Marcuso or Lev Vinken. Whilst Nightwatch, I'm sure, is somewhere in this building, in this venue, watching this stream and thinking, who could I be up against in the semi-finals of the eChampions League? Because he will be facing up against one of these 2. In which you said he didn't have the biggest performance. Still got the job done though for him. Again, another narrow win. Ball comes in. Dealt with once again by Zizinho.
Like I said as well, congratulations to Joksan on the recent move to complexity.
Oh, that's a mistake. Roulette away from Neymar.
Yeah, just didn't need to execute the spin there. In all honesty, I think he was just looking to get away from his man and then look for a square ball across the box.
Mbappe, watch out for the cross. He's done so well to get past his man. Ronaldo's in there as well. Hullet had to get back and defend.
You're seeing there the different variations of the cross into the box after the skill move. We tend to see the El Tornado. On that occasion there, you saw the Balassi flick. Exactly the same execution, just holding R1 instead of using L1. Personally, for me, I think the Balassi flick, you get a better success rate. I feel like sometimes with the El Tornado, you can input it and it might not come off, or you might execute a different skill move instead. With the Balassi flick, it feels a lot more crisp when you're executing that up left motion, up right motion with the right analog stick.
Of course, as we went through, I'd probably say a patch of just tornado crosses, tornado finishes. Think back to Singapore when we saw Houston really thriving, using that kind of skill move.
Well, it's still effective in the game. There's no doubt about it. However,
like the cricketer. Obviously, it's not the same skill, don't get me wrong, but in a way that it can be efficient.
I would say players are just quicker to identify when a player's setting up for it, so they squeeze tighter to the players. Early doors, it were almost like you're going to do the El Tornado. You were expecting to shoot after it until people realised, oh God, this is actually really, really strong and this is really good. And this is something that I have to implement into my arsenal.
There is a free kick given away on the stroke of half-time. The added time of 2 minutes have been played. Ronaldo's going to pick it up short. Will there be a shot or at least a chance from this? Neymar tries to drop the shoulder. Ramos gets floored, and we go into half-time in this first leg. And once again, another tightly contested match, 0-0.
And you're seeing a number of different style of coaches, which I find really fascinating over the course of this event. They're going to play a lot more of an impactful role than what you're seeing at the eChampions League rather than a couple of other events that we've had this year. Half-time, they're in there talking. On one hand, you've got Mikhail, who's sort of a hype man, you'd say. That's how Joksan's described him. It gets him going. It gets him excited. It gets him playing with confidence.
We saw that in Manchester, yeah.
You're seeing a lot more tactical approach. How can you break down your opponent? Do you come in with a plan A, a plan B, a plan C, similar to what Team Bundle do? They'll have 6 or 7 different game plans which they can implement throughout the match.
It was something that could be talked about as well, Richard, that we used to talk about all the time back in FIFA 17. Is there a skill gap between the Americas scene, the European scene, and it was the rest of the world? I think that was something that was talked about quite a lot for the 3 North American players in the competition, saying that a lot of us are coming in as underdogs. You look at the season that Joksan's had. He's 5th in the Global Series rankings. He's picked up a Continental Cup victory. He's a PlayStation champion. Is it still even a debate?
I mean, it's a debate that will go on till the end of time.
Van Dijk! The first chance wasn't enough for an indicator of how close Joksan was to breaking the deadlock. The corner certainly was, just drifted in.
Just put it on the penalty spot. Sometimes it's as simple as that. Just put the ball in the box. Say to your centre half, say to your tall, tough players, just go and attack the ball. As we're talking about the skill gap in between different regions, I feel like for this event in particular, you can't really look at it because there are only 8 spots available. When you're looking, it's more along the lines of 64-man tournaments. At the playoffs, for example,
it's always the Germans coming out on top, the European scene.
You can have a slight more better justified approach to it.
I think I'm just saying it more in the way that it was just something that Joksan, he commented on in his interviews coming into this tournament. Said it a lot. We are a fantastic region when it comes to competitive FIFA. He wasn't involved in EMLS, but in the international scale, we've seen it from the likes of New York City Chris as well, that have been able to compete time after time. New York City Chris has played the most competitive FIFA within the Global Series this year, which just shows how many tournaments he has played in. As we approach the 60th minute mark in this first leg of our 3rd quarter-final live in Madrid for the eChampions League finals. Joksan currently 1-0 up against the Brazilian Zizinho. And it was a goal that came from a set piece. Van Dijk was able to beat his man in the air and smash that one into the back of the net. Can he extend that lead heading into the second leg?
I'll tell you what as well, in this arena right now, it is seriously hotting up in terms of the temperature, which is going to play another factor on the players themselves. You've got different situations that you have to deal with. The heat, the cameras, the lights, that's all going to add in to this sort of package.
And it's just the feel in Madrid at the moment as well, with the Champions League happening tomorrow.
It's an excitable place to be.
It's a really special place. And the journey that these players have had, the experiences they've been able to accumulate on the build-up to this tournament. Drops the shoulder, Mbappe. This is Zizinho now. Cricketer, ball across the 9! Just like that. You blink for a second. Cricketer. Next thing you know, it's in the back of the net, and Zizinho is straight back in this game.
And that's where that skill move just is so effective out wide, where you can adjust the direction in which you're willing to go. You can come inside, you can go on the outside, you can exit the skill move to a different way that you entered the skill move. Just simple ball across the box. R9 slots it home.
Min Song, first time we've been able to commentate on him so far. It seems Eusebio introduced as well. Min Song will be the out-and-out striker in the 4-2-3. Eusebio out on the left as well.
So you've seen all 3 changes made right there for Zizinho, with Eusebio out wide, Luka Modric as a right CDM, and then the team of the season, Min Song, up top. But you see, just attacking the byline, it's something that I talk about. I feel like every single event, if you can get to the byline and you can use that space, A, your opponent can't bring you down because you're going to get a penalty or it's going to go out for a corner. And B, if you can get to the byline and get that ball cut back, it's a certain goal.
It's a dangerous place to get, especially if you're someone that's trying to defend it. There is the risk of giving away a penalty, or as you said, scoring a goal just like Zizinho did. And every single game just seems to be so tightly contested so far.
Once again, you're saying Eder Militao in at right back.
Played left back earlier, centre back probably for a few players. Pull it on the edge of the box. R9, the goal scorer of the first, will look for a second. It rebounds off Hullet, who's offside, unfortunately. And possession will change hands. Zizinho getting us underway from this free kick. 20 minutes or just so left in this first leg, and once again, we are so tightly contested.
I like that there, just from Zizinho. He pressed L1 and forced R9 to make that run in behind. I don't think he ever had any incentive to pass the ball to R9, but just making the run pulled away the centre half from it, and it opened up the space for Son to move into. Other little intricacies, bringing players short with R1, sending players long with L1.
He has got the likes of Eusebio on the far hand side. Modric is fresh as well, that team of the year. Fired to me, he's just recently been introduced. R9 will stop and turn. David Hay gets up. Wow, he got away with that one.
For a second, I thought that ball was going to bounce off him and just roll into the back of the net.
Kind of got stuck under his thigh, the defender came and just hooked it out.
Recently, we've seen a number of different goalkeepers used for players. Seems like this event, it's either pretty much 7 out of 8 for David De Gea, and then so Courtois in use earlier.
It's been the Champions League David De Gea as well that we've seen.
Yeah, it's an easy way of getting one of your Champions League players out almost, and getting it down to only 2 Champions League players. You use Ronaldo, that's 1 less rating. You've only got 1 Champions League player then that's going to weaken your squad. A lot of people using the Van Dijk, the 93.
Oh, back to goal.
Champions League Van Dijk
at the shot
instead of the Player of the Year.
I've also seen the likes of Neymar be used as well by a few players. Another pause now. This is Joksan's team we're looking at, who's, I think, only made 1 sub so far, which is Messi. He's in that cam role at the moment in the 4-2-3-1. He has got the likes of Modric, Royce, Havertz on the bench, who was a hero for Night Watch.
I'm just looking at his team there, and De Gea, Ronaldo. I'm not sure who the other Champions League player is there on Joksan's team. He's got R9 up top.
Might just be able to see it again if he switches back. He's looking at Zizinho's team at the moment, but we're down on the substitutes list. If he could switch back, give us a second though.
99 Messi, the team of the year. 97 Mbappe, the team of the year. 98 Ronaldo is one of the Champions League players. He's got the 3 icons in R9, Hullet and Vieira. Alex Telles is the team of the season. 96 Van Dijk is the player of the year. Varane. Interesting.
He's in that team as well. As we said, there are rules in place that if you do sub off an icon has to come on. Exact same story with a Champions League variant. And obviously, one of those other Champions League players making up his team is Van Dijk, as you pointed out, Richard. Some players liking to go towards him as a safe option. He's got quite a few for items now. Team of the year, team of the season, player of the year. Throw on a Champions League one as well, because if you didn't know already, as these players will continue to get better for their clubs in the competition, the likes of Spurs and Liverpool, they're going to be some of the best players to use. Hence why we've even seen the likes of Min Song involved.
Yeah, 100%. Son, very, very good off the bench as well. That team of the season, Son. It's very similar to Eusebio in the way that he plays. 5-star weak foot, 4-star skill moves. Rapid off the ball as well.
Well, it's a Modric back to goal. There's Min Song. He's going to be involved in Eusebio with a weak effort at goal. That's not going to be troubling anyone. Added time to come now. Probably of 2 minutes. There we go, in front of us. I'm sure this one might just close out as a 1-1 from our first leg, and
Again, another draw.
Yeah, the first leg seems to be the contested ties. Well, every single game has only been won by a goal. Alan Avi against Nightwatch, Rafsu against New York City Chris. It's all by a goal. No one's running away with any games at the moment, and that's full time in this first leg of our third quarter-final of the Champions League. And it's going to be a 1-1 scoreline. This is when your coaches come in. And what would your coaches be saying to you?
Yeah, this is the important bit, really. You get about 2 minutes, I'd say, in between the legs. It's where you get in. What did you feel were going well for you? What did you feel were going wrong for you? Can we address any issues after that first leg? This is the sort of the moment where the coaches earn their money, you'd say. We saw it in the past. We saw it in Singapore perfectly. Tex was in the console final against Resende, and they were losing after the first leg. Enzo, who was coaching him at that event, the Roma Fnatic coach, he said, take first-time shots. He's not moving his goalkeeper that well. What happened? Tex, in 45 minutes, he'd scored 3 first-time shots from the outside of the box.
Some of the highlights there, and fantastic information about how coaches can be influential, Richard. And every coach has a different style. You saw Mikel there when Joksan scored, a huge roar behind him. He's a hype coach. That's exactly what he does. But that will, of course, conclude the first leg of this one. We are going to throw it over to Rachel and Kyle now, who are actually, you could say, pitch side at the moment.
I know, I feel actually a little bit too close for comfort. They're literally behind me. That's why I'm speaking a little bit quieter. But it's great being here because you really get the emotion. But Zizinho, Carl, is cool as you like. Celebrated there with a fist pump just to equalise. But I'm sure if he goes to semi-finals, he will be the one showing all the emotion. Because if you remember back in Manchester, he was the one that FaceTimed his parents and the pet, and they were crying. The emotions were wild. But he's just so excited to be here, Carl, isn't he?
He definitely is excited. He's been posting all over his social media about the amazing experience that it is being part of the first eChampions League. And you can see right there all the gifts that these guys got. The bag, the suit, unbelievable. He says, awesome gifts, thanks at Champions League, at EA Sports, FIFA. And you can see the star eyes and the love heart eyes right there. I'm very jealous of the suits because they look super dapper. However, he's also put a picture up of the tracksuit that we've got as well, so we can look as cool as all of these competitors.
They are spoiled, but rightly so, because they are the top 8 in the world here at the first ever eChampions Leagues. But guys, it's back to you for this second leg. We can't wait.
Yes, guys, thank you very much for that. And, we're feeling the heat in the commentary booth. These guys are right next to the action. They can hear all the rules. All the goals go in. And did you see the kind of care packages they got? eChampions League gifts.
Did you get one?
I didn't get one. Did you?
No.
I was jealous, though. Did you see bags, watches, suits? We could do with a new one.
It was nice. It was a nice package. But it was deserved.
Of course. There's only 8 players to do it out of the thousands.
Champions League, do you know what I mean? You expect that sort of treatment coming. You've guaranteed yourself a Champions League ticket. Who's going to be walking away with $100,000? By the end of play today, we'll have found our winner of the inaugural eChampions League. It's going to be top draw.
I don't know if you remember back in Paris for Joksan, part of his prize was winning Champions League tickets. So he's in a position where if he wins, he's already got a ticket. He's going to be giving them out. Do you want a ticket?
Mikhail,
Champions League final?
Who wants a ticket? I've got tickets to go.
Because he won that prize. He won the first tournament of the year. It was the first LQE of the Global Series. He came out running right at the beginning, or right at the end of October, I should say. And once again, he set the kind of mark for competitive FIFA. He went top of the Global Series rankings. Obviously, it's all about rankings this year. It's all about Global Series ranking points.
He set the bar very high for the PlayStation. And I feel like in sort of October, November, going into December, he was high. And nobody could really touch him on the PlayStation. He then took the break, a deserved break, to study on his college and his studies. He's then come back and he said, I'm still there. People just not seen me. And right now, he's chipping away at that, you could say, best player of FIFA 19. I'd say he's definitely up there. I think Tex is probably leading the line for the best player of FIFA 19, sort of as a season. Obviously, we can't know until the grand finals roll around. But going into the playoffs, he's going to be one to watch. He's going to be feared, is Joksan.
Yeah, especially, and as you said about Joksan, people saying, is he up to the job? Can he do it or not? I've actually got a very small VT of why he thinks he can win the eChampions League.
I deserve to be the first ECL champion because I had a really tough route. I had to beat the world champion in round 32, and in the round of 16 I was down 4-1 and I had to come back to win penalties. I haven't prepared myself differently, just continue being myself, just chill.
Oh, well, there you go. You heard it from Joksan, very short and sweet in the end, even caught us off guard. But
anyone can win this tournament. 100%. We've seen it from how tight these games have been. One mistake, one bit of class in some aspects can be the difference. We saw it with Havertz for Dr. Nightwatch. Go back a few weeks, he was not even in the conversation of being in that team.
Do you know why? He wasn't even in the game. He's only been out
true.
like a week.
But we saw him in the virtual Bundesliga.
We saw him in the virtual Bundesliga as the player of the month, Havertz, and then we've seen the team of the season, Havertz, front and centre, you'd say, at the eChampions League. Danny da Costa, I can see probably coming in at right back a little bit as well, the German fullback. These squad rules have sort of added a different dynamic to the entirety of this tournament, Brandon, and I look forward to seeing what coming forward in the last quarterfinal that we're going to have between Marcuso and Lev, are they going to be doing in terms of their squads?
Exactly that. Well, as you said, there was a number of squad rules on this tournament. And let's have a look at a small VT from Cezinho.
My most important player pick, it was Ruud Gullit. He can play every position and he's the best defensive midfielder. And I think this is the most important position on the pitch, so that's why.
Well, that's an interesting one because you would probably want to be saying nice things about your manager in Ruud Gullit. He is your manager, but he is so good in competitive FIFA.
It's to be expected, really, isn't it? It seems we've had competitive FIFA on Ultimate Team as FIFA Ultimate Team since FIFA 17. I don't think there's ever been an event where Ruud Gullit's not been in the squad. FIFA 17, our first event in Berlin, he was front and centre. FIFA 18, he was there. I remember the goal that Gorilla scored with him in FIFA 17 at the
so good,
FIWC Grand Finals against Dito, and he sort of pointed to him in the crowd. It's fantastic, and we're seeing what Ruud Gullit is all about, that prime icon moments. Ruud Gullit, 4-star skills, 5-star weak foot, unbelievably well-rounded. I think he's got about 2,700 in-game stats. That's pretty much perfect in every single aspect. Shooting, reactions, stamina, heading accuracy. He's 6'3". He's unbelievable in every aspect. We've seen him play from cam to left back. Anywhere on the pitch, he can do a job.
I think I remember as well his lowest stat. I think it was slide tackling, wasn't it?
Yeah, like 77 slide tackling.
Yeah, 77, 76 it was. And to be that good with that, overall statistics as a player, 6'3". Last year we saw him attack a little bit more. I'd like to say, like he was scoring goals from the edge of the box back in the playoffs. I remember in Amsterdam. This year he's more get the ball down, break up, then he'll release it.
I'll tell you who's sort of equal or getting towards that level. That team of the season, Leon Goretzka. For me, I think him alongside Ruud Gullit as a 2DM sort of formation, that will be probably the best thing going forward. I think attacking and on the ball, Goretzka's a lot better than Vieira, but Vieira just offers you that defensiveness that Goretzka can't. It's a great debate about your centre mid, CDM, who you want in that role.
I think as well what's great is that you've spoke about is that, ever since EA really got behind competitive FIFA, it's been the story of Vieira and Gullit. More so Gullit.
Yeah.
Of the players that have been a staple in competitive FIFA. They've been part of these teams. You look at the icon list that you want, it's going to be Gullit up there, number one, Vieira in second, then this year you look at maybe R9 has to be there, Eusebio, yeah. And then
We've seen Rio
the list goes on, but at the beginning of the year, it was Maldini, it was Rio Ferdinand involved. Rafsu used Rio Ferdinand just a game ago.
And he went out, so he can't.
It was a tight game though, Rich.
Yeah,
it was a tight game, and he's in there for a reason.
The moments that got released spiced it up so much because you saw the likes of Johan Cruyff, you saw the likes of Eusebio, even R9 to some aspect. When the Team of the Year players were released, they took a little bit of a back seat, and some of those icons got completely booted out of the car. Whereas now, with the moments that came in, they have got back in, and they are pretty much the players that you build your team around. I imagine when a pro's building their team, the first players they put in, Vieira, Gullit, as your two centre mids, and then you build it around it. You put CR7 in, you put Team of the Year Mbappe in, and then you have those roles that are a little bit variable. Your right back, your left back, your goalkeeper. They're the roles that could change up.
Well, here we go then. The second leg of our third quarter-final here in Madrid for the eChampions League finals. Cezinho against Joxan. This America's clash, South America against North America. And currently, this game sits in the best way possible. 1-1 the scoreline. It was a header from Virgil van Dijk. And it was shortly capitalised on straight back down the other end by Cezinho.
It's a nice ball over the top.
Cezinho kicking from left to right in this white strip. He's going to pick it up with Cristiano Ronaldo on this right-hand side. A man you'd probably want in the box. He's down that byline, though, that really dangerous area as far as Ruud Gullit. The man is manager, and probably could have been a hero if that went him.
I like the little build-up play on the edge of the box as over Ronaldo. Direct.
There's Hullet. And there he is again! The manager of Zizinho steps up and volleys it into the roof of the net.
Yes, beautiful swivel strike there from Ruud Gullit. Really, really great finish from the Dutch icon.
Credit where it's due as well to Van Dijk. He did something there just to get in the way. And he just did enough to open up a pocket of space for it, just to pivot and smash that into the roof of the net to give him the lead for the first time in this tie.
Advantage Zizinho in this second leg. Every single match in this eChampions League has been up in the air until there's been one little bit of class, one little mistake. We saw it in the Rafsu Chris game. We saw it in the Nightwatch Alan Avi game. Late goals.
There's one man that can come back with his back against the wall. It's Joksan. We saw it not 2 or 3 times, even more so in Manchester with some of his results. Even the game against Papsity, at one point he was 3-0 down in one of those legs. Pulled it back and did enough to send himself here to the Champions League final. Zizinho's got other ideas though. This is class from Mbappe. It does go out for a corner.
Zizinho's starting to tick right now, and I tell you, it's a dangerous, dangerous place to be if you're against him.
It's getting into like Singapore kind of drive that we saw him in.
He's pressing when he does play at the very best level. He's so good. He doesn't give you any time on the ball. His right stick switching, some of the best that I've seen, in all honesty.
Oh, this is great. Pull it now. He nearly scored an equaliser down the other end. We've been talking about him in the interval between both of these games of how good that prime icon moment is. 6'3" and so good. I was speaking about being defensively going forward. He's actually surprised me. He was always in the conversation, but I never really saw him score many goals. Players more happy to lay it off to the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo's R9s. Here's Joksan now. Watch out for that run of Cristiano Ronaldo. Don't think Vieira's going to make an overlap. I'll be surprised if he does. R9 heel to heel. Flicks it up perfectly and plays it straight into the hands of David De Gea. Not going to be troubling the
Passing
Spaniard.
accuracy early doors, 97% for Joksan on the ball. Unfortunately, he's not been able to turn that high percentage passing accuracy into anything clear cut as of yet, but plenty of time left to play. Sergio Ramos is so good defensively.
Well, I know that his Team of the Year iron was just dropped to everybody watching in the chat. He's so good, isn't he, at the back? He can fill in at right back if you want him to as well. It's kind of just become a thing this year. Started off as something that was questioned, and now he's at right back, what it seems every single tournament or every single game. But in this one, he has been playing centre half as well. Speaking of the devil, there he is on the ball. He's going to fall back to Hullet, the goal scorer of the only goal in this second leg. Ronaldo nearly into Neymar.
Thought for a second he'd stole that off his toe.
Nearly just enough to lock onto that and maybe chip it over. The goalkeeper that couldn't do anything about it. Ronaldo, a few step overs to pull away from his man. Does well. Lays it back to Ramos, who decides not to cross it. Interchanges quickly with Vieira, back to Hullet. That's a great ball over. You saw the idea. You can just see Mikel over Joksan's shoulder as well. The big come on, get your head in the game.
Switch on.
It's too easy.
You've not come all the way to Madrid to got knocked out in the quarter-finals.
Neymar from distance.
Any sort of goalkeeper movement, that's flying in the back of the net.
Ronaldo's in there as well. And a big hoof from R9.
Alex Telles.
And I think there's something wrong with his control of that.
He brought that down like he's on...
Tell you what, though, he's won a free kick back to goal there, Alex Telles. Just get your body up, try and win something out of it, and he's done exactly that.
He's doing on the showboat with a touch like that. Unbelievable composure from Alex Telles there, but 2-1. Zizinho with that early goal. Joksan's starting to build into the game, and that sort of shout from your coach just saying, focus, come on. I think I think Joksan relishes off that a little bit.
I think I loved what you said as well about you've come all this way to compete. New York City Chris, when we spoke to him on the couch, and when I was on there, I said, congratulations, and he just kind of went, I didn't come here to
lose.
Obviously, no one comes here to lose, but I didn't come all this way to go and lose my first game. Winning the first game was everything for me. All the preparation, it's over 30 days since Manchester. You've got time to prepare for it. It's 2 legs of FIFA, but as we know, it can go any way. It's not swish, you haven't got backups. It's an aggregate scoreline in a knockout match.
I mean, in reality, you win 3 games and you win. That's it. You win 3 matches of FIFA.
You can't break it down like that, yeah.
It sounds so simple, but 3 games and you win $100,000. You win a VIP MasterCard exclusive, unbelievable,
amazing.
Too many adjectives to call it, package for you and your guest here at the eChampions League for the Champions League. It's once in a lifetime opportunity for these 8 players, and who's it going to be? We've had 2 eliminated so far. The 3rd eliminated. Joksan, as it stands, will be going out.
Yeah, exactly that. And this will be whoever will play Nightwatch in the semi-final stages. If you don't know what they're playing for as well, $15,000 they got just for coming to this tournament. You get into the semis, you go into 30K, then it goes up and up and up. And let's just talk $100,000. It's not a prize pot, it's to the winner.
It's a lot of money.
$100,000. That trophy, I'm sure people have seen it enough, it's incredible. You'll be the first name on that trophy.
And let's not forget, 850 Global Series ranking points, which could be the difference for Nightwatch between having an average playoffs and not making Grand Final and having an average playoffs and making Grand Final. That's how clutch this tournament could be for the Bulgarian, but fantastic tournament so far. We've had unbelievable games. In reality,
so good.
The Rafsu New York City Chris game, the first game of the day, I thought we were going to go to penalty shootout. We've had drama, we've had tension. This room right now, if I could get a knife out, even a plastic knife, I'd be cutting it. Because the tension is palpable here in Madrid.
I think more to say it's hot in here. It's getting hot.
Yeah,
outside, it's about 30 degrees as well, so there's kind of nowhere to escape. And I'm sure the FIFA will just continue to hot up as well throughout today in the knockout stage of the eChampions League. Obviously, good luck with those rewards, those drops that I'm sure will be continued throughout the stream. Ramos, though, you spoke about him, incredible player. Speak about the rules. For us, it's great to talk about the rules for the teams. They've got 3 icons. They've got 3 Champions League for items that they have to use as well. From a commentary perspective, it's fantastic to build these stories that we're able to say, why has he chosen him? What's he missing out on with that player?
It really is, and that's sort of the difference between going out in the quarterfinals and making the semi-finals. Speaking of the further sort of bracket that we could talk about here at the eChampions League, let's have a look at how the teams are going to match up against each other in the bracket play going into the semi-finals. We know that in the quarterfinal, we had Rafsu, we had New York City Chris, and then going into the semi-finals, the winner of this game plays the winner of Nightwatch versus Alanavi.
Well, we are back into this match now, but we'll give you a bracket after this match has finished. But as you said, Richard, whoever wins this will play against Nightwatch. That's a mistake there, Joksan. This is a golden opportunity. Saved by the feet of De Gea. I have no idea what Zizinho's just done there. He just played it to the feet of R9. It was a one-on-one.
They're the sort of opportunities that you go to bed dreaming about. He timed it green. And the goalkeeper bailed out Zizinho right there.
Unbelievable chance for Joksan. He won't be getting one of them again. Tellez, he's out of position. Ronaldo will link up with Neymar. Watch out for Joksan. I'm sure in that short interval he's just been fired up by his coach, Mikel. You don't travel all these 1,000 miles, and it was great to speak to Zizinho actually after Singapore, just to put into context the amount of travelling some of these players have to do to get to Singapore, especially for Zizinho as well. I was having a chat with him. He said he had to fly over to Brazil, then he had to get a bus, then he had to get a train on top of that. All for the love of competitive FIFA, and he's deserved to be at this eChampions League final as he comes forward. Now R9 will score again. It's deja vu with that finish. Down the byline, play it back across, and R9 will step up again. The first time, I think, in all of our quarterfinals, there has been a 2-goal advantage.
Again, attacking the byline, heel to heel out of his feet, and you thought that was sort of it, the skill move, but he executed the La Croqueta further into the byline. Because of how that skill move, you do come out of it and you do execute it, you can sort of really dribble on the byline itself. Simple cutback, R9's not missing from 3 yards out. I'm not missing from that far out. 3-1 advantage for Zizinho. 45 minutes. Joksan has been in this position before. He's turned it around before. But is this one step too far?
As you can see, Zizinho, they're having a chat with his coach. How do I just keep my head? 45 minutes left. It doesn't sound like a long time when you talk about a game of FIFA, but trust me, with the what's on the line, shaking, drinking his water bottle there for Zizinho. This is how big of a game. It's a $15,000 game, this is. It gets you more Global Series ranking points. It gets you a step closer to picking up that trophy. You can't imagine being there, watching from home. Everyone can say, oh, I can do this, I can do that. To be in that position now. We had a game on that, me and you, the other day, and I even felt the nerves.
Yeah, 100%. You feel the tension. It's sort of, that's why it's so fascinating to watch the very best players who just go about the business like nothing's happening. People who can just relish the opportunity. I feel like people like Desari, the players who have won major championships in the past, Desari, Tex, August Rosemeyer. These players, they look like they're not feeling the nerves. They almost eat the nerves up and it turns into excitement and you're just eager to play. I've not seen any of the 6 players we've seen so far at the eChampions League have that reaction. They've all looked tentative to me. It's to be expected.
Well, for a lot of them, it's the biggest tournament they've ever played in.
Yep.
$100,000 to the winner of the eChampions League final. Such a special tournament in Madrid as well, the day before the Champions League final. Can Joksan pull out a Champions League miracle?
Another
3-1 down at the moment.
Big clap from Mikel.
Just to try and get him going. R9 now for Joksan. Lovely ball inside, Mbappe! Furious with his effort. It was Ty Green. It took a wicked deflection, hence why it's been given as a corner. Varane into Ronaldo. Oh, yes! Maybe he's back.
That's exactly what he needed. He needed a quick reply. Half's the deficit. 5 minutes after the get-go. After the restart in the second half. Ronaldo just teasing it off the post. Into that bottom left corner. He guided it like a missile. 1 goal game right now.
Don't know if you noticed anything as well. Joksan had his headset on in that first game. It's off now.
Off, yep.
You can hear everything that Mikel's saying to him. All the roars, all the shouts of his coach has been next to him throughout all of this competitive year. Expect an incredible second half of the second leg now. If Zizinho had nerves before this second half, he's got even more now. You think when you're 2 goals up, you don't want to concede to at least the 80th minute, just so you've got 10 minutes to hold out a 1-0 result. Now that's changed. Zizinho needs to build on this result. Build on it, get another goal, down the byline again, looks for R9 again, fake shot inside, tries to play the one more to Neymar.
Bouncing around the box.
He's been so good though, Richard, getting down the byline as you mentioned. Yeah. Such a dangerous area.
Didn't know where that ball was going to end up, like a pinball machine. But every single little deflection, every single touch, Van Dijk bundling over the ball. It's all heightened right now. The senses are heightened.
Neymar to Hullet. A few 1-2s between the two as far as Mbappe. Fake shot inside. Will he do well to get around his man? Oh.
What a save.
It was a big save. He's gone out for a corner. David De Gea. I think he got a hand on that or something.
Yeah, just making himself big right there. David De Gea, and now we're seeing Zizinho's changes that he's bringing on. Team of the Year Neymar off and Heung-min Son coming on. Then brought Eusebio on also. So a couple of changes for the Brazilian.
Well then, 30 minutes left. Zizinho with a chance. As Heung-min Son is introduced. Ronaldo's in there. And it's safely headed away. Here's Zizinho again. Eusebio, he's fresh! And sometimes that's all you need. The perfect substitution for the Brazilian. And it will be the Portuguese icon to extend his lead back to 2 goals again. Just like that.
2 touches. That's all someone of Eusebio and Zizinho's quality needs. Out of his feet, smashes it home.
And
once
that's
again,
when you get Modric on.
once again, reinstating that 2-goal cushion. The man right there in the background, that's who the winner of this match will be playing.
Do not forget as well, there is one more quarter-final up after this one. Lev Vinken, recently just signed for Makers, up against North Marcuso. The La Croqueta King, coached by August Rosamai. We're just speaking about him, actually. He's at the venue. He was coaching him in Manchester. Teammates with him at North as well. Here's Joksan Eusebio down the other end. Fancy to go. Fortunately, it was deflected. There's still a lot of time left in this game. Messi does win a free kick on the edge of the box. Ronaldo with that usual free kick stance. Oh, that's an awful layoff. He's got lucky though. It's fallen back to Eusebio for a second bite of the cherry. Alex Telles into Messi. Everybody's back though for Zizinho.
The ball
needs to get
no one keeping hold of the ball right now. It's turning over at every single opportunity. That's nice. Just a long ball down the line.
Wow, Ronaldo's there.
For me, you don't have to cross that in. You're leading by 2 goals. You've got 20 minutes on the clock. If he takes it into the corner, not keep the ball as such, but just don't waste it straight away. That cross into the box, the percentage of scoring from that, you're pretty much crossing to the edge of the box. Yes, Ronaldo is superhuman in the air, but it's not a good opportunity to waste, really.
You would think that if Joksan can get himself another goal, Zizinho can get himself another goal, it would be game over, or if Joksan does that, it just spices things up a little bit more.
This game is far from over. Do not go anywhere.
Through the legs of Van Dijk, no one's stopping that. It just nestles into the right bottom corner, past David Gea. And there's still, what, just over 15 in-game minutes left? There's only a goal behind.
The best finisher, for a lot of people's opinion, on the game. Moments Eusebio. He's been the catalyst, really, in this second half for both of these two players. Scoring goals to extend the league and then half the lead, retrospectively.
Ramos. Back to Modric. As this seesaw just keeps on moving up and down on both sides. Min Song, who will be taking the shot or the chance? Alex Telles just stood in the way of Ronaldo. Watch out on that through ball. Ronaldo's making it. You can see number 10 on your screen in that Ajax shirt.
Didn't want to rush the chance. I like that.
There's Ronaldo in the box. Eusebio's there. Eusebio gets round him to the back post for Messi. Oh, wow! The eChampions League delivers once again in Madrid. Never write off anyone in this tournament.
Never write off Joksan. It could be 17-0 down. He's still bringing it back. Him and Mikel.
And who is it, Richard? What's it about Messi?
What a team.
Champions League, eChampions League. He was the man in Manchester. He scored a header. He had time at the back post. I have no idea. David Gea, I think he's tried to say it with his head.
The thing is, there's enough time left in this game for this to go full circle. And for Joksan to win this game in 90 minutes. Zizinho is so under the cosh right now, it's actually unbelievable. He's got a mountain on top of him in the form of Joksan. He's 10 minutes away, 15 minutes away from cruising through with the best goal advantage that we've seen in the quarterfinals. In 10 minutes, he scores 2 goals, and it's 4-4.
It's twice when he was 2 goals up in an advantage of 2-0 on 2 occasions, but the nerves that this competition is delivering, wow.
Does that man look phased?
Do you back yourself mentally? You've got to go and back yourself again. You are 2 goals up, then you concede, then you're 2 goals up, then you concede 2. On an aggregate, we're at 4-4 again.
99. Champions League, team of the tournament, Lionel Messi.
I'm not sure if it's a requirement for every quarterfinal to go into extra time, because it just seems that way at the moment. Just over 5 minutes left. One more twist in the tail, a bit of class from somebody to send you into a semi-final. Back to goal. Oh no!
I thought it had gone in.
The Brazilian icon could have nearly sent for the Brazilian FIFA player.
9 times out of 10, that goes in near post. The animation was right.
Just brushed past the side netting. Nothing more than that.
I thought Manchester was hectic and drama-filled.
We haven't even hit semi-finals yet, Richard.
We ain't seen nothing yet.
The eChampions League, it came out when it was announced and everybody was talking about it, this prestige tournament, $100,000 on the line. You looked at it then and went, wow, this is going to be special. And
Joksan's waiting for the last chance of the game. We saw it against Veni in the Swiss round.
Make sure that I have the last chance in a match. Make sure I give my opponent no chance.
This is it. As soon as that second minute hits, he's going to go forward.
Well, he needs to now. What's he looking for? He switched over again there from left to right. Does he want to go to extra time? It looks like he's going to be going that way. Unless he believes that, no. For me, when it hits 2 minutes, get forward.
I get why you do it. I 100% get why you wait for the last chance of the game. But if I'm in the 88th minute and I've got a potential going forward with a fullback, I'm taking it. I'm going forward.
Yeah, you've got to.
Because even if you score in the 90th and there's 3 added minutes going on, you've still just got, you just defend one attack. Just defend one attack, you win the game. You're taking the risk of waiting and delaying and delaying.
It surprised me.
It's just something that
we expect him to go forward with what, a minute and 10 seconds left, if that. He was happy. Maybe he feels that he wants to go to extra time for the 30 minutes that he has of trying to break down the Brazilian of Zezinho. Here we go, then extra time for a 3rd time today in our 3rd quarter-final. 2 halves of 15 in-game minutes with Zezinho getting us underway. Heung-min Son just lofting that in the box to Ronaldo. Modric, Hullet, not again. He's already scored 1 in this game.
Big free kick there on the edge. I think Messi was actually the perpetrator there. Let's have a direct shot.
Maybe a direct shot from here, but he's got...
I think it's going to be.
Heung-min Son running over it. Hullet's there as well. Hullet takes it! Hullet will score! We rarely ever see a direct shot. Everybody asks why. And it's in moments like that where you can be unpredictable. Somehow it found a gap in the wall, and he can point to Ruud Hullet on his shirt because he is a hero right now.
And do you know what it is? Joksan's pulled men out of the wall. He's expecting a layoff. It's just, it's almost human nature to expect the layoff at an event. The only players that I can really think shoot directly from free kicks, I know #Ryan likes a direct free kick. Ajax Danny, I saw him score a couple in Bucharest at the LQE the last time out. Apart from that, I'm racking my brain. Not a lot of people are shooting from free kicks. As soon as he pulled them 2 men out of the wall, there was so much room from that close in. All you've got to do is get it on target. Ruud Hullet over it. Power the free kick.
Ruud Hullet's on for a hat-trick
on the floor. And I tell you what, Zezinho, we thought that it were going Joksan's way. We thought the tables had turned. We thought the pendulum had swung in the North American's way.
Come back to South America now. It's swung back the other way as he leads
in control.
Goals to 4, Richard, after the free kick. As we said, we never usually see a direct free kick, especially. Look at him shaking. Zezinho shaking there. As we're waiting just to get back into this game straight away. And this break of a few seconds or even a minute could be huge for Joksan just to get his mental state back together once again. He's been, behind 2 goals at a time?
On two different occasions.
And to have that mental strength to bounce yourself back and to score the 2 goals, to get himself to extra time. He did it in Manchester 2 times, 3 times. I don't even know why I'm surprised. You said it perfectly when he scored. You know, you over-exaggerated a bit, but 17-0 down, I'm sure he won't definitely come back on that. Incredible stuff. And what's he thinking now? What can he do? Is Mikel got any words of wisdom for him in these last few minutes? Can he get himself a goal back? Will we see our first penalty shootout?
So what I'm hearing right now is we are checking the substitutions between the 2 players. The admin's in there checking to see, have we got 3 icons on the pitch for Zezinho? Do we have 3 icons? Do we have 3 Champions League variant players on the pitch for Zezinho? That's why this sort of break in between the goal and the restart has taken so long. It sounds like we are back underway in this matchup.
If you are wondering what we are talking about, the squad rules in place for this eChampions League tournament. You must have 3 icons in use and 3 Champions League items on the pitch at all times. If you want to sub one, you have to sub an icon on for an icon, and a Champions League item for a Champions League item. You get the gist. All seems good here, though. Thumbs up from the admins. And Zizinho leads by 5 goals to 4. Ruud Gullit, who else to score a free kick? Ronaldo back to Vieira. It's going to be Modric that stands in the way, who was introduced just, 10 minutes before the end of this game. Is Heung-min Son on side?
Yep.
I think he might be. He's fresh as well, pretty fresh. Eusebio's also fresh. One more goal would probably do it, but
that's what Van Dijk's so good at. Right place, right time. Taking the ball off his toe.
Joksam has got his back against the wall once again. But the North American FIFA player just seems like he can always bounce back.
He's come a long way, the goalie.
Went for it in the air. David Gea went with 2 hands and just punched it away. There's Gullit. What's the run? I think Mbappe made it. But everybody back for Zizinho. We're nearly at half-time in extra time. Look at that run from R9. The Brazilian to be a hero for Zizinho! Is that enough?
R9! You saw the space just open up. There's an ocean for R9 to run into. That's what happens when you're trailing in the game in extra time. You have to go attacking. That's what Joksan did, and back to a 2-goal deficit. R9 slotting past the goalkeeper, 15 minutes left to play.
The only positive is that he's going straight into a pause now where he's got the opportunity to maybe go 3 at the back, or maybe really just go out for this game now, as he's got 15 minutes left to once again come back with a killer blow and try to get 2 goals to put a 6-6 on aggregate. It's a huge ask, but you can't write off this man. You really can't. Zizinho, though, what a story. The R9 icon stepping up, the Brazilian hero, scoring a goal for the Brazilian FIFA player. Eusebio, deflection, it's Pele on as well. And in half-time and extra time, this is how it looks at the moment. 5 goals to 3 in this game. 1-1 was the score in the first leg, so 6 goals to 4. Zizinho currently leads. Can he hold on to a 2-goal lead with 15 minutes left? You've got to think so, but it's so unpredictable.
Yeah, you'd be a fool to predict the outcome of any of these matchups before the game starts. Even while the game's taking place, it's so hard to call who's going to be a winner, who's going to be a loser. Here at the eChampions League, it's so evenly matched in every single game. There's a reason that we've gone to extra time in all the quarterfinals so far. It's the smallest of margins.
Well, it's Pele that's been introduced. I think he might have been introduced in extra time as well, because he is full of energy. First time I've actually seen him in use today. Pele now on the edge of the box, another Brazilian that could step up and score a huge goal, or at least impact on this match. Eusebio's made that run once again. This is where it could all go downhill for Joksan. R9, he's inside a drag back scoop turn, and just like that, simplifying it, making it look so easy. He will be in the semi-finals, and he will be up against Dr. Nightwatch. How about that one for an eChampions League semi-final?
Composure, calmness, personified right there in that goal. He had the pass, he could have played it one more. He just kept his cool. Little drag back into a scoop turn. R9, finesse past the goalkeeper. 7 goals to 4. Zizinho leads, and what a second leg we've had.
So good, and for Zizinho to pull himself up again. After going 2 goals up on 2 occasions, he threw away that lead, came into extra time, and the attitude that he's been able to show has been second to none. 7-4 he leads in front, 3 goals in front, the biggest of scorelines we've seen in all our quarterfinals. And just minutes away from guaranteeing himself another $15,000. Some more Global Series ranking points and a spot in the last 4 of this unique competition called the eChampions League. Another incredible quarterfinal, Richard.
The referee has indicated there will be a minimum
so good.
2 minutes.
Yeah, what an unbelievable set of quarterfinals that we've had so far. It's been everything that we expected here in Madrid. And Zizinho looking to extend his lead yet again. 7-4 on aggregate.
A consolation, if anything, for Joksan now. Then Mbappe, Ramos does the job, and that is game over. It will be Zizinho in the semi-finals. He will be in the last 4. 7 goals to 4, and once again, we had to go to extra time.
And Team Hullet beating Complexity. Joksan right there. You see him pointing to the badge. He plays for that team. He plays for his nation of Brazil. And now he's going to be playing against Nightwatch in the semi-finals. That's such a tantalizing game.
And who was it as well that scored some of these big goals? R9 stepping up, scoring the big goals. And here's the story of this second leg. As you see, it was so tightly contested. Messi, of all people.
We thought that Joksan were going to turn this game around. When we went from 4-2 to 4-4, that free kick right there sort of set the wheels in motion for the capitulation, you could say, of Joksan, but also the congratulations story of Zizinho. And who else but R9, the Brazilian icon, doing it for the sole Brazilian player in this tournament.
Amazing story indeed, Richard, and he will be in the semi-finals up against Dr. Nightwatch. Obviously, we've only got one more quarter-final left. Lev Vinken, of course, up against Marcuso to decide who will be in the last 4. But overall, Richard, fantastic quarter-final once again.
Every single quarter-final has lived up to expectation, whether it be a tight game and it's going all the way. We think a penalty shootout, and then a little bit of drama, a little bit of magic. In that game, it were 3 moments from Zizinho. Joksan had to go attacking. Zizinho capitalised on the space in behind, sealed the deal, and sets up a semi-final in Nightwatch.
He does.
This is unbelievable.
Incredible stuff. And still one more quarterfinal to come. But before we do go there, we're going to head over to Rachel and Mike, who's actually joined by Zizinho now.
Yes, we are. Congratulations, Zizinho. Semi-finalist, and doing it with your main man on your shirt, who's just turned up in the room.
Yeah.
I mean, right now you must be buzzing.
Yeah, the beast, Ruud Gullit, scored 3 goals for me in the match. 3 or 4, I don't remember. But he was the deciding factor in this game. And I'm really happy to reach semifinals.
Have you got a chance to speak to the main man himself yet?
Not yet, not yet.
You guys can't see this, but Ruud Gullit walked in as he started scoring goals with him. It's like you got a supercharged Ruud Gullit boost.
Yeah.
There he is. Look at him. You can see him on the screens now. Absolutely awesome for Zizinho to have his team owner in the room. He's going to be our guest later, so don't go anywhere if you want to hear from the main man himself. But let's have a look at the FUT item Ruud Gullit on the screen here. Mike, he's an excellent card. Zizinho, he was working exceptionally for you. And just look at his stats. Everybody has him in their squad. Why does he work for you?
Yeah, he works for me because I like to attack with my defensive midfielders, especially Gullit himself, because he has 5 stars weak foot and 4 star skills. And I guess he's the complete defender and attacker. And in this game, you need physical stats, and he 91 physical. He's very tall as well, so no doubt he's the best on the pitch.
And we also saw you after you put on a Ruud Gullit display. Then R9 showed up. We saw a little skill move, some of the Brazilian flair.
Yeah,
I'm sure the chat erupted. Yeah. I haven't seen it, but I'm sure they erupted.
I tried 2 times with R9 to do the samba celebration, a bit of Brazilian, but it didn't work out. But he's the beast for me as well. I'm really happy.
Absolutely is. I mean, the smile is not going anywhere. We have had 3 amazing quarterfinals. We have one still to come up, and that is between Levinken and Marcuso. And the boys in here are saying that's going to be even better. Join us after the break.
Good job. Congrats. Thank you. Congrats. Thank you. Thank you.
We light up the football. Gazprom, official partner of the UEFA Champions League.
Football can. Madre mía.
For the players.
There you can see the scenes of the eChampions League final. It's happening here in Madrid. There's Zizinho with his team owner, Ruud Gullit, a familiar face, both in real life and in the game. I'm Jimmy Conrad, very excited to be here with you guys today. And before we move forward into the last quarterfinal, let's talk about the next Twitch drop. Premium Gold player packs are happening right now, so make sure you link your EA and Twitch account so that you're eligible to win. Now we're going to talk about the next quarterfinal. And we're going to start with the map, fellas. Richard Buckley, Brandon Smith joining me here on the couch. Let's see which players are remaining and where they're from around the world, shall we?
I like that.
We shall. Take a look here. NYC Chris and Zizinho representing the Americas. And then we have Lev and Marcuso that are, and Nightwatch that are representing Europe.
I think it's been fantastic, Jimmy, that the Champions League, I think in Manchester we had 25 different nations that qualified. Thousands, attempted to get to the qualifiers, and there was only 8 spots here, 6 different nationalities, and 4 America's players, obviously 3 North America players. We have got one in the semi-final. We have got a South American in the semi, but this last quarterfinal, Rich, is pretty special as well.
I'm nervous.
Wait, for who? Which one?
Because all the hype was towards this game we're about to see. And we knew the other games were going to take place, but it were all this game, this game, this game. The other 3 games have been ridiculous, like extra time, late goals. This could be a 0-0. Like, that's just the way my brain's going.
It'd still go to extra time, though.
Yeah,
at least there's some excitement there.
4 for extra time.
Now, when we talk about these players, we had said in Manchester at the end in our post-game show that whoever won out of this quarterfinal would probably go on to win the tournament. You still feel that way?
I've not seen them play yet.
But you know what they're about.
Yeah. No.
You gave me a yeah and a no. Let me move over to Brandon then. Brandon, you tell me a little bit.
Yeah, you're going to sit on the fence for that one.
No, I'm going to say no.
That's fair enough. I think for this game in particular is that we've got 2 of the players that everybody's been kind of talking about. I think Lev Vinken, he doesn't really suffer. It doesn't feel like with pressure. He's not someone that really gets that nervous, but we've seen players that I didn't think would get nervous that have got nervous today here at the eChampions League. So I just hope that maybe this game goes to extra time again, because every other quarterfinal's gone to extra time. So can we go to extra time again, please? That's all I ask.
We keep up with the excitement, of course, and we saw a good look at their stats right there. Lev Vinken, very good on defense. Marcuso, very good on the attack. Mr. La Croqueta, as they like to say.
Yeah, I was speaking to Aga before this game started, and just hearing him talk about Marcuso and saying, we're more than just one skill move. We've got a lot more to add into the game. We saw him at the Superliga, and they went on to win that tournament as a duo as part of FC Copenhagen. I feel like they've learnt from every sort of experience, and they're putting that entire package into this game right now. I think Marcuso is going to be, we're going to see something different from him.
All right, this is the quarterfinal that everybody has been waiting for. Let's throw it over to our casters, Mark and Mike. Eminem, take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. We are so excited to get into this game. It's the one that everyone's been waiting for. The one that everyone's been talking about. And I think Richard summed it up absolutely perfectly there on the sofa, just saying every game's been unbelievable. Every game has been exciting, but this one just has something special about it.
Just oozing full of confidence. He talked to Lev. He's saying, I've been waiting for this opportunity. I just went over there to Marcuso, and he's like, you're lucky to be casting it. And I was like, oh, my goodness, the confidence in this man.
He's right, to be fair.
Well, we're going to find out. I mean, he's got 3 extra time matches, or they have 3 extra time matches to try to match that hype in terms of good, quality, premium FIFA material.
There it is, the premium FIFA material that Mike LaBelle is looking forward to. And I'm sure that these 2 gentlemen who are sat on that stage right now are going to be looking to produce exactly that. The man we're looking at right now, Lev Vinken, huge Ajax fan. Maybe he's looking to put right the wrongs that he might have seen in the semi-finals of the Champions League.
He believes he deserves it, and it's hard to argue against that. Let's paint a picture. Marcuso had a slow start to the year. Wasn't looking like Money Marcuso until last few months. But he's looked good, representing from Denmark, E-Nations. We've seen him foot Champions Cups, eChampions League. Him and August have tag teamed on a partnership. And Lev, he's been consistent all year. Mr. Reliable. Hasn't won the big one yet. $100,000. First eChampions League title. He's got the claim. Walking onto the pitch.
Maybe, Mike, this is his time. Lev Vinken, we can see him. He's been close, but he hasn't quite got over the finish line. A few times so far this season. We can see the final quarterfinal, I should say, of the day is about to kick off. This is the one we've all been waiting for. We can hear that famous, the infamous Champions League theme in the background here as we see the lineups. It's going to be interesting to see which players turn up. We've seen Hullet turn up in that last game for Zizinho. We've seen R9. Who are going to be the players as we see our final quarterfinal kicking off now? It's Lev Vinken versus Marcuso. Well, the opportunity here for Lev Vinken inside the box. It's Ruud Hullet, the little roulette. And the referee has a decision to make almost immediately there, Mike. Does not give the penalty.
I'm expecting this to be back and forth, a lot of action. And remember, we have squad rules. So we're seeing that introduction of the Champions League arriere from Marcuso.
Now there's one player I do have in my team at home.
And?
Solid. And there's a reason that he's been picked in there. We're going to have to see if he can combat those crosses that might be coming in. Here's a Croqueta. First couple of the game from Marcuso. Flicks it up in towards the box. And Sergio Ramos has some early defensive work to do there. Lev Vinken comes away.
We've seen all the matches start off rather cagey. This one has a little bit of a different rhythm or a different flow to it.
Well, here's Vieira looking to continue that flow forward here. Marcelo steps in. For Lev Vinken, recently, of course, signed for Makers, so he's got that name to represent in the same way that Zizinho did so well for Team Hullet in our last quarterfinal. But here comes Lev Vinken, maybe an opportunity for him to go forward. Marcuso tries to step in, just kind of bouncing around at the moment. A big chance here. Mbappe inside the box, but the Cricketta doesn't quite reach that level of execution you would expect in that final third. Ronaldo, accelerated fake shot, trying to get around the outside of Rafael Varane. It doesn't work for him, unfortunately. Now you're going to see him step out of defense, just slowly inch his way up the pitch.
And both of these players know each other well. They've matched up twice this year. Most recently, Lev Vinken was the victor. However, early on in the year, Marcuso had a very definite win in Bucharest.
In Bucharest, he was going to be looking to look back on those fond memories, and now we're going to see Cristiano Ronaldo. Space here for Vieira. First time shot just wide of the target. We saw a deep breath there from Lev Vinken as well. Kind of sails harmlessly out, but what's your thoughts on the early part of this game here, Mike? Because it has been a little bit of a cagey affair.
I actually think it's kind of been back and forth, even though it's 0-0. We're seeing players in the right positions. We're seeing skill moves from both sides here. Everybody's trying to shake up and create some of that space.
Well, speaking of space, here's Ruud Gullit. Drag back from him, flicks it up. There's space for Ronaldo, but just at the right second. Sergio Ramos closed down that space, and David De Gea has to scamper off his line to pick that ball up and start an attack here. Ronaldo around the outside. Here is Ruud Gullit, such an influential player on the pitch. R9 now looking for that pass, and Ramos, a little bit of a shaky first touch, but he recovered well.
And Marcuso said he didn't want to be known as just the La Croqueta guy. And so up to this point, we've seen more La Croquetas from Lev Vinken than Marcuso. Maybe he's trying to show something a little bit different.
Maybe he's trying to get inside the head of his opponent. Neymar now, Lev Vinken stepping forward. Vieira. Well, it takes a tumble inside the box there, but nothing given by the referee. And now we see Marcuso coming forward. Vieira stepping out of that central midfield position. Runners looking to arrive here. Give him options. Marcuso now. Vieira back on the ball. Gullit. Those two CDMs exchanging passes in and around the box. There's one, there's two, there's three. But the finish, not quite there.
And that third exit from the La Croqueta is what makes it special. Like you said, not one, not two, but three. And then he exits to the left instead of exiting to the traditional right.
Well, might be an opportunity here. It's a Croqueta after a heel-to-heel, and the first goal of the game. It's going to go to that man on your screen. Marcuso. He strikes first.
No reaction. He knows it's still early on. He gets the chest pat approval from August. Coach Aggie. Multi-world champion. August Rosemeyer, both from Denmark, of course.
And you couldn't think of a better person to have past you. Such a calm demeanor about Agger and everything that he's achieved. And I think it's rubbing off on the man that's on the sticks as well. Marcuso, as you see, not getting carried away, knows there is a long way to go.
And I spoke to August. That's what they've been working on, because August is a very traditional, structured player. Marcuso is the opposite. He's going to give you a bunch of skill moves. He wants to play high-pressing play. Known for his offense, not necessarily known for his defense, at least not at the same levels.
Well, Agger might be looking to help out in that particular area. We see Lev Vinken there linking together a couple of Croquetas. Opportunity to maybe try and find some space, and it's going to be interesting to see here Marcuso, going up against the Croqueta, something he has been known for. As we said earlier, though, doesn't want to become known as that one-dimensional player. He has a lot of other things to his game.
He's actually very gifted with many skill moves as well. If you're looking for the heel-to-heels, some of the ball rolls, the drag backs, a lot of intricacies that we don't always appreciate because we focus so much on his ability to innovate and manipulate the La Croqueta.
Yeah, I mean, he is the master of it. I kind of said it's become almost the Crocuzo in some certain circumstances.
We need to trademark that. I've never heard that before, the Crocuzo.
Yeah, we'll see if we can
put that in a Twitter bio.
We'll have to see if he can patent that one himself. He's going to have to do a lot of work left in this game, though. 39 minutes gone, just 5 minutes to half time. And the pace of the game has slowed down a little bit. Now we maybe will see that injection of pace. Here's Ruud Gullit stepping forward again. Marcuso looking dangerous on the back heel. It didn't find its target, but R9 is looking to find his. Unfortunately, just couldn't beat that last man.
And if you're giving constructive criticism, you could say he didn't need the second one. He scooted around so perfectly, and he had the angle to let loose. And he went for an additional La Croqueta. And I think that Levinkin was sitting on it.
Well, here's Levinkin then. Couple of moments left till half-time. Mbappe, Aurier trying to get back into position, but he gets beaten here by Kylian Mbappe. Gets the ball up into the air, looking for that cross in. Maybe towards Ronaldo, but the ball's going to be recycled here. R9, chance, Croqueta makes it 2. Ball falls to Gullit. Just can't get past the defensive line. Maybe one more chance though. Levinkin. Is it going to be a corner? It is going to be one more chance before half-time. Whipped into the box, a player goes down, it's Van Dijk, and the header from Mbappe. Either side of David De Gea, and you have to say that's a goal.
He should be doing better. Wide open, defender falls over. Got to put that in a corner. Make the keeper make a save. Force your opposition to maybe manipulate that keeper. Move him left, move him right. Take a chance. And if you score a goal just before half, it always leads to good momentum, good energy for you starting that second half.
And once again, this quarterfinal is living up to expectation. And one image that's kind of ingrained in my memory is from Manchester when Marcuso qualified for this event we are at right now. His hands, they were shaking. And I'm kind of seeing that again from him now. But I'm starting to think maybe that nervous energy is a good thing for him.
Having butterflies or a little bit of anxiety just means you care. It's reassuring that you care about the result and that you want to get this win. You want to keep your legacy moving in the right direction.
So 1-0 here to Marcuso at the break. Chances at both ends of the pitch, though, Mike. I'm not expecting too many changes here.
That's what I was going to follow up on at halftime. I don't think either player is necessarily unhappy with how they were able to create chances, how they were able to attack or defend. It's just a matter of being a little more clinical, maybe getting some good fortune. Marcuso had a couple late blocks on Levinkin opportunities within the box.
So back underway then in our first leg here. Kylian Mbappe early on here for Marcuso. Looking to get in behind. Well defended, though, by Levinkin. And now maybe a chance to counter-attack. You can see it looks like the fullbacks have been set to stay back here. And that's all well and good, but the pace of Kylian Mbappe means that that space is going to be eaten up. Ronaldo in the box, and Ramos again with a heavy tackle. Gets away with it. Second chance, Mbappe, good goalkeeper movement. He saw that one coming a mile off.
He was at least 2 to 3 steps ahead of that.
What was your reaction there, Mike, though? Sorry to challenge from Sergio Ramos, because that looked like that could have been given on another day.
I was actually surprised Levinkin went with that pass. He had so much space to work with, and Vieira was never going to catch Mbappe with that type of separation.
Well, here comes Levinkin again, starting to control the start of this second half. Space here for Ronaldo! And you cannot give him that space. We know all about Cristiano Ronaldo in the air, but that is a reminder of that shot power he has in the locker.
People talk about knocking on the door. Well, I think he was ringing the doorbell, and now the door's just been opened up for him. You have to say that Levinkin deserved to get that equalizer. He's created enough opportunities, and starting this second half, he looked very decisive. That he smelled the blood, he was going for it.
Yeah, you could see that chance just really starting to open up as soon as Patrick Vieira approached that 18-yard box. So many options either side there. And that's one of the weaknesses of the 4-4-2 that we are seeing Marcuso employ here. Those CDMs, you've only got 2 of them. You don't have that cam coming back to help you out.
And often those CDMs end up being a little more flat than you would expect, especially if you use them going forward where they're taking space, and they're not going to be able to recover the same way.
So then Marcuso looking to restore his lead, and he's almost creating an opportunity there. You can see trying to use the croqueta to get round the outside of Virgil van Dijk, but as we all know, that player of the year, Virgil van Dijk, it's a long way round him.
And you can see that Levinkin has made an adjustment where he's trying to target Aurier.
Oh, beautiful little elastico, though, to get past one man from Marcuso. Unfortunately, just couldn't find that last pass again, but showing, again, more tricks than we expect here from Marcuso. Speaking of tricks, though, sometimes all you need is a penetrative pass. Ronaldo inside the box. Lev was down by 1. What a tackle! Rafael Varane
Talk about defense that bends a little bit, but it doesn't break. He might have been down and out. There was separation created, but he waited on that additional skill move. You got to give some credit there. Composure, experience, a lot of manual defending as well.
If he gets that wrong, Mike, it's almost a certain goal there for Lev Vinken. And Lev Vinken really has grown into this game, Mike. You have to say that he's taken the game by the scruff of the neck. Van Dijk has to defend well here. Ball into the box, and it's Varane again at the last gasp who gets his head on that one. And in the moment, Marcuso's kind of treading water here.
And we've seen Lev Vinken employ multiple of these flick crosses. Even in,
Oh, mistake though, Ronaldo. Oh, and Virgil van Dijk again steps in. And not for the first time. He has been an absolute rock at the back so far for Lev Vinken. At the other end then, Mbappe. El Tornado into the box, R9's there, and this time it's Van Dijk doing the heavy lifting for Marcuso.
And I hate to sound like a broken record, but you see it time and time again, that Aurier matchup is not working. Mbappe is killing him down the wing.
And with those squad rules that we have in place, it certainly creates some interesting matchups on the pitch. Scoop turn though from Marcuso. There's a Cricketta. Vieira, big bit of space here for Havertz. What a tackle from Marcelo. Second bite of the Chelsea, and David De Gea. Oh my word. You have to take your hat off, because that is a save that you're going to be talking about for a long time.
This is the most one-all back and forth we've seen in some time. It's tough to build up games when every game's went to extra time. Every time that you think a game's out of reach, not quite. Comeback is on. Players are motivated.
And with just 18 minutes left of regulation time plus stoppage time here at the end of the first leg, there is nothing, nada, to separate these two players. Tactical changes maybe coming in. Maybe a change in personnel here, Mike. Corner then here for Marcuso. Gets the ball up into the air. That should be easy pickings for David De Gea. Keep an eye on those substitutions on the left-hand side of your screen. And again, it's going to be that prime icon moment, Eusebio on the pitch. Here's Neymar then for Lev. Has a lot of thanks to do for David De Gea, but straight up the other end. He takes the chance when it presents himself. De Gea at one end, keeps him in the game. Straight up the other end, finds Mbappe. And we know how good he is in front of goal. Clinical from the Frenchman.
And I'll tell you what, leg number 2, I would be very surprised if we see Aurier in the starting lineup.
You recognizing that as a real weakness at the moment then, Mike?
The goal conceded there, all the space, and Lev Vinken's done a wonderful job. Halftime, made adjustments, decided, hey, I'm going to work that end line. I want to see Aurier make those tackles. And everything's ran through the Aurier's side on the defensive half. Whether it's Mbappe or looking for even some of the back post options. It's definitely been a liability for Marcuso, no doubt about it.
We'll be keeping an eye on that matchup as this progresses. Here is that man, Serge Aurier. Can he maybe help going forward here? Havertz on that right-hand side. Got those 4-star skills. He's got that 5-star weak foot, and he's getting around his man here. Chance here for Havertz. Went for that low-driven shot at the near post. And again, Lev Vinken defends well, but now, second wave of the attack. This is where you really need to switch on. Son. He's fresh on the pitch as well. Eusebio turns away from one. Tight pass in here. Marcuso, massive chance, and he's taken it! 2-2. The Cricketta was out in force.
And you saw a little bit more. The beautiful turn from Havertz, the super sub of dreams, at least thus far in this tournament. And then he adds the La Croqueta, waits for the goalkeeper. Does he move left? Does he move right? Slots it home on the near post. Beautiful finish. 2-2.
Oh. Every single game here in Madrid is delivering. And I want to give massive credit to that man on your screen there. Under this pressure, in these circumstances, to have that composure, Mike. You can't talk enough about it.
And we saw it in Manchester. He didn't play that well in Manchester, barely getting out of the Swiss stage, 4-3. And he was able to turn it up when he got to the knockout round, especially beating someone like Nicholas.
Well, he needs to switch on here because Lev Vinken's looking to answer back straight away. Messi, massive chance, massive save from David De Gea. Corner now.
That's so innovative with Messi. He used tendencies to his advantage there. Everybody thinks Messi's going to go to the left, drag back to the right.
Ronaldo picks the pocket of Lionel Messi. That little accelerated fake shot has created space on this right-hand side as well. Marcuso now waiting for these runners, and look at the space here for Havertz. Forces Rafael Varane to come across, and that's well read. That's great positioning, but it doesn't matter when you make mistakes like that. The ball's going to fall to Havertz after the save. And Marcuso, he had the early lead. Levinken pulled it back, went into the lead. But Marcuso now is back on top.
Havertz cannot be stopped. No chance, man. Got to put him into the squad. I used him this last weekend league. Huge fan. One of the best cards I've used this year.
You've got to say a little bit of fortune favouring Marcuso there. The save from De Gea fell straight back to that team of the season. Havertz on that right-hand side. But again, talking about these players making impacts, and Havertz is certainly one that we might start putting in that S-tier player, Mike.
The fourth official has indicated.
Got one more attack, though, from Levinken. You almost feel like there's still maybe one more goal left in this match.
And this is just the first leg of our final quarter-final. Hullet inching forward for Levinken. Big interception, though, from Eusebio. And when it's all said and done here at the end of the first leg, it is Marcuso who has a 1-goal advantage.
And if you're reviewing gameplay, once again, I don't think either player can be upset with how they played. They generated the attacks that they wanted to. They got those looks. And it's a matter of how you take those 1v1 opportunities. And in that final third, the final sequence of passing or skills or touches or angles and decision-making, are you up here with it? Or are you kind of here? And we've seen it. It's all about you being in your flow. FIFA's a game that's based so much on rhythm.
You can see Marcuso certainly found his rhythm with some of the finishes that we will see here in the replays from this first leg. But you need to give credit to the mental fortitude there of Marcuso. Went down early. Ruud Gullit with the first goal there for Marcuso. Lev managed to pull it back here. A great strike there from Cristiano Ronaldo. He tied up at 1-1. It was Levinken who then went into the lead.
And you got to think Levinken must be sitting right now feeling a little bit unlucky. A couple of the goals he gave up. Good build-up from Marcuso, but he got favorable bounces in terms of getting a rebound. Whether it fell to Ruud Gullit for the first goal or the final goal where it bounced back to Havertz. Can't miss from there.
Got to create your own luck sometimes, though. You've got to get into those positions. You've got to take those shots, and then who knows what could happen. It's much like real-life football. You never know where that ball's going to bounce, but luckily for Marcuso there, it fell straight back to Havertz to give him that goal lead. But a goal lead, Mike, it's pretty much nothing at this level going into this second leg. Very easy to pull this back.
We say that. But if Marcuso is able to get off to another attacking start, and he extends his lead, he doubles his lead, then you have to see, well, then we're going to see what Lev is kind of made of in terms of being able to create a comeback, or if he's going to start to fall apart a little bit.
Well, what we're going to do right now is go over to the analyst, because we've been talking about croquetas all day. I think they've got a little countdown for us.
We have indeed. We said that this quarterfinal would see loads of La Croquetas, but we also saw counter La Croquetas as well from Levinken. It obviously looked, Spence, like he'd been looking at some of Marcuso's former matches and just trying to learn how to counter him on that La Croqueta, which you see him do so often.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't take a lot of research to know that Marcuso was going to come armed with an arsenal of La Croquetas. But what Levinken's done really well is watch the ball. It's an old footballing, bit of advice. You say, watch the ball, not the player. Don't get sucked in by that hip movement. And if you watch here, this one particularly is great defending by Virgil van Dijk. In the face of a couple of La Croquetas, he watches it, waits his moment, dives in at the perfect time, because usually it gets you if you dive in too early and you get beaten by the man. And it's just not been that effective in this game for Marcuso, as much as we've seen it in previous iterations and previous tournaments for him, of course. So great from Lev, obviously, that he's been able to do that, but he has let in some goals in other ways. Marcuso showing he can score in multiple fashions.
And just one word as well, I think Marcuso's coach there, August, maybe sweating a little bit, because he said if Marcuso wins this tournament, he is going to get a Liverpool tattoo. That is one to watch out for. Can't wait to see what happens in this second leg.
Wait.
You take this.
August is going to get a Liverpool tattoo if Marcuso wins.
I don't know.
Did I hear that correctly?
I think that might be. We'll get it confirmed.
August doesn't have any tattoos, and he doesn't support Liverpool.
That's a bad deal, August. But, If he wins the whole thing, Marcuso, I'm sure that he'll be more than happy, and he won't even be thinking about that. So a fantastic first leg there, and a great breakdown from the guys there, how to defend against the cricketer. And maybe this is something that, having known who he's going to go up against, Lev could have practiced and could have worked on the build-up to this tournament.
It's not easy to defend against Marcuso in the La Croqueta, or just his skill moves in general. If it was, then we wouldn't be talking about how special and how gifted he is at being able to execute and put together multiple skill moves in a fashion that creates easy opportunities.
And I think these statistics that we're seeing here about Marcuso speak a lot about his play style, because you're seeing 39 goals for, 5.11 goals average, big goal scorer, but you know you're going to have opportunities to score against him. So then underway then in the second leg, you can see the aggregate score there. 1 goal the difference between the two players. That's going to be Marcuso on the attack early on here. Lev Vinken wins the ball back. And what do you think's running through the head of Lev Vinken right now?
If he can get off to an early start, if he can get back into this game, I think he'll be happy days with it. Like I said, he made a lot of good opportunities, and I think Lev Vinken has to feel a bit unlucky.
Well, here's Ronaldo inside the box for Varane, though, positioned well again by Marcuso to make that defensive interception. Now Marcuso streaming forward, and this is the advantage of the 4-4-2. The fact that you can get those counter-attacking options, those wingers, those strikers involved in the game.
And the big differences that you saw in the first matchup, or the first leg of this matchup, is more so that the mistakes Marcuso made were those bend but don't break. They were smaller mistakes, and Lev Vinken didn't make as many mistakes, but they were big ones.
Well, here's Lev Vinken then looking to force Marcuso into mistake, maybe turn back into trouble there. And again, the counter-attack is looking like a real viable option here, Mike.
And Marcuso's happy with that. He's not a possession player by trade. He doesn't care about having 50, 60% possession. It's not a big deal.
Big tackle there from Sergio Ramos. I was pointing at the space in behind there, because if he managed to get that accelerated fake shot away from his man, it was a real opportunity to attack that byline.
And we've also seen Marcuso use 3 different formations in the competitive scene this year. We've seen the narrow 4-1-2-1-2, which is also an August favorite early on this year. And we've seen him use the 4-4-2 now, as well as the classic 4-2-3-1.
They're not making much use of that corner opportunity. Then Van Dijk will come across to deal with the pace of Mbappe and just poke that one out of play. And this is starting to settle into an interesting pattern of play here. Marcuso happy to set up and play on the counter-attack, and then suddenly burst into action again. Van Dijk has to come across and deal with Kylian Mbappe. The Frenchman won it back though, and Marcuso can come forward again. So many attacking options here. Space here for Ronaldo, but smart play here. Use that clock, even this early on in the game, Mike. Pull those players about. Ronaldo, Elastico one. Links it into the second, but can't quite create the space, can't quite carve the opportunity he was looking for.
FIFA 19 is about being able to unlock that midfield, at least on the offensive end. Pulling midfielders out of position allows you to find those wall passes, those outlets, those target men, where you get those 1-2s, the skill moves, you get the angles that are necessary and able to score goals at a consistent ratio.
Well, the midfield battle is being won here. Great ball, Ronaldo! Huge chance. And if you go up by 2, you really do start to believe a little bit more. You kind of got 1 foot in that semi-final. Well, Lev Vinken kind of holding on at the start of this second leg.
And Marcuso should be converting that.
Ronaldo then looking to bully his way through. 2 players had to deal with him. Now Marcuso can come away again. Neymar into Hullet, and we're starting to see Marcuso maybe slow his play down a bit, Mike.
And this is actually out of character from Marcuso, and that's why you saw his goals for and goals against ratio being so close. Wasn't a big gap there. It's because he's more of a pressing player, likes to play fast, and I know that he's been working on having more structure when he's ahead to try to put more pressure on his opposition.
And now he's going forward. This is where he's comfortable. Almost gets that cricketer away there to beat the man, but he's going to close down the space well here. The scoop turn followed up. There's 1, there's 2. Oh, and there was almost a third there to create that opportunity. You call it the sauce, Mike, and we almost saw it there, but that's the sauce you keep at the back of the cupboard.
Felt like I was having an R9 tango there in the box.
Half an hour gone in the second leg, then still 1 goal separating these 2 players. A reminder, a matchup against NYC Chris awaits the winner of this game in the semi-final. Marcuso now, loads of space inside here, goes outside to Mbappe. Maybe slightly overhit. There's two. The third one, though, every single time, Mike just can't get it away.
And Levinkin's having a lot of trouble getting out of the back. That pressing play from Marcuso is causing problems.
Levinkin with the first real opportunity to break out of his own half in the last 5 minutes. Mbappe has the chance to attack the space. Van Dijk. Slightly misjudged there by Marcuso. Here comes Ronaldo. Sergio Ramos wins the header. Second opportunity here, R9. Almost a Marcuso-esque collection of cricketers there from Levinkin. Not quite as effective as we've seen sometimes from the Dane. R9 then for Marcuso. Mbappe turning back inside. Big chance here. Huge chance. Neymar. David De Gea. That is special.
Perfect goalkeeper movement. Bit of a double bait. Went early left. Marcuso waited, went back to the right. That could be the key moment if Levinkin's able to get back into this game.
A 2-goal difference is huge at this level, especially with time on your side as well. Levinkin coming forward on the counter-attack now. He has men over as well. If he can find a pass early here, he does find that pass. Neymar's in behind, drives it across goal. But a long left leg of Virgil van Dijk makes a vital interception.
We saw that in the first half as well. A little too predictable. We see that pass coming. Marcuso sees that pass coming, gets a foot on it, and it's another missed opportunity from Lev.
El Tornado, back post. It's Ramos versus Ronaldo. Great anticipation from Marcuso with the goalkeeper movement. And all of a sudden, this game has turned on its head. Levinkin starting to look more dangerous going forward. Starting to have a little bit more of the ball in midfield. And you have to wonder, with Marcuso soaking up this pressure now, if he gets that goal, is that going to turn this game on its head? Mbappe up against Aurier, the heel to heel. It's not effective initially, but the strength will work for the second one. Runs into Virgil van Dijk, a corner now on the stroke of half-time, into the box. David De Gea comes out and puts two big mitts on it, and that is going to be the half-time whistle. 1 goal the difference. Marcuso with that 1 goal advantage.
Hard to believe that's a 0-0 second leg.
That's ridiculous, yeah. So many chances. But still, the one statistic we need to keep in mind is the 1 goal difference between these two players. It's still on a knife edge, Mike.
And I don't think we're going to see changes. If you're Levinkin, you're reviewing everything that happened in the first half. You were in the right place at the right time on multiple occasions, and it comes down to being able to finish, seeing the game a little bit quicker. Marcuso predicted where he was going to shoot with the goalkeeper multiple occasions. And the same could be said on the other end. Marcuso had clear cut, wide open, spread the sea, all the time in the world. Maybe too much time, and Levinkin was able to scoot the goalkeeper a little bit as well.
And we've talked about how games have been decided so far about players being clinical in front of goal. You just think, does that seed of doubt start to come in at Marcuso's head? Should I have taken those chances? Especially if Levinkin finds this equalizer.
As a competitive FIFA player, you want to have short-term memory, but that's easier said than done.
Here's Levinkin then, coming forward. Vieira, dispossessed by Patrick Vieira. Ramos round the corner now to Ronaldo, playing in that wide cam position. Ruud Gullit, this is where you want this man on the ball, pulling the strings. Mbappe, big chance! And David De Gea says, you shall not pass. Punch away from the goalkeeper now. And you have to say, David De Gea at both ends has been absolutely superb.
Still saying the same thing with Aurier. It's not been a good matchup on the defensive end. The majority of the opportunities that Levinkin have are all attacking Aurier. Looking for Mbappe, any given opportunity.
Well, here's Marcuso inside the box, the heel to heel, little spin inside as well. And you were almost waiting for that third skill move to come in. If you would have beaten Virgil van Dijk, it would have been a clear-cut opportunity, but Lev defends well again. And you have to say both players defensively defending those skill moves, Mike, has been exceptional.
Well, we've seen both of these guys at a lot of events. A lot of time, a lot of research you can do on both ends.
Well, here's Hullet then for Lev Vinken, looking for this equaliser. He's searching for this equaliser, and that is superb, and it's going to be Mbappe. And you have to say, he almost deserved the ball falling to him there.
That roulette was lovely. That was beautiful. I felt that one. And while we're watching this replay, just to reiterate, if you guys are just tuning in, we do have squad rules. So you have to have 3 Champions League players as well as 3 icons in your team. So that's why you're seeing the likes of some new faces, shall we say.
And those faces have been the players who have made the difference in certain games. And this is where I worry for Marcuso. Having had that lead, having had to play almost unnaturally, Mike, is conceding that goal and having to change back into his more natural play style. Is that going to play on his mind?
I'm just thinking the theme of today's been extra time, so why not? Let's just continue that theme.
Let's keep this train rolling.
The people asked for this matchup. They wanted to watch this matchup. They needed to be back and forth. It's been just that. 4 for 4, extra time? Are we getting ahead of ourselves?
We'll have to see how this one pans out. It wouldn't surprise me with the level of competition we've seen here so far in Madrid. A little bit of a wasted opportunity, though, from Lev Vinken. Havertz again making, this time, an interception in the defensive areas of the pitch. And look at this run from deep here for Cristiano Ronaldo. R9 just holding onto the ball, maybe just slightly too long. And now Lev Vinken is going to be the player looking to counter-attack. Ronaldo, he's in behind Ramos. The Spaniard trying to get across to deal with the Portuguese player, but Van Dijk again. There's a little bit of confusion here, but David De Gea says, gentlemen, let's calm this down. Let me take control.
Big Virgil with a definite tackle there. Sent a little bit of a message. A lot of space for Marcuso to work with.
And here is that space. R9 to Ronaldo. Out wide here to Neymar. Big charge. Schweketa. Make it 2. No finish. And a huge block. But it doesn't matter. Because he keeps his calm. He keeps his cool. And he keeps himself in with a chance of the semi-finals.
The way that man walks the tightrope in terms of using the skill moves and those just intricate details, you have to appreciate it. If you've invested heavy time into FIFA 19, you know how difficult it is to pull off this many skills under this level of pressure. Remember, these guys are doubling their money right now. A $15,000 game.
And it's that man again, Havertz, who has made such an impact here in Madrid. And now Lev Vinken back where he was before. Ball into the box. Van Dijk deals with it. And you have to think now that Lev Vinken's going to have to change tactics. Ronaldo for Marcuso, a goal here. And you feel that this tie might be coming to its conclusion. Havertz again bursting into the box.
This Team of Season Havertz card is special. From every game that I've seen him take part, he's made a difference. I think he scored a goal as a sub for every single person who's used him as a sub.
If you want the definition of super sub, that is exactly what you are looking for. Now we are seeing those tactical changes coming in from Lev Vinken. You can see Marcuso toying with the idea of bringing on some fresh legs as well. You can see that Team of the Season. Eden Hazard on that left-hand side. Team of the Season, Son, Eusebio. So many fantastic foot items available, even with these squad rules. What do you want to see from Lev Vinken here, Mike? Because it needs to change.
More build-up play that gets some shots in the middle of the pitch. He's been whipping in too many of those flick crosses, in my opinion. That tactic hasn't been very effective for Lev Vinken. You got to think he's won a couple of those headers, one of them a sure thing, and Marcuso read it easily with the goalkeeper. Ended up being a catch and a reset.
Well, here comes Lev Vinken, then the tactical change is in effect now. He's got 15 in-game minutes to find an equaliser. 4-3 on aggregate, and that's a great start to potentially creating a chance. Couldn't find that ball back to Marcelo, though. And now Marcuso, every time he has the ball at his feet, he knows he has the game in his hands. Mistake, though. Huge mistake here from Marcuso. Ronaldo.
That was a gift.
It was wrapped. It was delivered. And I don't think that that man on your screen can believe what he's just done.
Happy birthday to Lev Vinken.
Happy
Courtesy,
Christmas.
yeah,
happy everything. Happy Easter. Whatever's around the corner.
Thanksgiving.
That's as big as a gift as you're ever going to get.
I can't believe that. We just built up how Marcuso have been working on closing out games and the structure adding that into his natural gameplay, and then he just gives that opportunity to Levinkin. And a player with the quality of Levinkin's never going to miss from here. Moves the goalkeeper early, easy tap in. Ronaldo's licking his chops.
And you know what's looming now, Mike? 4-4 this game. Every single quarterfinal so far has gone to extra time. Will this one be any different? 10 minutes left. Marcuso, after a mistake of his own, is now looking to put that right. And then Hazard trying to get around the outside of Ruud Gullit. Doesn't happen too often, doesn't happen too easily. And now Levinkin, he's the man with the momentum. Big tackle from Aurier, though. Marcuso. Can he keep his composure? Can he find a chance? Havertz again, 2, 3. It's magic from Marcuso!
You can't stop it. What are you gonna do? You watch that back. It's beautiful. Oh.
The ability to put that moment of madness out of your brain and go straight up the other end and do what you do best. That is Marcuso at his best.
And Havertz once again creating easy opportunities. And what Marcuso does so well with the La Croquette is how he attacks the defender. He doesn't wait for the defender to come towards him, and he does a good job of baiting defenders or midfielders into stepping. And that allows you to scoop past them with the La Croquette. And it's just so much easier said than done. And when you're at this competitive level and the guys are so good at player switching and double teams, a lot of the time you can't find those gaps. And you get stuck recycling and trying to find new angles and ways to unlock some space, create some space, find some space. And if you're Marcuso, you just La Croquette it and you create all the space. And you just can't miss from there. Hopefully, I guess for Marcuso's sake, that he doesn't have another gift.
I was going to say, this is the one thing he needs to keep now, is concentration. He cannot afford to gift a chance like he did to Levinkin to find another equalizer and send this one towards extra time. 7 minutes left in this game, plus stoppage time. What has Levinkin got left in the tank here?
And if you're Levinkin, you've got to think to yourself, man, I defended so well versus some of these skill moves and I wasn't able to stop him. He might have 2 attacks left. He's got kickoff, potentially 1 more takeaway at best. So he's got to be efficient. He's got to capitalize, must be clinical if given an opportunity.
And to just give you some of the gravitas of this matchup, of this quarterfinal, I think most of us were saying we feel the winner of this game is a potential winner of this tournament.
We should go farther than that. It's going to be the favorite to win this tournament. Everyone here has potential to win the tournament. But if you ask the people at home before this ever got started, ever got underway, this matchup, both guys high-ranked, Levinkin being Mr. Consistent on the year, and then Marcuso just building in form.
Levinkin only has a few more chances to go forward. Messi, fake shot, gets the shot away, can't get the rebound himself, and Marcuso hangs on.
Wonderful outlet there. Marcuso's got tons of space to work with.
And he is going to have space to play with. Levinkin has to commit forward. Ruud Gullit, big tackle from him because that is possession back in Levinkin's hands. He can come forward once more, but Ramos steps in at just the right time, but he's given it away. This is Levinkin's tournament on the line now. The last few seconds, Messi, roulette, away from Van Dijk. A couple of drag backs, but just invited the pressure there from Ruud Gullit. And Marcuso now has the game in his hands. Into stoppage time. Another throw in here for Marcuso. The seconds are ticking by. It's agony for Levinkin. Marcuso has 1 foot in the semi-finals. Stoppage time is up. Eusebio's inside the box. He's looking to finish this off. Corner here, and this one is pretty much done and dusted. Marcuso takes it short. The tackle comes in. We're just waiting for the whistle. 4.5 minutes of stoppage time here. Havertz then, just waiting for the referee's whistle. He's toying with Marcuso here. He's playing with his emotions and Lev Vinken's.
I don't think they're going to be friends after this.
Marcuso has had the craziest of seasons. A slow start, but business has started to pick up here for the Dane. Like a phoenix from the ashes, Marcuso keeps on rising. He takes down Lev Vinken, and he'll be in your semi-final.
And you see the emotion on both players. Some relief, so to speak, from Marcuso, especially when you make a big mistake, you often don't get a second chance to come back, especially when it's a late mistake like that. And then Levinkin, obviously devastated, felt like coming into this tournament that this was his tournament to win.
Yeah, I mean, it's that question again. He keeps getting so close, Lev Vinken, but just can't get across that finish line. But let's heap some praise on Marcuso. This man at the start of the season, we weren't even talking about him. He wasn't at tournaments, and all of a sudden, he's found that spark. He's found what makes him such a special player. He's found what got him into that grand final of the PlayStation 4 last year on FIFA 18, and all of a sudden, it's the Marcuso that everyone is fearing here in FIFA 19.
I think he struggled a lot to figure out the game pre-patch, and then in the post-patch era is when Marcuso started to rise to the occasion, started qualifying for more events, and then we saw his consistency once he got to those events in terms of getting good results.
Now we're going to see the replays coming in from what was a crazy second leg hit. Lev Vinken down by one hit. Haya with a save.
And even though it's a rebound, you got to say he deserved it. Between the skill moves, the roulette, falls in a favorable path for him, and just goalkeeper movement, that was spectacular, but it does fall to Marcuso here, taps it home, right place, right time.
And the thing that I love about these replays that we're going to see here is we're going to see a moment of craziness, and this is it. Aurier, that man you were talking about, gave Lev Vinken an opening to get back into this game, but if you want to see an example that is coming up of classic Marcuso, then it is that final goal that we didn't see, unfortunately, but we will be seeing it, I'm sure, a lot more of the time. But, I mean, Marcuso, a fantastic performance from him. We say goodbye to Lev Vinken, but someone we say hello to once again is Jimmy Conrad. He's on the sofa.
That was such a sweet segue. Thank you so much, Mark. And Mike, well done on the call. Welcome, everybody, to the couch. I'm here with Richard Buckley, Brandon Smith, and a very special guest. You might have just saw him on camera, Marcuso. Congratulations on the big win.
Thank you.
So how are you feeling? It looked pretty tough.
Yeah, it was an intense game, but I'm very happy. It was very exhausting, so yeah, just very happy to go through.
And we all know you've got the La Croqueta down to a T. How important was it to improve on the rest of your game coming into this tournament?
Well, of course, it was very important. Everyone knows what I'm doing when I do La Croqueta, but somehow still they can't defend it, especially when Havertz have it. It was my second game with him, I think, this one, and he's incredible. He saved me, to be honest. So yeah, it's very hard to do the La Croqueta when everyone knows you're doing it. That's why I also do the Elastico now, to spice it a little bit up.
just add an extra skill move into it, why not?
Yeah, has that Havertz card been your new favorite now?
Maybe not my new favorite, but after these two games, he saved me. So I'm just very happy, and I will use him in the next game as well.
Yeah, amazing. And of course, you have played Chris before in Manchester at the eChampions League qualifiers. You will face up against him now in the semi-finals. You both guaranteed yourself $30,000, which is insane already. You've played against Chris probably a number of times this year. How do you go into that game now?
Yeah, well, he's a very good opponent. As you said, I lost him in Manchester. So yeah, he's a very good opponent, but everyone who are here are very good. So yeah, it's going to be tough, but I feel very confident after this game. In my opinion, the first game was the most important, the hardest one, especially the first game of the day. Never fun. But yeah, Chris is a very good opponent. I just have to play my own play.
Is there any nerves now that you can get through? Do you feel like you'd be a lot more relaxed for the semifinals?
Much more relaxed now. It was very tough. It was very stressful and nervous. So yeah, I'm feeling much better now. The first game was the most important, the most difficult, so I'm much more relaxed now.
Well, thank you for your time. And then thank you for everybody watching. We have another Twitch drop for you guys. Prime player packs are happening right now, so make sure you link your EA and Twitch account so that you're eligible to win. And if you want to give it to me, that's fine too. Also, due to this unbelievable action here at the eChampions League, we have to take a breath. It's been so hot and heavy here. So come back and join us right after the break.
voetbal kan. Madre mia.
We light up the football. Gazprom, official partner of the UEFA Champions League. For the players.
Welcome back, everyone, to Madrid for the eChampions League. Just got a note to share with you guys due to a violation that happened in the Zizinho-Jackson match. They're going to have to replay it. There was some issues with the icons and the substitutions. So at the top of the hour at 6 p.m., they're going to replay it from the start of when that substitution happens. So that goal will not count. And then we're going to see what happens in that game. So come back and join us. It should be a lot of fun. Thanks.
can you judge a man by the cut of his clothes? Can seemingly minor things, like how a jacket sits on the shoulders or the colour of his pocket square, give us clues into his personality?
I honestly think I'm gonna have to go with this one right here, you know?
You look good, you can play good, man.
Is his style more classic or contemporary?
Joxan's done it!
Is he discreet
Left seals the 8th player.
or looking to dominate?
Paqueta again for Marcuso!
These 8 have travelled from around the world to the epicentre of football here in Spain. And an arrival like this demands slightly more formality. Does the gentleman go with something neutral? Or maybe he chooses to add a flash of style? At the first ever eChampions League final, the poetry is in the details. The way it feels to the touch, the knowledge that you're part of something exclusive. Putting it all together is part hard-learned technique and part art. And when all's said and done here in Madrid, perhaps the clothes won't make the man. It's the man that will make the clothes. Out of the 64 players who started on the journey of the first ever eChampions League tournament, only 4 players will progress to the semi-final stages of the eChampions League finals here in Madrid.
That's right, we've got some very talented players left, all with their own strengths, their own weaknesses, their own tactics, which will play a part in their quest for the trophy. Added on top of all that, we've got a very special guest, a man who's won 2 European Cups, the iconic Ruud Gullit.
All right, everybody, take a look here. We got to finish up a quarterfinal, Joxan versus Zizinho. We're going to catch this up in the middle of the second leg due to a violation that happened. Just a bit of a mistake. Brandon Smith, you here with me?
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about what's happening.
Yeah, so obviously, you know, there is squad rules now in place, and we were commentating that game at one point, and for a point of it, there was an extra icon on the field, and that unfortunately resulted to, as you said, a violation. It had to go back, so that game will be replayed, and it does make things even more interesting now. We still don't know who our final 4 are yet, Jimmy, so...
But we're almost there.
We are. We are nearly there.
And we're witnessing history, everybody, because not only are we going to name our first ever eChampions League winner, we have Ruud Gullit on our couch. It is an honor, sir.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Yes. Okay.
Legend.
So how does it feel, and I think I'm asking this for everybody, to be the most important player in this game, FIFA 19?
I feel privileged. I feel very proud. It's also the fact that your legacy keeps on going, even though you don't play anymore. Kids now know you from the game, and now they go to watch YouTube what you really, how you really played. And then when they see you, they all ask me, "Can I have your icon, please? Can I have it? How can I do it?" Even my own son. But yeah, I feel very, very privileged to be in the game. Yeah.
And a question on that, you know, basically how it works. You've got 3 different variations of your foot
yes,
item in the game.
Saw that.
Some players at the moment are trying you out at left back. What do you make of that? Do you reckon back in the day you could go in left back for a little bit?
I played at so many different positions. That's also the reason why I can play up front. I play in the middle. I play in the back. I started as a centre half. Then I played as a midfielder. Then I played as a striker. I played as a right winger as well. I never played as a left back, but you know you can always fill that in because I know as a striker, as an original defender, I know how a defender thinks. When I play as a striker, that gives me an advantage all the time. I know what both want from me and what their position is. So therefore, they use that also in the game, and I'm thankful for that.
Do you, when you see yourself and see the items that they have, do you miss your hair at all?
No. I in 2000 I cut it off. I think also because it was the end of a book. You know, I was a football player for a long time. People recognize you all the time because of your hair, and I thought for me it was a good way to end that and to start something new. And of course, to see me now there, it's funny. In those days, it was natural.
Stylish.
Yeah, but now I think to myself, oh my God, how I look. Especially with the mustache as well.
Well, Ruud, we're very excited that you're here. Now we're going to throw it over to the game. Joxan versus Zizinho. Take it away, guys.
Absolutely fantastic stuff there, and so exciting to have a man like Ruud Gullit sat on that sofa, giving a little bit of insight. And I mean, we've seen him play everywhere in FIFA 19. We've seen him at left back, we've seen him centre midfield. We know he can do it all. What do you reckon about him between the sticks, maybe?
I'd love to play him. Is that an option?
I think we should
I can get him on the sticks. That would be fantastic.
Well, if you're just joining us, of course, we're just replaying the end of one of our quarterfinals here. Due to that violation, we're going to be playing from around the 60th minute, where Zizinho is currently up by 1 goal. So Joxan here has got a second opportunity to really make good on a potential comeback here. He's proved that he can do it already in that particular game. Didn't quite work out for him, but he has a second bite of the cherry here, and he is going to be feeling good.
And Joxan is one of those players where we talk about sometimes when he faces adversity, he rises to the occasion. So giving him a second chance to face that adversity could put Zizinho in quite a situation here. And it was just an accidental sub. It happens. But he's getting that second chance, and we'll see if they're able to refocus. They've had a break now. So you've kind of got to re-warm up, so to speak.
And they've also been watching all of the action that's been going on in our other quarterfinals. But this is the man we're talking about who has that second roll of the dice here. Joxan sat there thinking, if I can make a comeback here with 30 minutes left in this game, find myself into that semi-final position. Well, he's playing with house money. Zizinho, though, he's still got to get the job done. He still has a goal advantage here, and he's shown that he can close out games. The one thing that he doesn't want is to be knocked out of the tournament right now. In these circumstances, it's going to be tough for him.
All he has to do here is refocus. Make sure that he has that same energy, same vibe, goes forward the same way. Make sure you're decisive. Always the key characteristics in FIFA that are rewarded.
Well, here we go then. We are back underway. That is your score. The top left-hand side of your screen. 1 goal the difference between the two players. As we do get restarted here to finish out our quarterfinals. Zizinho in the white kit against Joxan. It's Zizinho with early possession here, and a goal would just settle those nerves. Neymar in behind, the cricketer dragged back across the box. And that's how he scored a lot of his goals so far in this tournament.
We've seen Zizinho utilize basically inline play, where he's been able to find the square ball, so to speak, the layoff, the tap in. A goal that I wouldn't miss. I could count on Mark scoring that goal. But with great La Croqueta work and just slick ball rolls that open up those angles and allow him to bring it back. And we'll see if Joxan comes out extremely aggressive. We already see an early pause from Joxan, so we might see some changes.
Well, Zizinho wins the ball back in the fullback position here. You can see lots of pressure on the ball here from Joxan. He's the player that's chasing this game, chasing that semi-final spot. Zizinho, though, a goal here would really potentially kill off this quarterfinal. Joxan trying to pressure here, trying to read the play. And the more time that Zizinho takes out of this game here, the longer it's going to take for Joxan to even make those changes.
You got to say, Zizinho's doing a wonderful job killing off the game right now. He's still building up and going forward, but he's making sure that everybody on the pitch touches.
Chance here for Mbappe, round the corner! Ronaldo, left foot, bottom corner! And you've got to think that that is the one thing he needed, just to calm those nerves, just to reaffirm himself as a potential semi-finalist.
Outside of the goalkeeper, I think everyone on the pitch touched the ball. Complete team football. And that has to discourage Joxan. He gets his pause, but he didn't want to be down 2 goals in order to be able to get that pause.
Difficult times for Joxan then. As we say, this is his second opportunity to try and find his way into the semi-finals, but Zizinho, he's saying, no, that's my semi-final spot. I've earned that. And he started off this restart of the quarterfinal in exactly the way he would have wanted to. We could see changes coming in here. Interestingly, for Zizinho as well. We've seen the 4-4-2, and it can be used as a very defensive formation, not just an aggressive one.
It's one of those formations that has versatility. Do you want it to look like a 4-2-4? That's very possible. Do you want to be more balanced, where it looks more like the classic 4-4-2? Also very possible. And when I say possible, I'm talking about how you manually move your players forward or defensively, and then also your tactics that you attach to your team, whether it's custom tactics, it's instructions. How would you like to play FIFA? And the same way with how you go forward. Is it fast build-up? Is it slow? Is it more composed? Do you swing it side to side? And like you said, it could be a very defensive formation if you want to pack the box and look to counter with those wings.
So you could bring both of those strikers back and kind of form 3 walls that you have to essentially get through. Bodies in the way, and that finish there from R9 Ronaldo. We had one icon sat on the sofa just a moment ago, but that's the man, that icon on the pitch, who has found that finish, and that's disappointing there from Joksan. You've got to feel, having had possession there from the restart, that he has to do something better than that. 15 minutes here. Ruud comes across to make the interception. Zizinho again. He's already shown from this restart that he's so good at just taking his time and taking time out of the game, making Joksan move his formation, his players across the pitch, and Joksan has won the ball back here. Now he has to get it forward quickly. Ronaldo will continue his run. Vieira turns back inside. R9, here's Mbappe, shot away. Ruud gets up tall, it's there to win the header, and Zizinho, with 12 minutes left in this game, has that semi-final in his hands.
And that's a smart play from Zizinho. If you're not sure what to do with it, send it deep. Make sure that Joksan has to do a complete reset because the clock keeps ticking. And every minute matters so much right now for Joksan.
Here comes the American then, down by 2, needs to score. You have to feel with this attack to give himself time to get back into the game, but there is that 4-4-2, the defensive nature of it. It was Neymar who got the initial tackle in, but Joksan has won the ball back here. So many players behind the ball. Hullet finds R9 though. Can he find the back of the net? Game on!
And he's created that lifeline. Puts a little more pressure on Zizinho. You feel good when you have a 2-goal lead. It's completely different when it's only that 1-goal spread, not a big advantage. Even with the clock ticking down, 5-6 minutes, you got to think Joksan might have one more attack left.
And the things that start going through your head, that substitution, should I have made that? Well, that's a little mistake that I've made that's put me in this position. Do I want to go through this emotional roller coaster I'm about to go through again? But Zizinho has shown that he has the fortitude to get through these situations. But Joksan, I mean, as I said before, he is playing with house money. This is his second roll of the dice. And the question is now, well, the card's going to come up for him.
And what I'm expecting from Zizinho is to increase his width, which will allow him to utilize more areas of the pitch and should give him additional time. As long as he doesn't make a mistake, doesn't have a giveaway, you can insert a lot of things, unless you do this. But that's what Zizinho should be looking to focus on to see this game out. He really only needs to go forward one more time, hold the ball a few minutes, run to the corner, maybe garner a couple corner kicks.
I mean, it's all what could be's, and the one thing that I do know is back at Manchester, this man on your screen on the left-hand side, Joksan, was the comeback king. He couldn't get it done once, but he's been given a second opportunity here. And you just feel that maybe, just maybe, this one might be going extra time. Can he find that goal, Mike?
It's possible. Anything can happen in FIFA. And Joksan is known to score late. I'm not going to say score late and be great, but he's known to be able to get late winners or late equalizers. Allows you to keep your tournament dreams alive.
83 minutes and 46 seconds on that game clock. And the important thing here for Zizinho is he does have possession here from the restart. So you have to say that it's going to be at least 85, 86 minutes until Joksan maybe even has an opportunity to win that ball back.
And that's at the earliest.
But if he does get that ball back, has he got something, a little bit of magic? Can he draw on the inspiration? Liverpool versus Barcelona, Tottenham versus Ajax.
Let me see another pause. You got to think that Joksan has one more attack left. He's going to be all-out pressure. He's going to take some gambles, or Zizinho's going to end up with a lot of space to work with.
It's all ifs and buts, but I just want to get the game back underway. I think both players are double-checking, triple-checking these substitutions.
I feel like we're playing a game of he said, she said.
You can almost feel the tension in the room at the moment.
Well, we're going from $15,000 to $30,000.
It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money on the line here.
You're doubling doubling your income for the year, at least in terms of prize winnings at this event. I'd say tension's the right word.
I was going to say, what do you think is going through the head of Zizinho here?
Do not blow it.
Do not blow it. I think that's a good, you couldn't have put it any better.
3 words. It's not Christmas.
It's not Christmas indeed, and he's going to be looking to make sure that he's in that semi-final. But Joksan, as we say, a second chance here, and they're just double-checking and triple-checking these substitutions to make sure that everything is above board and 100% right, because they don't want to go through this again. Twice is bad enough, but 3 times? I mean, we're not even going to talk about that. That's not even a real option.
Don't put that type of energy out there.
Hey, man, look, I like to mix the pot, right?
What are you mixing in the pot?
Goals.
I didn't know you were a cook.
Goals. That's what I do. But let's talk about maybe some players who might have an impact right at the end here. Who do you think is going to be the player that... And ifs and buts.
It's always been Eusebio for Joksan. So if Joksan's able to get another attack, you got to think Eusebio or R9 are going to be the guys that impact what's happening on the offensive end. Or good old Cristiano. You want to name all the big hitters? It's just going to be a matter of Zizinho can swing it side to side once and then make sure that he's going to go deep with it. Because even if he loses possession, Joksan's going to be the 90th minute. He's got to get the ball forward quickly. And the reason that that's important is it tells Zizinho where the passes might have to go.
Well,
you can't just lob it forward and hope for the best.
It's true.
That's not how FIFA works.
It's absolutely true. Well, we love a bit of tension here in the arena, so we're going to continue to keep the tension. Do you know what we're going to do, Mike? We're going to go to a little break. That's right. When we get back, we will, of course, be getting back into the game. We're going to keep everything nice and ready. We're going to set it up. It's going to get exciting. Mike's getting nervous. He's changed his shirt, if you hadn't noticed.
Yeah,
He's ready for things. We'll be back in just 2 seconds.
Voetbal kan. Madre mía.
We light up the football. Gazprom, official partner of the UEFA Champions League. For the players.
Welcome back to Madrid, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the inaugural eChampions League finals. The Champions League provides drama, it provides action, and Mike LaBelle, who's alongside me right now, that's exactly what we're experiencing.
Absolutely. Extra time on extra time on extra time. I got so sweaty I had to switch shirts, as you pointed out. I think the yellow looks nice, I'm just saying.
Semi-final yellow, that's what we're going to call it. Are you going to get that one off for the semi-finals?
Yes,
okay.
I might swap for the finals.
Well, let's keep us guessing. That's what I like about you, Mike. But just to keep you all up to date with the action, we're currently in a game between Zizinho and Joksam, which was restarted due to a little infringement, substitutions. We'll get too far into it. But where we are right now is the fact that we have a 1-goal difference between the two players.
With 6 minutes
left. 1-goal difference, 6 minutes to go. And there's always a chance. We want to get back into this because I say drama, I say excitement. This is what it's all about. This is all about building the tension. It's all about building the storyline, Mike. I just feel there's a goal in it for Joksan. I don't know why.
Are you throwing that energy
out there? I'm throwing it out there. I want to see it.
Zizinho's not going to like him if that happens.
I told you I like to mix the pot. I like to mix the pot. But I mean, what's impressed you about Zizinho so far that you have seen from him? Because obviously we've seen more of him than other players because we've had a little bit of extra time to see him now. What's been so impressive about him?
Well, we've always known that he's good at attacking, and seeing some of the skill moves over a couple legs, I really appreciate those. And then also, in this leg in particular, the way that he's been able to kill off the game while still adding to his lead, and he's still got that 1-goal spread, is impressive. It's not easy to do that, especially versus opponents at the quality level of a Joksan who's giving you everything. He's pressuring. He's got all-out attack. He knows he needs that goal. He needs those opportunities. He needs the ball. And he did a wonderful job of taking him out of the game, so to speak, changing the rhythm, dictating the pace.
It's going to be a tough one here for Zizinho to see this out. I know it sounds crazy. He does have the lead. There's only 6 minutes left, and he will have the ball from the restart as well. So he just needs to keep composure here. But it's easier said than done, isn't it, Mike? You've been in these positions yourself, and it's like, oh, there's only 6 minutes left. All I have to do is keep the ball. But you'd be surprised how easy it is to make a mistake.
Well, absolutely, especially when your opposition is going for it completely. He's going to take risks that he normally wouldn't take because he has no other choice. You back them into a corner. He's got to do something. What's the saying? Fight or fright. So he's going to fight back. He's going to take some of those chances. He's going to take some of those gambles that you might not be used to seeing in your regular gameplay.
And that man on your screen just wants to see this one out. For that man, though, Joksan. I mean, you have to wonder how many opportunities he's going to have to find his way into a semi-final. But here we go. 6 minutes or so left. Zizinho will have the ball from the restart here. Joksan, quite simply, Mike, pressure on. Needs to win that ball back.
And you see that Zizinho switch tactics to hug the sideline. It should give him additional space to work with in terms of being able to kill off this clock.
Well, CR7's just going to eat up that space as well. Turn back inside here from Zizinho. He's only worried about that clock. Running down every single second that he can.
Uh-oh.
Pressure on, and oh, Joksan's won the ball back. The American has a chance to go forward.
And he has time to work with.
Pull it now out wide. Mbappe. Is there a miracle here? Into CR7. Oh, and he didn't time it. That was the chance. That was the opportunity. And you have to say, Joksan has not taken it, but Zizinho has seen it out. And I tell you what, if you want to know how much it means to these players, look at that reaction.
You can't believe that Joksan missed that chance. Absolute sitter.
I mean, he had enough chances to put himself in the semi-final there, Joksan. Unfortunately, he will be eliminated from the tournament. You can see it there, Zizinho gets himself back into that semi-final. You see his face lighting up in lights. He's got to be feeling good, and justified.
I didn't know he had that much bass in his voice. He just transformed there at the end.
Fantastic stuff from those guys. Zizinho, I mean, we've been saying how impressed we are with him there, but Joksan, I mean, how many times do you think it's going to go through his head on replay that chance he just missed at the end of that game?
He's definitely going to watch it back, no doubt about it. Even Zizinho might watch someone back and say, I had some good fortune here towards the end. Didn't do a great job closing out the game.
This goal from Zizinho was the difference, and we're going to see this was Joksan getting that goal to put it to just within 1 goal between the two players. A fantastic finish there from R9 to set up a grandstand finish.
And almost in an identical situation as the opportunity he had in the 90th. The difference was a mistimed finish. He hit a dribbler right to the goalkeeper. And you see the emotion from Zizinho.
As I said, if you ever want to know how much this tournament means to these players, the first ever eChampions League, the reaction there from Zizinho will say everything it needs to. The quarterfinals are now done and dusted. We are finished with them. It's time for semi-finals, but first it's time to hear from Jimmy.
Yes, thank you guys. So some unbelievable action has finished up the quarterfinals. Now we're getting into semifinal number 1. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside Brandon and Kyle here on the couch. Guys, I mean, just that reaction alone pretty much sums up how we're feeling about this whole thing.
Absolute passion right there. You can see what it means to these players moving through to these semi-finals. Now, all they have to do, I say all they have to do, one more game, get into that final, win it, and they're the first eChampions League winner. Unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. Let's take a look at the bracket right now so we get everybody caught up on the last 4 players remaining in this tournament. We have Dr. Nightwatch, excuse me. I know he got his doctorate in FIFA. Want to make sure I respect that. Taking on Zizinho, who we saw just won. And then NYC Chris versus Marcuso. That is the next match that we're going to see. Now what's interesting, fun fact for you, Brandon, I'm going to come to you on this, is that these two played against each other in Manchester in the Swiss format, and NYC Chris won. Do you think that gives the advantage to Chris here or Marcuso?
It's a tough one because obviously both players have been amongst so many tournaments this year when it comes to competitive FIFA. Marcuso's hitting form, Chris is hitting form, so I don't really know how much you look into that game because it was in Swiss, and as we know with Swiss you can have a 0-2 finish, then you can start to build up on some wins. So I wouldn't look too much into that game, but I'm sure there'll be a few things that they would have taken from that match.
Chris said it before on this couch. He said, you can't look at the games that have gone previously. This is a new game now. It's a new day. It's a new tournament. There's going to be nerves. There's going to be excitement. So it's going to completely change everything. So I wouldn't take the previous games into account. This is the moment that both of those players have to step up.
Well, actually, we had a chance to talk to Chris, not just on the couch, but here in an interview. Check this out.
My expectation for the final would be to win it. I wouldn't want to reach a final and lose it. I think everyone here is pretty good. Anyone that's here is going to be tough, and it's the first eChampions League, and it would be nice to be the very first one to win it. May the best man win.
Okay, so what I love about Chris is that he's pretty much like this the whole time. He's so steady.
I'm waiting for that one time when he wins a game and goes amazing. I don't know if you've been able to see.
Maybe he will, though, if he wins each game.
Before, on the couch, literally, when he said, I'm so happy. You're not smiling. He's not showing anything. He's just cool. He's calm, collected. And I thought this is going to erupt at some point. If he actually does this and he wins here at the eChampions League, I think we're going to see a massive, massive celebration.
I wanted to say as well that his dad's here as well. And obviously, I didn't hear about this, but downstairs he's been like getting the table, like banging the table and stuff like that. So, he's going to be over the moon. And I don't think until he got here, he realised how much money was up for grabs at this tournament. Right. Until I think it was Will that sat down with his dad and went, your son could win $100,000, and then he was like, wow. So amazing.
It's incredible. It's incredible. Well, let's talk about his opponent, Marcuso, who is very talented himself and obviously has done very well to get to this point. Let's take a look here at some of his stats. I think the most notable thing is Nicolas. That's who he beat in the round of 32. Nicolas is one of the favorites to win this whole tournament, and that was a big win for him, gave a lot of confidence.
It was. I actually sat down with him when I went into the competitor lounge and said, what's the difference when you're playing Nicolas? And he said, that's the hardest game, the hardest competitor. He said, I have to focus so much when I'm facing him, whereas when I'm facing other people, I feel like I don't have to focus too much. So maybe that's something that he plays to his advantage at these tournaments. Actually, he can relax a little bit, play his own style. I think he doesn't enjoy playing against Nicolas, but he beat him, so maybe he can go and beat the rest now.
I think as well that Marcuso's come into form at the moment. He won the Superliga the second season there. I think it's ever since Foot Champions Cup number 6, he's just got that cricketer down to a T. He said he's added in the Elastico now as well. What other skill moves does he want to add in there? Rainbow flip, we'll have the lot. He's in form at the moment, and he's very dangerous to play against.
Okay, you've heard from us on the couch. Now we're going to throw it over to our casters, Mark and Mike, who got the call of the game. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Jimmy. It's time to get into our semi-finals. It's getting tasty. It's getting spicy. I'm trying to be Mike LaBelle. It doesn't work for us. You do this thing. You do this thing.
Yeah, we've got good energy coming into this final, okay? And we're not going to see a clean sheet. I'm throwing that out there early. I think it's going to be a high-scoring affair. Chris likes to go forward. Marcuso likes to go forward. Neither of these guys are possession players. So you got to think that we're going to see opportunities.
Now, do you think that NYC Chris is going to play a similar way to what we saw in the quarterfinal, where he's not going to be a possession-based player, he's going to try and hit on the counter-attack, and maybe just invite Marcuso towards him, kind of lure him in like a little bit of a trap, and then explode on the counter-attack?
I'm expecting this to be a little more faster moving. Marcuso rates himself to be able to beat anybody if it's going to become an end-to-end type of match. And I think Chris kind of feels the same way. So we're not going to see necessarily a Rafsu versus Chris possession battle versus counterattack battle. I think that we're going to see a lot more even back and forth. It's going to be about taking those opportunities and creating those chances.
I'm thinking of those squad rules as well. You know, we saw NYC Chris he put all of his picks up front. He used Team of the Year Neymar, he used R9, he used Team of the Year Mbappe. In defense, he's got Davinson Sanchez and he's got Aurier. And I think Marcuso actually has Aurier at right back as well. So it could be the battle of the Auriers here.
We have Sanchez and Van Dijk.
It's Van Dijk, isn't it, at right back for Chris? Excuse me, yes, correct.
And then for Marcuso, and I didn't like it in that last matchup versus Lev. I thought he got abused. Aurier did not match up well on the wings. And what Chris has done, and we talked about this earlier, he's played the most competitive matches this year of any FIFA competitor. And he's basically taken the front six of guys that he's used all year long.
Here we go then. Both of these players now fighting for a chance to be in the first ever eChampions League final. The semi-finals are about to get underway here in Madrid.
Thank you. Enjoy the game.
There's a buzz in the air here. And there's sure to be some excitement to go alongside it. We're underway. It's NYC Chris taking on Marcuso.
It's worth mentioning, each of these players have now secured $30,000. But they could double that. Every single game, you could double that.
Incredible opportunities here for all of these players involved. It's going to be Marcuso now with Serge Aurier showing that he can do some attacking work. Flying down that right-hand side, inside now to Ronaldo, and this is where he's dangerous. This is where Chris really needs to concentrate, and that's a fantastic tackle there from Kylian Mbappe. Hullet wins that header. And now you're going to see Chris trying to exploit these wide areas.
And Chris would love some wing play. It's just a matter of if his opponents are going to allow him to cross, allow him to get down those wings. Chris was very comfortable in terms of some of his creation through the wing play, whether it's the flick-up crosses or just skill moves that open up those angles.
Well, here comes Chris then. A little bit more of an attack focus through that central area of the midfield. Mbappe now, a little bit of space in front of him. Space here for Neymar, and you could see what he was trying there, looking for that run of Cristiano Ronaldo.
Took a second too long. He had it, but he looked once, looked twice, made the pass. It needed to be a little more instinctive.
Marcuso then on the attack. You can see all these players flooding forward, but again, fantastic defensive positioning there from Chris.
And you're seeing Chris being aggressive on the defensive end, which is something relatively different compared to Lev. Lev would sit back and then look to make those, well, he'd pressure initially, then sit back, and then try to counter from there when he's playing against Marcuso. Chris, we're going to see a lot more pressure play, at least early on. Try to set the tempo.
Here's Ronaldo then on that right-hand side. Vieira comes across and deals with him, and he almost pinches the ball back there.
Just playing devil's advocate here, but you do wonder, Chris had to sit for a little while now. Marcuso's coming straight off the sticks. Is Marcuso maybe a little more fresh?
We're going to have to see in his gameplay if that's true. Look at the space here for Neymar, though. Van Dijk's going to have to come across. The accelerated fake shot just showed enough of the ball to the Dutchman there. And Chris, having left that space in behind, he makes amends and makes a fantastic tackle.
First touch was slightly too heavy, and it also took the La Croqueta off the table for him. His go-to, his bread and butter, his biscuits and gravy.
Well, here's Ronaldo then, looking to link some things together himself. Ruud Gullit with a fantastic tackle there from Chris. He was looking for that La Croqueta there. Ronaldo now tries to play it forward, and we are seeing again Chris trying to utilize that aerial game. Get the ball up into the air, use the height and the jumping ability of Cristiano Ronaldo. Speaking of which, it's Marcuso with Cristiano Ronaldo there, and you can almost see this game at the moment. Those final passes, Mike, just aren't being found.
And Van Dijk just crowds you out. When you see him coming, you just can't get by him.
Here comes NYC Chris then. Ronaldo finds R9, a little bit of a lax pass again, and Serge Aurier will win the ball back. He's been pretty effective on the ground. You have to say defensively, Aurier, it's just that little caveat of doubt that you have when you see that ball maybe being crossed in.
You don't trust him in the 50-50s, and some of his general positioning, it just doesn't seem as reliable.
Well, here's R9 then. Patrick Vieira's the man making a run through the middle. And his positioning was good there, so Serge Aurier, it had to be, because there was absolutely acres of space in behind. Neymar now into Ronaldo. Referee plays the advantage. It's a fantastic advantage. Ronaldo couldn't make the most of the opportunity, but that's the first real shot on goal we've seen. Well, it initially wins the ball back. Ronaldo, I have to say, maybe uncharacteristically winning the ball back. Marcuso now, this is where he's dangerous. There's 3, there's 4. Well watched by Chris there. He didn't dive into that tackle. So vital, but now a corner for Marcuso. There's 3 again, and Chris is reading this well, backing off and then timing it at just the right second.
And he forced the goal kick, and that's what we were talking about earlier. The best way to defend the La Croqueta is if you can bait it to come out a little bit early.
And Marcuso wins the ball back here. Ronaldo into Mbappe, fake shot around the corner. There's a Croqueta, there's a drag back, ball falls to CR7. Oh, the vision from Marcuso! But it is offside, I believe. He spotted the run.
Still got to say, wonderful composure to make that extra pass.
I was going to say that the vision was absolutely superb. Unfortunately for him, the linesman's flag was raised. But Marcuso again showing he's more than just that La Croqueta.
Iniesta and Xavi would have been proud.
Here's Varane winning the ball back, and there's space in behind here. Davinson Sanchez desperately trying to get back to R9. Ronaldo inside the box. Van Dijk does what he can, but it's not enough, and that one will count.
And you see Sanchez getting taken advantage of there. Gets in behind, has to take a gamble, able to get the ball back into the inside. Bit of an odd angle here, but it's a green time finish. And anytime Ronaldo's inside the box, you know what's coming up soon, or you know what's coming next.
He's absolutely deadly. And it's Marcuso who strikes first in this semi-final.
Goal for the visitors.
And that is maybe the difference between that team of the knockout stage, Cristiano Ronaldo, and that team of the year, Ronaldo. You know if it falls on the right foot of that team of the year, he's going to be hitting the target. But Chris, from the restart now, he's got Cristiano Ronaldo on the ball himself, puts it towards the back post, and Ramos has to get up.
And that's vintage Chris right there. Lobbing it to the back post, let him go get it. The problem is, even though that meta is so effective, everyone's been countering it using center backs as fullbacks, that it doesn't have the same levels of efficiency that it once did early on in the season.
And that's the thing about FIFA 19, the constantly evolving meta games. Pros recognizing weaknesses, finding ways to address it. Vieira, the great tackle from him. And that's going to set Marcuso away here just before half-time in the first leg of this semi-final, Madrid. Smart play, just making sure he has that last attack, Mike.
And I expected this game to be more open, actually, than it's been. I wouldn't go as far as saying it's cagey, but we haven't seen some of that tiki-taka or just that fast movement, that direct play that I'm used to seeing with both of these guys going forward.
And maybe that's a case of the occasion. Knowing that if you lose this, quite simply you're out of the tournament. And getting so close has got to hurt even more than going out in those first rounds. David De Gea will get off his line pretty comfortably there to clear the danger away. And maybe there is one more chance here for Chris, but he sends it forward. He sends it long. And there is the referee's whistle, the end of the first leg. It's Marcuso with the 1-goal advantage.
I'm not really sure this rhythm plays into either player's preference. It's a little slower than I expected, a lot more side-to-side passing. But we are looking at a lot of money on the line. Players trying to figure it out in terms of matchups. Marcuso obviously is up a goal.
I'm going to ask, do you think that maybe is the occasion starting to take over? A little bit of those mind games for the players. Don't want to take those risks.
Chris still needs to have more traps. Needs to force Marcuso to take some more gambles, some more risk. Seems that his build-up is just too easy, especially coming out of the back.
What would you suggest?
A little more pressure, higher pressure.
You were the man stood behind Chris right now. A little more pressure?
If I'm Will, who's over there coaching Chris, I'm telling Chris, hey, don't be scared to add some traps and then drop off. At least go for maybe an early takeaway. We've seen Marcuso give away some presents. Marcuso likes a holiday.
I'm sure he would like a place in the grand final here at the eChampions League. Even more than that, Havertz on the pitch again here for Marcuso. We've seen what an impact he's had in a lot of games today. Good tackle again from Chris, and he seems to be one of the best players I've seen so far at defending that La Croqueta.
Chris has done his research. It's still early, but up to this point, he's taken the La Croqueta off the table in terms of the effectiveness that we're usually seeing from Marcuso.
Just the 1 goal between the two players. So much time left in this game, in this semi-final. All played out wide there. I think he was looking for the little flick up maybe in for that first time volley, but Ronaldo will recycle this. Aurier's trying to stay tight. Neymar in towards the back post. Mbappe's there! And that is Chris doing what Chris does again. 1-1 now. And this is all set up so beautifully.
Chris is so clever with finding different ways to kind of maneuver these crosses to the back post. Wonderful finish from Mbappe. Can't do anything about it. It's 1-1. Changes the momentum a bit. You could say that Will's halftime talk worked. And we've seen Chris battle back on multiple occasions already at this event.
We have, and it's something he's really added to his game. I think a little bit of steel. Maybe was missing earlier in the season. Now Chris wins it back for the restart as well. Always great to show that focus, show you're switched on. Having just created that chance and not even created it. Put it away as well. 1-1 then. And Chris is in behind again, but unfortunately, maybe just holding out that dummy button a little bit too long and let the ball run, but he gets the ball back once more. And Marcuso really hasn't turned up so far at the start of this second half of the first leg. R9 now. Space for Vieira. Lots of space here for Neymar. Sergio Aurier saw that coming, though. Well defended by Marcuso. And now maybe there's a counter-attack for Marcuso.
That was a bit more of the traditional flow. You saw his attack start to speed up a little bit. And maybe it's a tactic from Chris where he's trying to take some of Marcuso's counter-attacking capabilities out of the game, where he's having the slower build-up and then tries to speed it up when he gets closer to the final third, or even whipping in crosses. Chris is pretty content doing that. He knows he does it better than the majority of professional players in terms of being able to find them with levels of efficiency and just accuracy of hitting that back post.
It's going to be up to Marcuso to find a way to counter what Chris is bringing to the table so far in this semi-final. Just past the hour mark. 30 minutes left in the first leg. So much time left to decide who will be our first ever grand finalist of the eChampions League. And Marcuso, he wants to go into that second leg with a goal advantage, but again, Chris is defending this absolutely superbly so far.
We keep saying that, but that means Chris needs to extend that lead. Because once Marcuso gets going, he can make up 2 or 3 goals relatively quickly.
Ramos then. R9, maybe a chance here for Neymar. Takes it first time! And David De Gea had to use every single inch of his frame to turn that behind for a corner. Van Dijk's free, and Van Dijk buries the header! When that ball is in the air, NYC Chris knows how to finish those chances.
Hits him with a quick corner kick. Marcuso doesn't move the goalkeeper quick enough, doesn't get a body in front of him. Green, time, finish, hits the back of the net. We've seen that goal on repeat. It's time for Havertz to make a difference.
On the pitch.
Needs to wake him up. He's been napping.
We also see Marco Reus being introduced on that left-hand side as well. 98th rated team of the season, Marco Reus. What a phenomenal foot item that is. And it's not someone we've seen a lot of so far today. We've seen a lot of Havertz. We've seen Eusebio coming in off the bench. Heung-Min Son.
Hazard
as well. And can Marco Reus be the one to make the difference? But a towering header there from Virgil van Dijk. Timed it green. Found that top left-hand corner. And NYC Chris is rolling here in Madrid.
Number 3, Virgil van Dijk.
And we haven't seen Marcuso's attack disrupted like this, where he just can't get into a flow. Even at the Manchester event, whether he was having good or bad results, because he did have some ups and downs, it was never an attacking issue. It was more so about him conceding goals.
And you have to say, it's been Chris's player switching and defensive positioning, which has been so good, and it's so difficult against a player like Marcuso to pull that off as well, Mike, because he has so many tricks up his sleeve. And here comes Marcuso. Ruud Gullit now. Maybe that run of Havertz is going to be utilised here by Marcuso as he steps forward for Ruud Gullit. Again, NYC Chris, the timing of his standing tackles has been absolutely exemplary so far.
And also when he steps and when he sits back. How to play aggressive and how to play passive, at least in the second half of the first leg, it's been perfect. And we talked about that at halftime, that he needed to change maybe his defensive pace a little bit, that he was giving Marcuso too much time on the ball. Well, he's made that adjustment.
Well, here's R9 then. Heel to heel after the scoop turn, turns back inside, almost squeezed that ball through the gap. So the on-way in striker, and that would have been a big chance, but now look at the space in behind. Marco Reus, the player we were talking about, spreads it wide to his fellow German. Havertz on that left foot, Cricketta one, chance to strike it, and again, Chris with the tackle just at the right time.
Oh, lots of space to work with. Can he find him?
He has found him. Cristiano Ronaldo after the defensive work, and Virgil van Dijk just appeared like a jack in the box to make that tackle.
Van Dijk is everywhere. You don't want to see him, man, coming at you.
And all of a sudden, this game is going end to end. 8 minutes left. Havertz again inside the box, turns back. Corner here for Marcuso. Royce leaves Mbappe. Goes past two. Van Dijk again. Utilised perfectly by NYC Chris.
Chris has neutralized the La Croqueta completely. Baits in and sits back, baits in and sits back. He's just done a wonderful job. He's not giving Marcuso the angles. The La Croqueta is all about the angles and creating those for passing, for shooting, even additional skill moves, and Chris is just not allowing him to get unique angles to make those combinations.
And this is where adaptation is going to be important for Marcuso. We know, of course, he has more tricks in the arsenal, but when your main weapon, your main focus of your attack, that is nullified, it has to raise some questions here. Havertz back onto that left side. Can go either side, of course. He's got a 5-star weak foot. Neymar gets dispossessed here. Pressure from Marcuso. And again, Chris, the timing is as consistent as the Japanese bullet train at the moment.
Still only a 1-goal spread, though. Chris, if he can get something late, that'll put a lot of pressure on Marcuso. And it does come down to focus, and I'm just playing devil's advocate here. But is Chris going to be able to keep this level of focus heading into the second leg?
Well, the important thing is here, Van Dijk's had to come across to deal with Ronaldo, and he does so. If Chris manages to get round the outside of Van Dijk there, the player who is dominant aerially, defensively, there for Marcuso, there might have been another opportunity, but at the break, it's 2-1 to NYC Chris, and Marcuso, well, he's got some questions to answer, Mike.
And you got to say that pace benefited Chris, especially in the second half. I was so impressed by his defensive work, and then he's looking for those crosses. He scored a corner kick. Everything's in the air, and you're not going to beat Chris if you want to do an air battle situation. That's not going to work well, and Marcuso doesn't really cross. Even when he gets out to the wing, you don't see him whipping in crosses. You don't see him aiming for that back post.
We're going to see the replays and the goals that we saw from the first leg of that semi-final, but to me, it's not even the story of goals here. It's the story of how to completely and utterly negate that La Croqueta. The timing, the way he's backing off and then going into the tackle, Mike. How difficult is that to judge every single time?
Extremely difficult, especially when you're looking at a player that has a certain level of caliber, experience, and just innovativeness with how he uses skill moves. And we're not talking about that. Even Marcuso's opening goal, no skills, very simple play, classic intangibles.
That was the goal that has given NYC Chris the lead as we head towards our second leg. He's set up beautifully. Just one goal between the two players. But just for now, before we get into that second leg, there's a very special man who's waiting alongside Spencer and Rachel right now. Let's go and join them.
Yeah, thanks, boys. We have Ruud Gullit joining us here, an icon in the game and back in the day as well when he was playing. Firstly, Ruud, I just want to get into the timing that you arrived at when Zizinho, your player, went through to the semi-finals. How did that feel to watch one of your own?
I was very exciting, of course. Then we get the message that the game had to be replayed, of the last part of it. So it was very excited. I was not happy, of course, because I was already happy about the fact that he reached the semi-final. But nevertheless, despite the waiting he had to do, both players, he came out with a victory again. And I said, now you know how good you are.
Indeed, and he was using you as well, like most of the players are doing. And we're actually going to get your FUT item up on the screen right now. And a question I was just asking you off camera was that everyone uses the La Croqueta in the game this year in FIFA 19. But did you use that, or what was your skill move of choice?
No, I was skillful in with pace.
Okay.
So I was not so, you know, when you're standing still. So I was running, and then I had scissor, I had all kinds of moves. And I say it to a lot of people, a lot of the kids, when I do training sessions with them. I said, what is your biggest trick? And they come all with all these tricks in the neck and the thing and everything. I said, okay, I'm going to show you my trick.
Oh, yeah?
So I just smash it in the goal. If you do that 20 times a year, you're going to make a lot of money, by the way.
good trick.
And you're going to win a lot of trophies. And then they look at me and they say, yeah, maybe you're right. That's what Ronaldo does.
Absolutely.
You know, and of course you need to have your own trick. But most of the time, the bigger players, maybe they have 2 tricks. There are exceptions. They have more. But most of them, they have 2 tricks where they do. They can do all the things with it.
Yeah.
Because it's not about the trick, it's about the simplicity you play. The more simple you play, the better the team plays. Of course, if you are there for yourself, then it can withhold the speed of the game and also the result. So therefore, if you play quicker and things like that, you could see it also with this game as well. If you pass very quick, all of a sudden that is more confusing for the opposition, and then you score goals.
Most effective way. These are some of your best stats in the game. You can see on the screen there. Obviously, close to 99 on a lot of stats. But what I wanted to ask you is this man on the screen. We were talking about who your favourite icons were from your sort of favourite footballers.
In my time, of course, Pelé, but I've never seen him play.
Yeah.
I only know it from old films and things like that. In my days, it was Maradona.
Yeah.
Maradona was the most skillful player.
Both
he was
icons
not
in the
very
game.
big.
Yep.
That's the thing.
Exactly.
And in this game, you need a little bit of height as well.
And that's one of the reasons you're so popular, obviously. 6'3", also with a 5-star weak foot. Pele's got that 5-star weak foot.
Yes.
And he's got some fantastic stats, as you can see. But crucially, as you pointed out, not being the biggest means that usually he's assigned to substitute duty at best, which is pretty crazy to have Pele on the bench.
It is pretty crazy because he was a good header also of the ball.
Yeah.
And so therefore, but the thing is, I think my advantage on Pelé was that I think he was the best player ever. Of course, I cannot compare with him. But I could play more positions. I was a centre half. I played in midfield. I played as a right winger. I played as a striker. And for that reason, because of that, I could imagine myself what it would be as a defender to play as a striker.
Yeah.
So I was anticipating all the time on these kind of things, and that made me what I was.
A team of Hullets could be a great option to have 11 of them. I don't know if you know, actually, one thing we've seen a lot in the previous tournaments is people using your item at left back. And that is actually because you come up against Cristiano Ronaldo, who often plays on the right, and you can win headers against him.
Okay,
so that's quite an
I
effective
understand. Cristiano Ronaldo is a fantastic player. And if he becomes an icon, after his career, I think a lot of people will use him.
Yeah.
But it's nice to know that nowadays players, they really worried about what their valuation is in the game because they all play it. My son asks me all the time, really, Papa, can you arrange to have you, please?
And can you sort that out for him?
Yeah.
No, you can't. You have to earn it.
You do indeed, and you're an expensive player, my man.
You have to earn it.
Anyway, loads of people love having you on their squads. So here are some of the players talking about why you are such an excellent player to have in their teams.
My most important icon pick is Ruud Gullit.
It's Ruud Gullit.
He's the complete midfielder, can attack.
He can defend as well. He can do everything.
He can play every position.
Literally every attack in the game, with a few exceptions, go through him.
He's so strong. Not only is he strong, but that hair looks really nice on the field, on the game.
Gullit.
Absolutely incredible to hear from Ruud Gullit there. And I had a little bit of a moment where I had to take a breath because of the mention of 11. Imagine going into Weekend League and coming up against 11 Ruud Gullits. You'd be like, I'm out.
Well, if I had the 11 on my side, I'd be very happy about that. Is there a petition I can sign to get 11 Ruud Gullits?
I tell you what, I think it's fair on anyone, to be honest, if we do that. But.
And he's right. He was this combination. When I think of Ruud Gullit, he's nimble, but he's still like a freight train. I would hate to stand in front of him. He's just explosive.
Well, let's talk about the game that we have still going on at the moment. And Ruud Gullit, of course, heavily involved as a prime icon moments in these two players' teams. NYC Chris, though. I mean, what a story this would be right now if he finds his way into the grand final. Marcuso's got it all to do. He's down by 1 goal at the moment, but what impressed you so much about Marcuso in that first leg? Yes, he's down by 1. What's going to change up maybe a little bit going into this second leg?
There's no way we see the same pace. We're not going to see the first leg. I don't think the first leg is going to resemble the second leg. I'm not talking about goals, results, score lines, anything along those lines, but just the rhythm, the play, the flow. There's no way that Marcuso can sit back like that. He's got to start taking some chances. He's got to increase the pace. He needs more offensive opportunities.
I think the crazy thing is as well is how many times can Chris absolutely nail that standing tackle? Because that's the question. Because he only has to get it wrong once. And all of a sudden, all of those areas, those attacking areas on the pitch open up. Do you think that's on his mind? Do you think that's on Marcuso's mind as well? He's like, yes, it hasn't worked so far, but this is what's got me this far. I need to continue doing what I do best.
You've got to think at some point he's going to beat Chris with a La Croqueta. So if I'm Chris, you got to make sure you play your game and you extend your lead. This will not finish 2-1. That's a promise that I hope I can keep, but it's a promise that I'm making right now.
We'll have to see if that promise is just that, as we're now into the second leg of our first semi-final. A reminder, a spot in the first ever eChampions League Grand Final. Up for place for one of these players. NYC Chris with that 1-goal advantage after the first leg. He's the man with possession here. Again, slow build-up play, but just as I say that, it's a little bit antsy and gives the ball away. Here's Aurier then for Marcuso. There is space inside here for Hullet. Has plenty of men in front of him. Neymar inside the box, and that time he tried to take this shot early, Mike. Do you think that's a case of maybe that's starting to play on his mind a little bit?
I just think he wants to mix up his gameplay. He's got to keep Chris guessing because he used, I don't want to say forced La Croquetas, but so many that Chris was able to stay put, able to bait him.
Well, here's Van Dijk then. Not used to seeing him in that end of the pitch, and now he's going to be out of position at the other end. A chance for NYC Chris to counter-attack, and a lovely little body feint. It's going to create space here for Kylian Mbappe to attack. Tries to drive around the outside of his fellow Frenchman there. Gets the ball into the air, and he's again looking for that cross into the back post. He gets a little bit lucky to win it back. Ruud Gullit takes the strike. And De Gea turns it behind for a corner.
And you got to say, every time that Chris goes forward, you think there's a possibility of an opportunity being created, a goal being scored, at least a cross being whipped in the dangerous positions on the pitch.
Well, Chris takes a shot from distance here, and it just drifts high over the top of the bar. But it was green, and we've seen shots from that distance cause the goalkeeper some problems.
He's teasing him, he's testing him, giving you some variety going forward.
There's Marcuso trying something a little bit different, trying to go a little bit more direct, and that's just left space in behind here for Cristiano Ronaldo, looking for that El Tornado. Well defended there. Oh, that 90 rated UCL road to final Serge Aurier. Questions asked about him in the air, but you have to say on the floor, he's been all right so far in this game.
And I'm surprised, even with Marcuso's build-up, I'm not used to seeing so many switches of the pitch.
Well, speaking of Cristiano Ronaldo, he's found his way in behind. What a ball that is! Massive chance there for Chris, and you hear a little groan of disappointment because that was a real chance there to go up 3-1.
What an incredible pick out. That's not a back post cross there. He manually grabs him with that cross, takes it down. Unfortunately, not a green time finish, not in the corner, but it just shows you that he has more in his locker than just lobbing it to the back post. And he's kind of on his game. You have to have a certain level of confidence in order to pick out a pass like that.
And sometimes it's a case of maybe planting the seed. Because you think Marcuso's thinking back post, back post, back post. And that's when you change it up.
Exactly. I can't agree more. It's very similar to when you saw earlier in this game, Marcuso took a shot, not from distance, but maybe out of the ordinary shot from Marcuso. He's just trying to tell him, hey, I will shoot. It's not always going to be a skill move.
And I see Chris looking for a driven pass out wide there to try and use Neymar. Marcuso wins it back. Only that one chance so far in this game, and it fell to NYC Chris. It's a slender lead at the moment in this game, but it is a lead. As Marcuso now steps forward, Ramos into Vieira, just waiting for the movement of the defenders. Here's one Croqueta, two, and again, NYC Chris. We talk about Marcuso being the master of the Croqueta. We might have just found his kryptonite.
This is a tutorial how to stop the La Croqueta, this entire matchup. First leg, second leg, at least up to this point. We do have the danger of the curse. The danger of the curse.
That we have to put into play so far in this game. He's kept it at bay. Here's Cristiano Ronaldo. Davinson Sanchez is the man trying to get across. Ball across goal. Vieira, fantastic positioning from the Frenchman there to snuff out the danger.
Very smart situational defending. He didn't take a risk because he knew he had Sanchez versus Ronaldo. Sanchez probably being Chris's weakest link, not just on the defensive end, just in general on his squad. So he just tried to buy time to get more players involved, to make it harder for Marcuso to get in behind. And we haven't seen that free-flowing form from Marcuso. Not in this matchup against Chris.
Here's Marcuso then. He only needs one opportunity, and that completely changes the context of the game. Here's Ronaldo. Oh, a little bit of a lucky break from here. Hullit's got it back onto his right foot, and Davinson Sanchez is showing us exactly why NYC Chris picked him up in that draw process. Neymar turning defense into attack now. Ronaldo into Neymar, tried to find the ball back. And Marcuso this time showing some defensive ability. Marcuso then tries to squeeze the ball down the line. Few moments now till half-time. And the question I have for you, Mike, is when do the changes come in for Marcuso here?
60th minute, if it stays like this. I mean, Marcuso's been on the ball. He just hasn't been able to do anything with it.
Well, here's Chris building up slowly again, being very intentional with every single one of these passes. Takes the shot from distance. Lack of goalkeeper movement there from Marcuso. Maybe that's something that Chris will pick up on next time.
And we've complimented Chris's defending, but we should also talk about Marcuso's defending. It's been good. Chris has had a lot of half chances, but not many full-fledged, wide open. He should convert that type of opportunities.
But again, Chris, the percentage of tackles won that he has won is absolutely phenomenal. And he has the last attack here as we head in towards the break of the second leg. He's up by 1. He's looking to extend that lead. Mbappe, Hullet doesn't get the result he was looking for. R9 then into Mbappe, gets it back onto his left. Vieira steps across. And the one thing you don't want to see in those situations is that red timing. Big chance for Chris at the end of the half. Will he go to regret that as we move on?
Same thing when you're driving. You don't want the stoplight. You don't want to see red. That means you have to wait for everybody. If you see that in any FIFA match, any sequence, any circumstance, you are not going to score a goal. You could be sitting 2-3 feet out. If you read it, it's going wide or it's going over the bar.
I'm so intrigued to see the changes that are going to be coming in and when they happen as well. Just a reminder, icons have to be substituted for icons. You have to have 3 icons on the pitch. You have to have 3 Champions League players on the pitch as well at all times. That kind of limits your options a little bit.
And the reason that's so important is because it adds a new element into this tournament where you have to figure out the best squad that fits your play style, that's most suitable for you, and also get you full chemistry. Because with only 3 icons, now it becomes a little more mix and match.
And that's why we're seeing that German league being utilized, those new Team of the Season Bundesliga's players, Da Costa, Havertz, you've got Goretzka in a lot of squads. Chemistry absolutely vital for these players, and maybe an element of the game they're not completely used to with the teams they have been useful, but one thing that Chris isn't too used to at the moment is giving the ball away like that, and that's going to be Marcuso with the ball almost immediately after Chris had the kickoff. Marcuso managed to get in behind here. Neymar can't get around Sanchez. Will be a corner here. Taken short once again. Neymar tries to get the ball up in the air, and Chris again, it doesn't matter who he's got on the ball, who he's defending with. That time it was Cristiano Ronaldo, and it's just the same result.
He's been so precise at every given opportunity. When there's a 50-50, it's not a 50-50, at least it doesn't seem that way with Chris in terms of how he's stepping. Like I said, when he's sitting back, his midfield coverage with cutting down some of the easy passes.
Well, outside here to Havertz. Sorry to cut you off, Mike, because there might be a chance here for Marcuso to find an equalizer. Neymar, step over, heel to heel, and again, it's Virgil van Dijk, who has almost played like 2 centre-backs in this game.
And Marcuso almost always looks to walk it in, so to speak, to get very close to the goal in order to take that shot. He needs to mix in, whether it's crosses, long shots. He's got to have some different looks, so to speak, going forward, because what's going on right now is just not working. Chris has done such a good job sitting back and really waiting for that final skill, that final touch, that final pass.
There's a chance there for Chris as well. He didn't get the timing again on that shot, but now he can burst away. Patrick Vieira, though, comes back in. No nonsense clearance from the Frenchman. And the referee is going to pull it back here. Linesman's flag does go up. And you're looking at the moment at those stats in the top left-hand side of your screen. Marcuso's only had one shot on target so far. And as we approach the hour mark, he's only got 30 minutes left to change this around. Here's Chris. Again, Virgil van Dijk steps in to win it back. And this is where Marcuso really needs to start stepping it up here, Mike.
He's got space to work with. A little too predictable from Chris, too, on a couple of these crosses. But when his defending's been this consistent, you really can't knock the guy with anything he's been able to do. Best scouting report we've seen versus Marcuso of the season.
Well, here comes NYC Chris. Vieira striding forward, maybe just waiting for that run outside. Here's our 9! It's 3! It's a 2-goal advantage! And he's got 1 foot in the grand final.
And you want to talk about timing. The way that he sets that up, and another cross from Chris. We talk about it. You're not going to beat him out crossing him, or you're not going to beat him by out crossing him. But the timing is so crucial. We talk about what's so important with FIFA and the rhythm, the flow, the timing. When you step, when you sit back, how your players support runs. That's just lovely. It's beautiful.
And now we are seeing a change in formation. Marcuso needs 2 goals to send this to extra time. All the pressure in the world falling onto the shoulders of the man on your screen right now. I think we might have seen a 4-1-2-1-2 narrow maybe in the back pocket there for Marcuso, a real attacking option for him to go forward.
I reckon that's a dangerous switch. I've talked to Chris many times, and his favorite formation to play against is actually the 4-1-2-1-2 because he likes those wing outlets. We'll see if Marcuso is able to create enough pressure, though. He has to change what's been happening.
He has to change something. He's had 1 shot of note in this game. And when you're down by 2 goals, quite simply, it ain't working.
And we're used to seeing tiki-taka play from Marcuso before he gets to the box, and that just hasn't been there. Not in leg 1, definitely not in leg 2.
Havertz on the ball then for Marcuso. Needs to score. To just swing the momentum maybe back in his favour momentarily. Ronaldo gets round the corner! David De Gea. That is a phenomenal save. Neymar, maybe another chance here. 1, 2, he's done it! You had to wonder how long Chris could sustain his defensive style. 1 mistake is all it took. Now it's a 1-goal game.
And you have to ask, why did it take so long for you to make the switch? Instantly, Marcuso's moving the ball quicker. You see the pressure play, the double teams, and he's putting you under some pressure with the La Croqueta. It's not looking as stale. It's not looking as stiff.
Oh,
his movement as a collective, back to being himself.
Are we in for a finish in this game? All of a sudden, Marcuso's turned up in this second leg here. 1 goal the difference. NYC Chris still on top. A goal here for him would just reset everything. Van Dijk gets across for Marcuso, and here comes the Dane once more. Vieira inviting Ramos forward. Havertz gets the ball into Ronaldo. Ramos inside the box. Danger here for Chris, and Mbappe, of all players, is the man making the defensive plays.
And I'll tell you what, it's difficult for Chris to switch gears now because Marcuso's bringing all this new pressure. We haven't seen this at any point in the first leg or the second leg, and it's just a different pace. And that's why we always talk about changing formations and adjusting tactics. And you could tell that Chris is trying to pick up the speed, so to speak.
And Chris is playing this absolutely beautifully at the moment. He was inviting the pressure, playing it around, just couldn't find that final ball in, and Ronaldo's going to win that header. Marcuso, oh, it's a lax pass there from Eusebio. Now you look at the space. And just as I say, look at the space, I should have been saying, look at the foot of Rafael Varane as he won that ball.
Game's becoming a little more rambunctious. Definitely feels like there's more room for error as well.
Feels a little bit like a Mike LaBelle house party at this point. Turns back, beautiful stuff from Neymar. Just had to stretch there, Cristiano Ronaldo. And now Marcuso, 10 minutes left on the clock. What have you got? Can you pull something out of the bag? Here's Eusebio. 1 Croqueta into Cristiano Ronaldo. The fake shot. Was it too much? You have to say yes.
And what Marcuso's doing right now is he's using both his fullbacks as overlapping runs to give him additional width. So it's like he has a player open at all times.
Well, here's Marcuso again. Another attack formulating, and Patrick Vieira steps in and does what he does best. Wins the ball back, relieves all of the pressure for NYC Chris, and a throw-in at this area of the pitch is huge, but Havertz wins it back.
I can't believe Chris threw that away. It's a throw-in, take your time.
Oh, Eusebio almost gets it. Ronaldo now, first time shot. Oh, can you believe it? Can you believe it?
No, I cannot believe it. We're another comeback. We're on the brink of extra time again.
Unbelievable. Breathtaking.
And it starts with that throw-in. What was he doing? Let the clock sink down. Wait till somebody's wide open. Put some pressure on your opposition.
Marcuso needs to focus up though. Chris is inside the box. R9. Huge chance, corner. Ramos wins it. 90 minutes on the clock. And Marcuso has the ball moving forward. Eusebio twisting, turning, trying to cast a spell, and it's a mistake from Chris, and we are going once again to extra time. Hold me, Mike.
We're hugging off camera, you can't see it. It's incredible, it's incredible. We see that swap into the 4-1-2-1-2 though from Marcuso. Moment of the match, changes the energy, changes the vibe. We were just waiting for that clock to tick down beforehand. We weren't seeing any opportunities, weren't seeing any pressure. Chris was walking his dog. He was seeing this out no problem, doubling his money.
And you have to give huge credit to the composure, to the mentality of that man on your screen. To never say die, to have that attitude and send it to extra time. And now for Chris, I mean, you talk about mentality, what a flip-flopping mentality that is. All of a sudden you think, I'm going to the final, and then you've got 30 minutes more to play.
And you got to say, no one looks happy here. Marcuso and August don't look happy about making this comeback. Maybe they feel like they should have done better in regular time before, well, not regular time, maybe they should have done better before this late game narrative in the second leg. And then on Chris's end, of course, he just threw away a 2-goal spread.
And it was that one thing we were talking about. How many times can you make that last-ditch tackle? How many times can you stop that little skill move run inside the box to cricket or a scoop turn? And it was that one moment he did not stop it. And the momentum's all with Marcuso.
Well, and the irony is, it wasn't the La Croqueta that beat him, it was Chris's mistakes, where he gave this game life. He gave it back to Marcuso. He said, hey, welcome back to the game. Let's make this interesting.
Well, speaking of welcome back to the game, welcome back to the game. Extra time here in the first semi-final of the eChampions League. And Marcuso with a last gasp. Goal to send it to extra time is coming forward. Havertz into Hullet, and Mbappe makes the interception. Chris can come away.
Something tells me it's Havertz time. Both players are using him. We've seen him as a super sub this year, or well, this tournament we should say, where he has been dynamic, influential, maybe even the most valuable player for some of these guys.
Havertz takes a shot from distance, and it was almost like you saw the future. Unfortunately, it wasn't green, but Havertz has got another chance. He's on his left foot, and De Gea has to skip across to make the save. Corner here for Chris. Eusebio back to Sanchez. And of all players, it's Vieira taking a strike, and it'll be another corner here to the American. Into the box. Finally, Marcuso can breathe. Eusebio has got away from his man. Look at Cristiano Ronaldo. He's just shown too much of it to Sanchez.
What a challenge.
But Chris is just giving it away. Gets it back, luckily. And all of a sudden, this is end-to-end stuff.
And that shows you where Chris's mental game is at. You have to be confident to do that, to go for that slide tackle.
Oh, shot from distance there from Eusebio. It wasn't green again. And Chris has had chances. Marcuso now. Steps forward. Neymar gets a little bit of a lucky break here. Havertz can't find the ball around the corner to Hullet, and you can really feel the nerves in this game now, Mike.
I've started sweating. Just throwing it out there. Just sharing.
The fourth official has indicated
Vieira for Marcuso then.
2 minutes.
Stoppage time. End of the first half of extra time. Hullet makes the tackle.
And as the players on the pitch have gotten more fatigued, this is an open game. So much space to work with.
Hullet out wide here to Cristiano Ronaldo. The last chance of the game will be to NYC Chris. He's getting around the outside of Varane, but a great recovery tackle. Means that there's no goals to report in extra time. One more half. I'm not saying the word.
I know you're thinking about it. I was thinking about it myself.
I'm not saying it.
Okay. You guys at home might know the word.
Begins with P.
Yeah, starts with P.
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, though, but you just feel there's going to be a chance here, Mike. You just feel there's going to be one more chance.
I believe in the late winner.
Back underway.
If you guys are just tuning in, you're tuning in at the right time. Extra time to decide everything in terms of these guys going home or doubling their money and staying alive and going to the finals.
Substitution here as well. Fresh legs at this point in the game is absolutely huge. Not sure who did make that change. We'll keep an eye on the players on the pitch and see if we can recognize it. NYC Chris wins the ball back, and it's Lionel Messi. And there's a chance going forward here. Varane has to win this. Havertz into Messi. Chris to Havertz.
Fuck this game!
And I think that says more than we could ever say, Mike. Marcuso. Has been let off the hook here. But NYC Chris has won it back.
What a ball to Havertz.
Havertz is in again. Varane will get across. Tellez now into Hullet. You just feel there's going to be a chance here. You just feel someone could make themselves a hero here. Havertz, the heel to heel. Ronaldo. Corner ball. Neymar into Varane. Ruud Hullet. Cricketer one. Into Havertz again. Another cricketer, and Chris just smartly gets rid of the ball. Marcuso wants this now. He feels like Chris is on the ropes. He's looking for that knockout blow. But Chris, he's rallied.
Chris needs to try to get the last attack here.
Marcelo. Can't find Ronaldo. 120 minutes on the clock, but Chris has won it back now. Vieira.
2 minutes of added time.
Can you focus? Can you create? Can you score a winner here, Chris?
I'm confused.
The answer
is not right. Penalty kicks?
It's not right now. We're just checking maybe some of the substitutions that have been made in this game, making sure it's all fair and above board. But I mean, what a period of extra time this has been, Mike. And we've been talking about, you know, tension, building drama. Just before we go to the spot, just before we go to penalty kicks, we have this.
Why don't we open a dispute?
So obviously we're waiting for the ruling from the referees here to find out exactly what the situation is in this game. Marcuso, though, what a chance it was. He created that chance almost out of nothing.
And the same could be said for Chris, especially in the first half of extra time. It was all NYC Chris. We saw Havertz hit the post. We saw a great save from De Gea. We've seen many great saves from De Gea today.
I'm telling you what, this UCL, David De Gea, for me, has been performing better than the team of the year. To be honest with you, that we see in a lot of other tournaments. Some of the saves he's made have been absolutely exemplary. I mean, the one thing that this does give us, Mike, is a chance to catch our breath, because this game has quite simply been breathtaking.
You got it? We're going to close the game, starting at 5 minutes left.
And we're listening in just as intently as you guys who are watching at home. Might be for the ruling at the moment. And maybe it's this little mistake. This is concentration. This is pressure. This is what it does to you. Even something so simple as a substitution. Just that little moment, that little slip of the mind is what can affect the game, what can affect your mentality. And you can see Chris here. I think he realizes he's made a little mistake. I think it's a substitution mistake.
But Chris is the one who kicks the ball out. So maybe it's a substitution mistake on Marcuso.
So just getting confirmation actually in my ear there, sorry Mike, that it is a substitution error, a little bit of miscommunication between Chris and himself about who he was bringing on the pitch. So that game will be restarted from the point that that substitution was made. So we've only got a few moments left. And just a reminder that at all times in the format that we're playing at the moment with the squad rules that we have to have 3 icons at the pitch at the same time, 3 UCL foot items on the pitch at the same time. And I think he just took one player off and didn't put a UCL player on or something. I mean, in that kind of situation, it's so tough to do. It's so easy to do, isn't it, when you're getting so formulaic with your substitutions.
And at different tournaments, you might have different squad rules. You forget about it. You've made habits online. It's not that you're necessarily trying to get a competitive advantage. You just make the sub off of instinct or make the change because that's what you've been doing. And before you know it, we're here with a pause, a reset.
I love the drama, though. I love the drama.
6 minutes on the clock. Why not? But tension is the best way to describe what we're dealing with. Yes, talk to me, please.
Who's going to win it? Who is going to be our first ever eChampions League finalist, Mike LaBelle?
We're going to penalties. It's going to be like a rock, paper, scissors situation.
That's not the question I asked.
I've seen Chris in penalties this year. They haven't really gone in his favor. Really putting me on the spot here. If it goes to penalties, I think Marcuso has an edge. If Chris is able to nick something late, then of course.
Marcuso then, finally managed to get out of you.
Yeah.
I'm going with Chris, man. I believe in my boy. That's what I'm saying. Chris is gonna. This is it. This is where he makes the final. This is it. This is his moment.
Well, his whole season's been building up to this. Exactly. We saw him in the finals in Bucharest last week. Manchester, obviously top 8 to get here. He's in the semifinals now, top 4.
Oh, of course, incredibly exciting stuff to come. Let's talk about the other semi-final that we have coming up as well, because, I mean, some of the players that we still have left in this tournament, it's absolutely unbelievable. Zizinho versus Dr. Nightwatch. I mean, those two involved in some crazy games earlier as well. Zizinho, we had the restart as well in that one, due to a very similar mistake that we've just seen here from Chris. So, drama all the way through. And there's one thing we can guarantee. In the Champions League, we have drama. In the eChampions League, it's only right that we have a bit of drama as well, right? Let's have a little quote here from North Marcuso. Getting inside his head a little bit. If I didn't think I had a chance to win, I wouldn't play. It's the best 8 players in the world, no matter what. It's going to be tough. And I think we've seen that perfectly in effect, Mike, so far this tournament.
Marcuso's a confident guy. He doesn't need a hype man. It's good that he has a coach maybe to ground him at times with August. But in terms of believing or self-belief, Marcuso's never been lacking.
The question is, can belief get you all the way?
It can get you through some results where maybe you don't deserve it. If you watch these first 2 legs, Chris had the majority of the play in terms of possession. He had the majority of solid chances. He even converted those chances. He was more clinical. However, the last 15, 20 minutes of leg number 2, we didn't see the same Chris.
That was all Marcuso, and that opportunity towards the end. I mean, it could have gone either way. Such big chances at the end of that game. One for Chris, one for Marcuso. We could have been done and dusted, essentially, at this point, but I believe that we got something else to show you this time about NYC Chris. And, you know, we heard from Marcuso, and he, you know, NYC Chris coming out here and saying, beating Marcuso and Lev in the earlier ECL rounds didn't give me any confidence because they want to get their revenge. They will try really hard to beat me, and I think, obviously, they're going to be trying as hard as possible to beat him. But right now, you have to wonder if one of these players is going to be beating themselves, making a mistake. Or is it going to be a moment of magic from someone? Just a few seconds left, Mike LaBelle. And I have to say the P word.
Are you going to say it, or are you just going to leave it there?
I'm waiting.
Okay. So we're going to get back into action. We've got an entire period of extra time left. Of course, we're all even on aggregate, 3-all. If it continues this way, what's going to happen, Mark? We're going to go to...
the spot.
The spot. No, we're going to be going to penalty kicks.
Oof, you said it.
That's fine. However, I still believe, and I think Mark believes the same, that we've got a late winner. We haven't seen penalty kicks today for a reason. If we're keeping the same theme, extra time, late winner.
At this stage in the tournament, with the spot in the finals on the line, with the money on the line, with everything that we've been talking about all day on the line. This period of extra time is absolutely enormous for both of these players.
Monumental. This is your make or break for the season for a lot of these guys. Even if you're one of the top players, this can give you everything you need for playoffs in terms of confidence, momentum, get you ready for the E-World Cup. Your bank account looks a lot bigger. It's going to increase drastically. Most likely drastically drastically.
Drastically for most people, especially for me. Anyway, back into this game then. Full period of extra time.
A healthy increase.
And it is going to be NYC Chris with a free kick here. Marcelo takes this one short to Mbappe. If you're just joining us, you can see the aggregate score here, tied up at 3-3. And a goal at this point in the game would completely change things! NYC Chris just never says die!
And once again, lovely build-up play. Finds the intricate passes. Hits the man in the box. You can't miss from there. Neymar on the near post. Can he see it out?
That is the question. Can he see it out? Marcuso, pressure back on you. Time to work with. Has possession from the restart as well. And with what a crazy, crazy tournament this has been so far.
Number 10.
You just know there's going to be a chance. It's a case of if Marcuso can take it.
You got to say Chris deserves it, but that's just not how FIFA works. It's not about how many chances you make. It's about converting those opportunities.
Neymar inside the box. A couple of croquettes almost got him just a glimpse of space to get a shot away, but Chris defends it well again. And now you're going to see the chance to counter-attack here for Chris.
A lot of space to work with.
Gets the ball to Mbappe, but the linesman's flag goes up.
A risky step there from Marcuso. Acres of space. Just wasn't able to check back in time.
Around 6 minutes for NYC Chris to silence the doubters, to get to that final. To be in with a shot of lifting that trophy here in Madrid. Is there another twist in the tail? R9, speaking of twists, gets away from his man, Havertz!
What is going on today? Every game, every matchup. It's never over. What a finish. Good decision making there from Marcuso. Chris is thinking that he's going to open up his body with Havertz, go the other direction, and we see that man again.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. We go again. 118 minutes on the clock. Penalties looming on the horizon. NYC Chris. Have you got some magic? Oh! The answer was so nearly yes.
That was close. Woo. Marcuso, I get the last attack here.
The referee has indicated there will be a minimum
stoppage time.
2 minutes. Added time.
Not in stoppage time.
Havertz, the goal scorer, the game changer. Goes around the outside of Marcelo. Ronaldo, Vieira, it's do or die now. Vieira steps in and we are going to the penalty spot. First penalty, Marcuso steps up. Saved by Chris. Can he take the lead there? Neymar versus De Gea. And he does.
I hate that Neymar run up. Marcuso. And he converts. Can Chris go 2 for 2? And he does indeed. Keeps the lead.
On goal advantage here in the penalty shootout. Neymar steps up here for he goes down the middle. No! You hate to see it go this way. 2 saves for Chris. A chance to go up by 2, and he takes it. Marcuso needs to score. He has to score, and he does score. And now the pressure on Marcuso. Needs to make a save. Ronaldo, De Gea, and Chris has done it! Unbelievable semi-final here in Madrid. It was settled from the spot. And NYC Chris is in your grand final. I'm not standing on the spot. I'm all over the place after that. That was insane.
Back-to-back finals for NYC Chris. We saw him in the PlayStation finals in Bucharest. Now he's here in the finals. $60,000 guaranteed. He's going to compete for a $100K trophy, walking out on the pitch, claiming the first ever eChampions League.
He's 1 game away.
Going to put that in the books.
He's 1 game away now. He is the first ever finalist. The thing is with Chris, he's doing so well. He's going so far. Marcuso pushed him all the way in this game. And I mean, some of these moments in this game, we had drama, we had restarts, we had accidental substitutions. It was end-to-end. Neymar hit inside the box. There were the cricketters. That's classic Marcuso. And he was down by 2. Mistake here from Chris. Ronaldo, last few moments of regulation time to send it to extra time.
And when you got to extra time, you were starting to think, man, maybe Chris is down and out. He was getting angry. We could hear him yelling, getting emotional, but he bounces back.
And this was a fantastically well-worked goal as well, the finish from Neymar. But guess what? We weren't done there. Great ball from Hullet. Havertz found the equalizer to send it to the spot. Maybe nerves just got the better of Marcuso, as NYC Chris managed to hold his nerve.
And you wonder if Chris did any research maybe on penalty kicks with Marcuso. Maybe he knew that he likes to go down the middle. Well, he's seen him stream, seen some of his previous matchups. Information is information.
He certainly knew on that first penalty. An absolutely insane first semi-final here in Madrid. We're going to take 2 minutes to ourselves because, Jimmy, I'm sure you got a lot you want to say about that game.
Wow. Mark and Mike, this tournament is nuts. It is absolutely nuts. Brandon and Kyle are joining me here on the couch. Fellas, like 1 word to describe this.
Scenes.
Incredible.
All right, let's catch up everybody with a map of the players that are left remaining in this tournament. We put this together for you guys so you can see where everybody's being represented. We've got Nightwatch taking on Zizinho coming up next. We just saw NYC Chris. He is going to the final. And now let's take a look at the bracket, get everybody caught up. So NYC Chris, an American representative in the eChampions League final. It warms my heart, coming over from EMLS. Congratulations to Chris. Unlucky for Marcuso. And then Nightwatch versus Zizinho. That is going to be the match we're going to see up next. That was the one that just finished.
Amazing.
So quick prediction. Heading into semifinal number 2. For a chance to go to the final, Nightwatch, Zizinho, the Brazilian versus a European.
Coming into this tournament, I'm not just going to make up these predictions. I was back in Zizinho, and I still believe that now, even though there was a few issues back then, he still won that game. I feel like Zizinho for me to go the full way.
Okay.
I don't even know, Jimmy.
It's flipping a coin at this point.
Nightwatch.
I
don't know.
So you're just feeling that he's got enough in him? Because, I mean, he was a bit rattled in his quarterfinal, and he seemed...
Every single game we've had today, we could have predicted what could have happened. We don't know what's actually happening. Everyone has stepped up to the mark, and this is what the eChampions League is all about.
All right, what we can guarantee, though, is that it's going to be very exciting. So let's throw it back to our casters, Mark and Mike, for the next semifinal. Guys?
Oh, I'm ready for the next semi-final, Mike. It's going to be absolutely insane. I mean, there's one thing we can promise is it is unpredictable. That's the one thing we can predict. I mean,
not one game is finished in regular time. We're going to go to extra time, or we're going to see penalty kicks if we're keeping this theme. This is the Champions League theme.
I think that's what's going to happen, to be honest with you. Obviously, we need to talk about the 2 players we have involved here. Dr. Nightwatch, he's found his way into the semi-finals. A crazy game that he had in the quarterfinals. And he goes up against Zizinho. Again, drama in that game as well. They had a substitution error due to the squad rules that have been in place. You need to be on your game, boys, to make sure that you're focused up.
And Zizinho is representing Team Hullet. Ruud Hullet is here as well. The big boss is in town. You want to play well in front of the big boss.
You want to impress your boss. You always want to do that.
And Zizinho's representing Brazil, only South American in the Final 8, now in the Final 4. Just a reminder, these men are doubling their money basically here. Yeah, they're at 30K, could be at 60.
One thing that I want to talk about quickly here is look at the demeanor of the two players compared to their first game. I think everyone's just kind of settled into the tournament a little bit. Nightwatch looks a little bit more composed, a little bit more calm than he did. But maybe that will change because it's time for our second semi-final. The winner of this game will go up against NYC Chris, all the way from the United States in America, for a shot at becoming the first ever eChampions League champion.
And to give you a little more information about these two players, Dr. Nightwatch, the doctor isn't there just for show. It's because he does the most research. He knows everything about FIFA, he knows everything about all of his oppositions, and you could see multiple formation adjustments, players being used. And then Zizinho has the classic Brazilian flair. He's looking to score, and he wants to score often.
Well, Eusebio might be creating a chance here. Nightwatch, he's almost surgically working his way through. De Gea, oh, he makes an absolute mess of it! We've been praising David De Gea all day. But when it comes down to a crunch moment, Zizinho has been let down by his goalkeeper.
Poor clearance there.
Nightwatch takes the lead. He won't care how it goes in. No reaction, though, from Zizinho. Staying calm, staying composed, Mike. So vital at this stage of the tournament.
And for all the time that Nightwatch has had off, he couldn't have asked for a better beginning. Even though it has some good fortune, he'll still take it. The goal counts the same.
So Zizinho with his first real opportunity to have possession of the ball. 7 minutes into the game, Nightwatch with the lead. And Zizinho a little bit rattled maybe by that early goal. Gives it away fairly carelessly there. Ball over the top from Nightwatch. Neymar in behind the defense. Da Costa, of all players, and it's two! The Doctor is turning up in the semi-finals.
Decisive build-up, and that's what you see after you've already scored one. You can often add a second. Double your lead. Zizinho just doesn't feel like he's in this match just yet. He's just getting started.
He hasn't turned up yet, to be honest with you.
He's touched the ball once, and he's already conceded 2 goals.
But we do know he's a resilient character. We saw that in his quarterfinal, managing to work his way through what was an incredibly tough tie.
And he's got plenty of time to work with. Just to reiterate, this is all over 2 legs, and we use an aggregate system.
R9 then, first real chance for Zizinho to come forward. So it's CR7 who's managed to get into a position to maybe get a strike away. Mbappe maybe thinking about that finesse shot. Space here for Neymar. He's opened things up. Courtois down well to make the save.
And you're seeing with Dr. Nightwatch, he's got the combination between Goretzka and Da Costa. Not necessarily common because it's brand new. Both of those Team of the Season players have just been introduced in the Bundesliga.
It was Da Costa who provided the assist for that first goal, the opening goal. And at the moment, Nightwatch could not have asked for more going forward at the start of this game. 17 minutes gone. Everything going his way. 2 to the good. A little bit of fortune in that first goal, we have to say. But the second one, absolute class from Nightwatch. Here is Da Costa then. Gullit and Goretzka both linking up in that midfield, and both so good, so versatile going forward, going back, and that's going to be a great option. You know, you look at Patrick Vieira, he's kind of a one-dimensional player a little bit, more defensive-minded, but having both Gullit and Goretzka, that's going to give you so much variety in your midfield.
You have to respect that both your center mids can step into space and be offensive, be aggressive, be a factor.
Shot from distance there for Nightwatch, trying to catch Zizinho off guard. Mbappe in towards that front post. R9 gets the header away, and R9 clears the ball off his front post to a centre-back, Rafael Varane, who was the furthest player up the pitch.
And we've seen Zizinho make many comebacks over the competitive season at a variety of events.
And
So
Dijk
this
makes
is
the initial tackle there. Sorry to cut you off there, Mike, because there might be a chance. Just starting to open itself up. Courtois doesn't get down. Oh, it's a mess.
that almost feels deserved after the first goal.
I was about to say, whatever De Gea can do, Courtois can do worse. Does that work?
A little FIFA karma. Those won't look good on the replay tapes.
A ball ended up in the back of the net. 3 players ended up in the back of the net with it. And it's Virgil van Dijk who will be credited with the own goal there. Not the prettiest of goals you ever see, but it's on the scoreboard. 2-1 now. And Zizinho's found his way back into the game. This is where Nightwatch needs to keep that composure. Mbappe with the corner, whips it in. De Gea gets a punch up. Pull it from distance there. It was Time Green again. It seems like Nightwatch at the moment is testing Zizinho out from distance. Do you think that maybe he's done a bit of research, like we say, and recognises he doesn't move his goalkeeper that much?
I think it's part of Dr. Nightwatch's game where he wants to take some long shots. It also forces corner kicks. And if you rate yourself as someone who can convert corner kicks, shooting for a corner is not the worst thing in the world.
Here's Zizinho then trying to turn back, and there's so many men behind the ball, but he's found a pocket of space here. Mbappe can't get past that physical presence of Da Costa, the 6'2" frame. And now Nightwatch. Well, he goes route one, finding Cristiano Ronaldo. Slightly sloppy pass in that situation. You'd like to see maybe Nightwatch just wait for a little bit more assistance coming from midfielder?
Felt a little too direct. Need to pull it back. A little mini reset, so to speak.
Here's CR7 then. Back to Vieira, something brewing here for Zizinho. What a tackle that is by Ruud Gullit. Didn't look in position to make that tackle, but he made it work. And now Eusebio's trying to release Neymar, but Telles gets up and makes the header.
And often, especially at the competitive level, everyone understands the meta and has a mastery. It's helpful to show various attacking maneuvers or attacking techniques in order to give yourself more freedom later on in a game.
There's another fantastic move there from Zizinho. He's pulling the defence apart. There's the Cricketta! And Courtois this time makes a much better job of making the save. Neymar in towards the box. Courtois comes out. And at 6'6", that's going to be his all day.
Only player in the tournament using Courtois, and it's mainly for that reason, to stop those crosses. Gives you a little bit of extra height compared to De Gea. Some believe that he's better in the air if you're bringing him out.
His kicking is an issue. It's one reason that we don't see players using him too much. You've just seen an example of it there, Mike, just putting the ball straight out of play.
This is where it's important to be honest about your gameplay. What kind of goals do you score? What kind of goals do you concede? What's going to allow you to have the ultimate level of success?
Referee has indicated there will be a minimum of 3 minutes.
Half-time whistle approaching then. Mbappe into Neymar.
Oh,
little 5-star combination there. Well defended though by Nightwatch, and now he can kind of come away, and I think that will be it. Maybe one more chance to go forward, actually. 3 minutes of added time here. And Ronaldo's in behind. Just as I'm waiting for the whistle to go, Nightwatch is saying, I want a third, and he finds it! A perfect finish, playing to the whistle. And that 2-goal lead is restored.
And you just talked about him waiting for runs. Talk about good timing. Waiting for the play to develop, going backward, going side to side, going forwards. A lot of first-time passes there. Everybody in the best position in order to create this opportunity. It's late, it's great, and it carries momentum into the second half.
And it's also green. The time finish that came in at the end of that move from Eusebio has restored the 2-goal advantage. So to Nightwatch, start this half, came out of the blocks hot. Took that 2-goal lead. Zizinho managed to pull one back. The last kick of the game, essentially, there in the first half, has restored that 2-goal lead. Dr. Nightwatch is looking good, Mike.
And I don't think either player needs to make adjustments at this point. The Doctor has 3 goals. He's happy about those 3 goals. Zizinho, after conceding 2 early goals, basically back-to-back, he really controlled the game until giving up that counterattack. He even started to make the comeback, started to forge a run, so to speak. Started to put a little more pressure on Dr. Nightwatch, and we were seeing more deep balls from Dr. Nightwatch. He was trying to hit it deep down the wings, less possession play. Zizinho starting to crawl back in.
He's one of those players, he's a dangerous player, Zizinho. If you do kind of sit back, if you play that deeper line in your defense and your midfield, you invite that pressure because he has got that little something up his sleeve to beat a man, and then all of a sudden, your defense gets pulled left and right, and he can find that killer ball. It's all about concentration, this for Night Watch. Although it is a valid strategy, it has its risks as well.
It's very important for Night Watch to limit mistakes. Some would say he was fortunate to get by Alan Avi with some of the mistakes he had out of the back. The switches of the pitch, and just some rushed passing. And when we did the interview, he was shaking. We saw him out of character in terms of the nerves. Seems like he's settled those. Looks a little more himself in this matchup.
I 100% agree. He looks like a completely different character to what we saw earlier in the day. He looks focused. He looks like he knows what he wants to achieve here. And he's settled into the game that he has played thousands and thousands of games of this year. Zizinho, though, has released Neymar, and R9 is in the box, maybe waiting for a cross. It just looked a little bit desperate, to be honest with you, which is surprising at this point in the game. Tellez is doing what he can to upset the rhythm here of Dr. Nightwatch. Da Costa, though, exposing that space left by the fullback, being aggressive. Varane now into Eusebio. Chance really starting to develop here. But Tellez does get back into position to win it back.
And you can see Zizinho is cued for a pause, so he doesn't like something.
Ramos. Finding Neymar. Van Dijk steps in. He doesn't win the ball, though. That's going to invite Ronaldo into the box. There's a Cricketta, and the frame of Hullet is enough to keep him at bay. Nightwatch then coming forward once more. And you have to wonder if he's thinking about getting the job done here in this first half. Mbappe back into Ruud Hullet.
You got to say, out of the competitors left, Nightwatch plays the most deep ball. He's looking for those long releases.
Goretzka now on the ball, tries to find Cristiano Ronaldo. I'd also say that as far as game management is concerned, Dr. Nightwatch is certainly one of those players you'd put up there. Goretzka comes forward then. Linking up with Ruud Hullet. Such well all-rounded foot items. You see the attempted elastico is going to break here for Goretzka. Maybe thinking about a shot himself instead of cheeky little back heel. Lets this one run out of play, and it'll be a corner here tonight, Watch.
And you're seeing that advantage of having Goretzka and Ruud Hullet in the midfield. We touched on it earlier, but you have to respect that they can step forward into space. They can create opportunities. Just think if Goretzka had the skill moves to go with the weak foot and basically all 90 attributes. You almost have a German Hullet. About the same size, doesn't have an equal weak foot, doesn't have the skills. But other than that, statistic-wise,
he's up there. He's certainly up there.
Maybe a discount Hullet.
A B-Tech Hullet. I wouldn't even put him that way. He's an absolutely phenomenal foot item, the German. Fantastic season for Bayern Munich. Obviously, was moved there from Schalke in the summer. Back underway then. Approaching the last 20 minutes or so in this first leg. Eusebio on the pitch and Mbappe off the pitch.
We also see Modric being brought on, as well as Team of the Season Son, who hasn't been impactful yet in this tournament.
Well, Havertz has certainly been impactful. Finds the ball inside to R9. Another player who, when presented with a chance, you know he's going to make the most of it. Zizinho defends well. And the fact that Zizinho's had to spend most of this game actually defending Mike has really got to start playing on his mind, because he is a player who likes to have possession, who likes to have the ball to create chances, and maybe he can do that now. Ball just run out of play.
And you've got to say, if you can manufacture a couple million coins, the foot item to pick up is that Team of the Season Havertz.
Eusebio, beautiful fake shot round the corner. And Maldini, with a desperate last-ditch challenge, just gets the ball over the bar. But pressure here from Zizinho. Corner, Van Dijk's there! One goal the difference. And if you're wondering right now why there's a shake of the head from Nightwatch, he's been a bit cursed in recent tournaments, in recent games, conceding those headers from corners. And he's found himself on the receiving end of yet another Virgil van Dijk header.
Goal for the visitor.
And we talked about it, Zizinho had time. He's only down a goal, which means nothing. Every single match that we've seen at this tournament has been close. Why would it be any different?
It's almost become predictable that these games are going to be close. That there's going to be one goal between them, that we're going to go to extra time, that we're going to have everything to play for. That's how you answer back. He was disappointed to concede from the corner. He's gone straight up the other end. And their first time shot there from R9. It just restores that cushion he had a moment ago.
R9's never missing from there. Not that it matters if it's on his dominant foot or his weak foot, but anything on the edge of the box or inside the box, it's almost automatic.
As you say, almost robotic with his finishing. 97 rated, prime icon moments. That's an interesting discussion as well. Even, we look back to the time before the prime icon moment foot items were in the game. The 96 kind of fell out of favor with a few pros. But the 97, I mean, he's back for sure. He's straight in those starting lineups.
See one of the issues with DaCosta. If you get him forward, a little bit clunky. Not going to be an attacker on the same level as the Marcelos or the Cancelos or even the Lalas.
Well, this is beautiful from Nightwatch, trying to tee up a volley there to himself. Another corner for him here. Plays this one short, just 6 minutes to go here, and this is smart. This is what I expect to see from Dr. Nightwatch, just taking his time, recognizing the situation, being strategic in how he approaches this game. R9 turns back inside. Will win the ball back, maybe a chance to strike it here. Scoop turn, or defended by Zizinho, just stayed on his feet, didn't dive into that tackle.
Clever work there on the edge of the box. If he had anyone other than Ruud Gullit defending him, you got to think R9 would have been at an advantage.
Courtois will come off his line there to collect that. Zizinho, unfortunately, not being able to find the pass.
The referee has indicated
to maybe create another chance. Goretzka now in midfield, a little bit of space in behind here. The keeper should claim that one, and he does. Gets absolutely clattered, but referee will let that one run out as we come to the end of stoppage time here at the first leg. There is the whistle. Couldn't have gone better for Dr. Nightwatch. He takes a 2-goal advantage into the second leg.
And Dr. Nightwatch has to be happy with himself. Been able to battle back. I mean, obviously started the game well. He was up 2 goals. Zizinho started to kind of inch back into the match. And then he was able to extend once again late, 4-2, carries that into the next leg. If he scores first, a 3-goal spread, we haven't seen that at this event. And it does start to mess with you. Even if you're one of the strongest players mentally, you've got to think, can I make this comeback?
Yeah, I mean, it's a big question you start asking of yourself. It raises so many more issues. You start questioning not only your own game, but your opponent's game. It becomes a real sort of juggling act mentally. It's like you're throwing different questions up or something. You know what I'm trying to say. That was almost as bad an analogy as normally you give, to be honest with you. But you get what I'm trying to say.
I start with a disclaimer before I give you a suspect.
Yeah, I just went
analogy.
straight in. I knew it was going to be terrible. But let's talk about what his opponent has to do here, Zizinho, because he really didn't have too much control in that game, in my opinion. I feel like Dr. Nightwatch he's almost lured him in. He's done that preparation, and things seem to be going his way. It's almost as if that's what he's expecting to see, and his game plan is working a little bit different to what we saw in the quarterfinal, where it didn't quite work.
And Dr. Nightwatch's approach to playing FIFA is difficult on the other end, because he's trying to take you out of the game. He's always thinking about the mental battle of himself versus whoever that opposition is. And he does so much research in terms of playing styles. He knows what you don't like, or he knows what you prefer, and he's always trying to counteract that.
Well, if you know what he does like, it's scoring goals. You can see it there, 5.67. His goals average, which is pretty healthy. You have to say he's been scoring goals pretty well.
He's been efficient. At the end of the day, it's all about being clinical. How many games have we commentated where one of the players makes 10 chances, converts 2 of them, loses 3-2, 4-2, 5-2, whatever it might be, but it's just about taking those opportunities in those key moments, because you don't get that many second or third chances. That's just not how FIFA works, not at the competitive level, not at tier 1.
And you can see his road to this semi-final. Took down Alan Avi 4-3 in extra time. No surprise there, if you've been watching all day. And then you look at this one. Zizinho won 4-3 against Joksan in the quarterfinals. And guess what, Mike? That was extra time as well. Here we go then, second leg about to get underway. 2-goal advantage here for Dr. Nightwatch. NYC Chris is the prize that one of these players will get to go up against in the grand final.
And I like the switch of kits. This could be what he needs. Sometimes you're superstitious. Bring out the orange kits, ready to go. Be a little more vibrant.
Chance here. Block from Maldini. Maybe it's just channeling everything into Ruud Gullit that he can. Represents Team Gullit. The orange and white.
Oh, that's
off on it, but no, that's absolutely nightmarish. And it's another mistake that has been punished here in Madrid.
That's going to sit with him internally. He shouldn't be throwing the ball out there. He was going to try to header it back to the goalkeeper. He fails. It's an easy finish for R9. She's never going to miss from there. And for someone who's down a couple goals, maybe starting to feel the pressure, Zizinho, you just let him right back in.
And it's just like that again, Mike. It's just like that again. It's 1 goal.
You laid out the red carpet in Hollywood and said, come on through. Were you trying to be an actor? We welcome you. Put you on the big screen. Is that a better analogy?
I have absolutely no idea how to respond to that, but one thing I can do is look at how Dr. Nightwatch is going to respond to conceding that goal. Zizinho, perfect start for him in this second leg here. Now it's just a 1 goal, and it's just completely different now.
The reason this is so important is because Zizinho no longer has to rush or has to chase. He's got plenty of time. It's a 1-goal spread. Doesn't need to make any adjustments.
Well, here's Neymar then for Nightwatch. Gets the ball back inside. Ronaldo does manage to get the ball back to Neymar. Header won by the defender there, Virgil van Dijk. And now it'll be Zizinho coming forward. Gullit, the man who was so impactful for Zizinho in his quarterfinal game against Joksan. And Mbappe. Is that ball just going to squeeze through? Almost won it back with a slide tackle, but does get possession back. But Nightwatch just bites into the tackle there with Eusebio. Neither player able to hold possession at the moment, to be honest with you, but Neymar's got round his man. Gullit is an option. He's going to be utilised here. Gets the ball back out to Neymar now. Little roulette there from Nightwatch. There's the little stop up and the scoop turn. Van Dijk back to the goalkeeper. Good, calm defending there by Zizinho in a pressure situation.
And you got to say, the doctor has a bit of an unorthodox style when he goes forward. He looks for the deep ball first, which is not everybody's #1 option. And then once he gets it up there, you could see an early cross, you could see a secondary switch, you could see him recycle the play. It's difficult to predict at times.
You see both players trying to use that long ball at the moment, and Maldini's got some work to do. Had to scoot back into defence there and make that clearance, and Zizinho comes forward now. Ronaldo, Gullit's out of the game. Gullit's on the overlap as well, and Goretzka and Da Costa combining on that right-hand side there to win the ball back for Nightwatch, and here he comes forward. Look at the space out wide here for Kylian Mbappe. Comes back inside. Eusebio, shot from distance. Blocked fairly comfortably though by Zizinho.
We're also looking at different play styles in terms of Zizinho looking to get the ball inside. He wants to use those skill moves.
Oh!
Talk about a connection. Hold that thought.
I think there might have been a save or something, or a deflection, because it's a corner here for Zizinho. I didn't see Courtois move quite enough for my liking. Another header on goal, and Courtois has to get up, and Nightwatch is looking so vulnerable from these set pieces.
A little love touch from Courtois.
Eusebio finally gets it clear. Ronaldo. Dropping deep here to collect the ball. Cezinho's controlling the game, but can't find the finish to beat the frame of the big Belgian down at his near post.
Let's recycle what I was saying. Cezinho's looking to build up, get the ball into the box, whether that's with skill moves or quick passing. And on the other end, Nightwatch is using the deep ball, and he likes to set up first-time shots from outside of the box as one of his main offensive weapons.
Let's see if he continues with that tactic as we get deeper into this game. Just one goal still between them. 4-3 on aggregate in the advantage of Nightwatch. Da Costa. Into Ronaldo. Space here for Neymar. Going to be closed down almost immediately. Lovely little turn away and a little back heel. Finds Mbappe. Going to pick up the pieces, and there will be a free kick here to Nightwatch. What's he got up his sleeve? It's actually, sorry, it's Cezinho.
Oh, unforced error.
Speaking of which, he gets the ball back here with CR7. Ronaldo finds the ball into Neymar. Linesman's flag is going to stay down, and Da Costa has to get his frame in the way to block the strike there from Kylian Mbappe. Now this is worrying here for Nightwatch. Ronaldo picks the ball up, gets it onto his right foot. Goretzka wrestling. And Maldini times that tackle superbly.
As you see Neymar breaking into space, very classic with Nightwatch. Going to pull it back, look for a recycle.
And here's Hullet into CR7. A step over, an Elasticar, and he goes down.
Oh, surely that's a penalty.
Referee gives nothing.
Bring out VAR.
And now look at this. From one end to the other, Neymar. And Van Dijk gets back, and I think Nightwatch would have certainly shook his head.
I'm telling you, Virgil van Dijk is a brick house when he's running around. You cannot get through him. Once he lunges in, it's going to be a tackle or it's going to be a foul. You're not progressing.
Oh, Nightwatch is in here. Huge chance here for Nightwatch, and he takes it! Absolutely buried in that bottom left-hand corner. And that is huge in the context of this semi-final.
He nearly messed it up. He started to slow down. He wanted to see if the goalkeeper was going to scoot a little bit early. Lines it up. Cristiano Ronaldo hits it into the side netting. Nothing you could do about it.
You make it sound so simple, but in these pressure situations, those moments, we've already seen it today, Mike. Players can make mistakes. 2 goals the advantage now, just before halftime as well.
We've got to give a lot of credit to Nightwatch. He's had a couple less than stellar decisions out of the back with some of his passing, but when he gets an opportunity, he's been very clinical.
Nightwatch will have a chance to go forward once more here. Into stoppage time at the end of the first half. And just a reminder, this is the second semi-final of the eChampions League. NYC Chris waits in the final for the winner of this game. And there is the halftime whistle. And Mike LaBelle, Dr. Nightwatch, has got 1 foot in the final.
And when you look at the grand scheme of everything, on one end, people were talking about Marcuso, they're talking about Levinkin, even Rafsu. A lot of people overlook Chris. Said, I don't know if this is going to be Chris' tournament. Well, he's sitting in the final. Now let's visit this side of the bracket. You had Joxen and Cezinho. People saying Joxen's the favorite. Cezinho progresses. On the other end, they said Allen, Dr. Nightwatch. Both of them are underdogs. We didn't expect them to be able to win a tournament. We didn't think they'd progress. And that's not me talking, just listening to the community. A lot of people were surprised. Nightwatch is 45 minutes away. 2-goal spread right now. If he adds to it one more, you think when you got the three-piece, that's going to be enough to separate them.
If you want to roll the tapes back to Manchester, who did I predict?
Please insert that tape. I don't know who you predicted, but I need proof if these guys were in your finals.
I'm not saying anything. But Dr. Nightwatch was certainly one of my picks to keep an eye on. Not sure if that quite counts as a pick, but anyway, back underway here. And Nightwatch is almost immediately in behind as well. He's utilising that over-the-top through ball so effectively. Maybe he's trying to target Telles. Falls back here to Ronaldo. Mbappe. Too many bodies in the way to test the goalkeeper. Taking short now.
And we constantly talk about how Dr. Nightwatch is a student of the game. And I feel that he has figured out something with how to get in behind immediately. These deep ball releases, no other pro competitor has been doing it in this tournament. And that is one of those benefits of the grind, putting in that additional time and adjusting tactics and experimenting with tactics.
And also pulling something out new in a tournament where you haven't seen it. For Cezinio, he's probably thinking, hey, what's going on here? You know, this is something I hadn't prepared for.
And we talk all the time about different play styles, whether it's somebody from North America, South America, and Europe. Dr. Nightwatch coming from Bulgaria, now living in Romania.
He's going to have to defend here, and he does so.
Maybe also having a bit of a different style when you're dealing with going towards the Eastern Europeans.
You can see the focus on both of the player cams at the moment. Cezinio has a lot of players upfield at the moment. You are going to see that pause cued now. It's the final roll of the dice, really. 2 goals he needs to make up. We're on the hour mark, and Dr. Nightwatch, well, he's after more. Mbappe into the box. The header was green, but the defender was equal to it. Here's Eusebio. And there is that pause as the referee blows a whistle for a free kick. What do you go to, Mike?
Depends on where you're comfortable. For me, typically, I like to stay in the 4-2-3-1 or even a 4-4-2. Very comfortable in both formations. However, I'll make substitutes, and then I will also adjust the tactics, and that's the big key. I'm now going to press you much higher up the pitch. My depth going way up. Even my width, I'll go wider because I don't want you swinging it side to side, not for free. You got to pay a toll, the mic pressure toll. I don't know if that sounds that good, but you get what I'm saying.
I like that
you want to change the pace and the feel and the rhythm and the vibe of the game. You want someone to feel your pressure, feel your presence on the pitch on the defensive end. You're no longer sitting back. You're not going to be passive. You've got to take additional risk, additional chances. We have 30 minutes left of in-game time here. As Cezinio scores, it changes the dynamic mentally for Dr. Nightwatch.
And of course, you've got to remember as well, something as simple as you need to put some in-game tactics into play to win the ball back, Mike. You need to put pressure on. You need to apply that team press. It's all well and good having everything set up, but if you ain't got the ball, you ain't going to have a chance to score. Nightwatch with the free kick. Taking short. Havertz, beautiful ball around the corner. Mbappe gets there. Oh, and it's a goal! And the clinic is open for the doctor.
That was one of those set pieces where it was like a no, 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 yes. Felt like the pass that he was able to put Mbappe into sort of a 50-50, but it seemed as if the defender had a step on him. And it worked out for him. You get the pass across. Gareth Bale, who's somebody that only Dr. Nightwatch uses, converts on the opportunity, and he's not going to miss from there. We can make that happen as well. And you got to start to question now, does Cezinio have enough time to recoup 3 goals?
And the way that Nightwatch is attacking as well, you just feel like maybe he's going to be looking for even more, to be honest with you. He's really starting to hit rhythm. He said it himself earlier in his interview in the quarterfinal, Mike. He was saying, that was terrible. I did not play good FIFA, but I understand that sometimes champions win games when they're not playing well. Now he is playing well. He is a dangerous customer! And all of a sudden, things are getting out of hand.
That's a GG. Not going to recover from 4 goals. And it comes down to being clinical. Every time he's had a chance, he's converted it. Time and time again.
Number 4, Cristiano Ronaldo.
And if you've been following the competitive scene this year, you got to appreciate this. He's grinded. Never had a breakthrough in the first half of the season. Only towards the later portions did you start to see Dr. Nightwatch get better in results, improved results. Then he beat F2 Tech.
Oh, but he's got this offside trap all wrong. One back for Cezinio. If there's anything we know about this tournament, Mike, it's that it's certainly full of surprises.
It's an unpredictable tournament. recovering 3 goals. Actually recovering a 4-goal spread. That's beyond a surprise. It's a FIFA miracle.
Number 10, Cristiano Ronaldo.
I think Nightwatch is going to take that, put it in the mental bank and think, I can't give too many chances away, but he has a chance here to restore the lead. Blink and you'll miss it.
He's putting on a goal-scoring clinic. And he's regained now that 4-goal spread. And I was going to say his competitive FIFA year really turned when he was able to eliminate F2 Techs in Manchester to qualify for this event. Not only for his confidence and self-belief, but also his competitors. They have to say, oh, I don't want this matchup.
I think it's a fear factor that you all of a sudden install in yourself. You gotta think, if you beat the best in the world, you can beat anyone.
And people second guess against you. No, maybe he knows something we don't know. I can't play the same way. I'm gonna put this guy on a pedestal. That's a very dangerous mindset.
Well, Zizinho does win the ball back here, but 8-4 the aggregate score here. He quite simply has to score with every single attack going forward. Modric into Hullet, Mbappe on the right. There's the right boot of Thibaut Courtois, who turns it behind. Modric cuts it back, Da Costa gets it away. And you have to say, Mike, time is the factor here. And I just don't think there's enough time for Zizinho to even create these chances. Hullet's in behind and ooh, a strike from distance.
And you gotta say, Zizinho hasn't been bad on the offensive end, but defensively has not been able to deal with this attack from Nightwatch. Whether it's the crosses, it's the wing outlets, the first time shooting, some of the build-up play, or even the counterattacks, those releases on the pitch. He's had no answer on the defensive end.
Well, Havertz is looking to play the ball across here. Van Dijk's going to get it away. Well, at this point in the game, I think we all know the result. 8-4 on aggregate. And this is more of a victory lap, to be honest, for you from Dr. Nightwatch. Zizinho's going to do what he can to make a game of this. Maybe there is a miracle here in Madrid, or maybe it is that victory parade.
And there's no shame in being top 4 best players in the world, and also collecting an additional $30,000. Representing South America very well, especially Brazil, where he's from. Only South American, obviously only a Brazilian then as well. Major FIFA community there. And Brazilians typically travel very well at tournaments, even if it's somebody that you're not as familiar with. If they were able to get through that bracket in order to qualify for an LQE, a Foot Champions Cup, E-Nations if you're representing your country.
There will be a minimum of 3 minutes.
E-Club, eChampions, you know they're going to be quality. Carry a certain reputation.
I'm sure that he's done absolutely everybody back home incredibly proud, Zizinho. It's been a great run. It's been a great tournament. One of the surprise packages of Manchester, but it doesn't matter now because there's only one name that's going through to that final. Dr. Nightwatch is in the final of the eChampions League. What a performance, Mike.
Indeed, he's in the final. He's the only free agent not signed to a club, not signed to an esports organization. This is definitely helping his CV, building him up a bit.
It was absolutely unbelievable performance from him. I think his CV is looking pretty good with a final spot here in the first ever eChampions League. We will take a look at the replays from that game, and you worried for Nightwatch here. A little mistake from him. Gifted maybe just a little bit of an inkling of a comeback to Zizinho, but he was so good in front of goal, Nightwatch, and I think his preparation really paid off in this game.
And he did a wonderful job of picking and choosing when to cross, when to go for the pass, when to go for a time finish versus not going for a time finish. There were certain instances where he knew he didn't need to take the chance of maybe mishitting that green.
And then we do see one of those greens there, this time from Cristiano Ronaldo. Winning that header. Another little mistake here from Dr. Nightwatch. As impressive as a performance as it was, Mike, it wasn't a perfect performance.
I'm not sure you're going to get perfect, but in terms of being clinical in front of the goal, 1v1s, half chances, got to give a lot of credit where credit is due.
Yeah, it has been an absolutely phenomenal couple of semi-finals. Mike, it's been an absolute pleasure to cast these with you. We're going to go back to the couch now because we have our finalists set. It's time for Jimmy and the guys to let us know what they think.
Mark and Mike, thank you so much. Great calls of the game. Very exciting game. I'm here with Brandon and Richard. Excuse me, you're not Richard. Kyle Walker.
We look very similar.
Well, it was just because I'm so used to calling them as a pair. They're a duo. Kyle Walker, everybody. Where is he? I think he's behind the couch. All right, let's talk about this game. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Nightwatch. I mean, right from the get-go, it seemed like things weren't going to go well for Zizinho.
I think the crazy thing is that it's 8-4 in a semi-final, Carl. You don't expect that result, do you?
You don't at all. Maybe all of those years I was at school, I got it wrong. If you do your homework, maybe you come out on top. I never did my homework. Nightwatch did. He's in the final. Unbelievable stuff.
All right, now let's take a look at the map because that's going to show us who's left in this tournament, and we know there's only two. One is from America, NYC Chris, and the other is from Bulgaria, Nightwatch. America versus Europe. It's going down. It's a big rivalry here in the eChampions League final.
Yeah, amazing. I think the way that we had 3 American players anyway in this eChampions League final, maybe expected one to try and get to the final, and that's happened via Chris.
Now, are you surprised by these 2 names that got here?
No, I think Nightwatch is someone actually that if you look at him, the consistency in terms of his work ethic, he puts so much preparation in. I've chatted to him and spoke about everything he's actually doing. He's gone to extreme lengths to make sure that he's prepared, and that has come off for him. He is in the final of the eChampions League. Unbelievable from him. Well done to both of them.
Of course.
But that hard work has definitely paid off.
Okay, then with Nightwatch, obviously he prepares. Yeah. I assume he's going to prepare for everybody.
Yeah, he is, and that's something he does. And Chris, on the other hand, how's he going to be able to match up against Nightwatch? Because I think we've got about 5 minutes to turn around before the next game. Nightwatch has got no time to prepare for his opponent. So New York City, Chris, it was a long old game for him, and in the end, a guaranteed finalist, and I hope he does really well.
So this is it. We are down to our final 2 competitors, with the winner not only making history, but winning $100,000. And that final's coming up right after this.
Light up the football. Gazprom, official partner of the UEFA Champions League.
Football can. Madre mía.
For the players.
Welcome back, everyone, to beautiful Madrid for the first ever eChampions League. And we are here for the final. 2 final competitors. One is here, NYC Chris, all the way from America, representing EMLS. He's had an incredible journey to get to this point, and now he finds himself one step away from making history. And his competitor is Nightwatch, the Bulgarian who was once an analyst on the couch with me and Spencer and everybody else. He now finds himself in the final. He upset F2 Tex. He's been in complete control this whole time. And now will he have a chance to win this $100,000 and to make history? Yet to be determined. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside Ruud Gullit and Spencer Owen. Now, Ruud, you've played in some of these big finals.
Yes.
How are you feeling? Are you nervous at that moment, or are you calm? What type of player were you?
It's a good tension that you need in order to do the proper thing. If you don't feel any tension, you can't play a final. The thing is that you have to don't listen to all the people around you because they will make you nervous, because 2 weeks before the final they already start talking about it and everything. The city where you live is talking about it.
Right.
You need to be focused on what you need to do for your team. If you focus only on yourself, then it's difficult. But if you keep on the team tactics and the team building and what you need to do in order to help your team, that is the best thing that you can think about.
Now, those discipline and habits are very important, as you say. How about you, Spencer? How do you think these guys have been? We've been in this situation before, but this competition is unlike anything else we've done.
I thought you were going to ask me about my experience in Sunday League finals. Big finals.
If you want to go there, go ahead. Take it away.
This is an unbelievable place we've got to now. You know, this whole event's been fantastic, and the qualifiers in Manchester. But now we're at our eChampions League final of the final, if you like. Obviously, the Champions League final itself proper is happening tomorrow in the same city. So the excitement levels have got to an absolute climax. And music, when it's coming in right before we start, is meaning even more, because it is literally the time that the teams are walking onto the pitch. It's Nightwatch. And it's Chris. To be fair, two players who probably weren't expected to get this far. So it's a fantastic story for both of them. And much like the real final tomorrow, actually, 2 clubs that are in search of a trophy, a massive trophy, to kind of bring them up to the level of the other massive Goliaths in the scene. It's the same for these boys. Whoever wins this is going to really put themselves up there with the big names we've seen this year already.
All right, well, to get some more information and insight on one of these players, let's take a look at Nightwatch and hear what he had to say.
Initially, when I qualified, I didn't really know what to expect. Obviously, when we came here and we sat, and for the first time you heard the Champions League anthem, you get goosebumps.
And a fantastic finish from Nightwatch!
When watching FIFA, I kind of analyze and study, see what other people do, trying to maybe implement it into my game.
Oh no, he's done it! Double!
If I prepare, and it's my lucky day, I'm confident I can beat anyone.
Yeah, I think so.
So, Ruud, when I think about Nightwatch, he reminds me of a player that's finally realizing his potential.
Yeah.
Now, how long did it take for you to do that? Or maybe you already had it already.
Now, you know, when I watched the game, there was one moment that Zizinho came back, and on the moment that he came back, I said, okay, now it's going to be tough. And then he scored, and the second time when he did that, all of a sudden something snapped a little bit with Zizinho. I think he just lost a little bit of his concentration. Then he hit again on target, and then he had a cushion of 2, even 3 after a while.
Yeah.
And then you as a player has to take more risk in order to come, to come forward, and then it opens up the gates. And I think he punished Zizinho with that severe. So that's it's also experience.
Yeah, of course.
And do the things on the right moment.
All right, well, that's one of the competitors. Let's learn a little bit more about Chris, NYC Chris, who has been on the scene for quite some time, and I've actually been really excited to see his progress, because he feels like he's always been on the cusp of being a special player, but now he's actually there. He's realized it, Spencer.
Has he realized it until he wins the trophy? That's the question. I don't want to tempt fate. We talk about him a lot, maybe an unfair amount of being this, to use some of the other lads' phrase, always a bridesmaid, never the bride. it's fantastic what he's done to get to the final, as is with Nightwatch, but only one person will be lifting this trophy pitch side before the final itself happens tomorrow. Only one person will be getting $100,000. Like I said earlier, it's going to be huge for both these boys' career, regardless of who does it. But I think Chris arguably needs it more. We talked about him being the player that has played the most competitive games this season. So that's a fantastic stat to have, but is it better to have played the most or to have won anything?
Sure.
So I think that's what he wants to do.
That's true.
A final is totally different. You can do whatever you do beforehand, and a final, all of a sudden, it doesn't matter how you win it, as long as you win it.
Yeah.
Because the stats after that doesn't tell you how good you were. Because sometimes I have stats, you know, I had completion of passes of 50 passes, but where to?
Yeah.
Backwards, forward, where?
Right.
So that doesn't matter so much. So it's order to focus yourself only on one thing, is winning. And how you do it, doesn't matter.
Well, we got to talk to Chris, and he told us a little bit about his expectations.
My expectation for the final would be to win it. I wouldn't want to reach a final and lose it. I think everyone here is pretty good. Anyone that's here is going to be tough, and it's the first eChampions League, and it would be nice to be the very first one to win it. May the best man win.
I love Chris. He's always so even keel. It's never up, never down, nice in here. And I think that will bode well for him as he enters into this final. Now, everybody who's been watching, we want to reward you for it. So make sure you link your EA and Twitch account because we have a Twitch drop coming. Jumbo rare player packs are coming at your disposal. And if you get one, it's no problem to share it with me. I'd actually quite enjoy that. All right, now we're going to throw it over to our casters, Brandon and Richard, who have a call of this huge final. Take it away, guys.
Yes, Jimmy, thank you very much. And I cannot believe the time has come, Richard, for the eChampions League final. As we keep on saying, when it was announced, $100,000 for the winner out in Madrid, where the Champions League final will be taking place just tomorrow. We're here. We've got 2 games of FIFA in front of us, maybe extra time, as we've seen today, or a penalty shootout on top of that.
I mean, what a day we've had today as well. We've had every single thing that could happen in a FIFA event has happened here in Madrid. The Champions League final tomorrow, hopefully that is just as exciting as we've had today. We've had drama, we've had stoppages in play, we've had unbelievable goals, we've had penalty shootouts, you name it, we've had it here at the eChampions League, and we've got 2 players who have had completely opposite runs to this final. Nightwatch, pretty tough quarter-final, in all honesty, against Al-Anavi. It was a late goal. He played terrible. That's his own words. In the semi-final, he sort of hit a little bit of form. He won by quite a few goals, 4-goal margin there in the end. On the other side, New York City Chris, you see it on your screen, 5-4 penalty shootout win against Marcuso, the game that literally had it all.
It really did, Richard. And now this is the final. It's Dr. Nightwatch up against New York City Chris in a game that is worth $100,000. It's live in Madrid. Who will prevail? Who will become a champion? The first ever eChampions League winner of the FIFA 19 Global Series season. 850 points on top of that as well.
Which is massive for Nightwatch. That, believe it or not, that's the main reason that he wants to win this event, because of the 850 Global Series ranking points that send him into a fantastic position going into the playoffs. Roughly about 1,900 points. On the other side of it, New York City Chris, a chance to put his name in the history books, 100 grand, and the eChampions League winner.
As the opening 2 shots of the game are from Dr. Nightwatch, kicking in that black strip from left to right. It will be New York City Chris in those home New York City FC colours. You may have seen him play in the MLS Cup, which he was an Eastern Conference finalist, and he was nearly actually 1-0 down there as well.
6 minutes gone. 3 first-time shots from Nightwatch in the opening stages.
Just teasing.
You'd have to say that Nightwatch has just come off the back of his game. Chris has had a little bit longer of a sort of pause, a sort of break in between his semi-final and this grand final. So his Nightwatch, you're going to expect him to come out firing early in the opening half to first game.
And what a story Nightwatch had. It was only, back in December that he was an analyst on one of the PGL LQEs in Bucharest, where he is currently living. He's, believe it or not, studying 2 degrees, playing competitive FIFA, and from that man that we spoke to in December, Richard, from the guy that said, I want to make the grand finals. You would have, in anyone's right mind, you probably would have laughed at him at some points. Looking at the events he qualified for, the points he gathered, he's in an eChampions League final, on the verge of one creating history for himself. He's a free agent as well. He's a free agent potentially about to win an eChampions League final. On the other side of that, New York City, Chris, is in the top 9, or the top 10 players in the world currently, sitting in at 9th on the Global Series rankings as he does win a corner now. Mbappe plays into Van Dijk and, in the end, into Thibaut Courtois. But I feel like we're seeing a FIFA 17 New York City, Chris, here. The man that made the finals of the FIFA E-Club World Cup.
Yeah, 100%. And you're looking at his performances throughout this year, throughout last year as well. This is the Chris that you expect to see making finals, put his name in the big whites. On the other side of it, talking about Nightwatch, talking about that transition, I think it's got something to do with that man behind him in lyrics. He's been with him everywhere. He flew himself over to Bucharest last weekend. He's flown himself to Madrid. He was in Manchester coaching him. And he just added a different diversity on the game, a different pair of eyes watching FIFA for him.
Here's R9. Does time Green finish it and straight into the hands. There's the keeper out for a corner. That's Thibaut Courtois in there as well. Van Dijk to get this final underway. And that's exactly what New York City, Chris, will do. 20 minutes into it, it's the Dutchman that breaks the deadlock from a set piece.
I don't know if you saw that, how quick he took that corner. The replay had barely even finished.
It's a bit like the Champions League itself, wasn't it, with Liverpool?
Yeah, he took that shot, he took the quick corner, just whipped it straight into that front post, and it is the road to the final. Virgil van Dijk, 93 rated, opening the scoring in this grand final. Could this be a little premonition of what's to come tomorrow, potentially, here in Madrid?
We have to talk about, obviously, the Champions League final taking place tomorrow, and whoever wins this competition will get an experience of a lifetime. I think even taking the trophy out onto the pitch half-time as well, which will be amazing for any player. All the finalists will be at that final as well tomorrow, but it's just an extra special feeling if you go there as the champion with that trophy and $100,000 in the bank.
There's also a difference between saying, yeah, I finished top 8, and yeah, I was the champion. I was the best player in Madrid. I wasn't just a contestant, I was a champion. There's name value to that.
Well, here comes Nightwatch now. Eusebio, that's an awful pass into Neymar. Lyrics knows it as well, just sitting behind him. He's been coaching him, as you said, throughout the tournament. Eusebio tries to force a pass through, and if you have just joined us, you don't know the squad rules for this tournament. 3 icons maximum, 3 Champions League items as well, which if you do want to sub one off, you have to replace them with that exact same type of foot item.
Yeah, if you're bringing off R9, you have to put on another icon in its place. It's as simple as that.
And we have seen the interesting choice for Nightwatch, the likes of Team of the Season Goretzka involved. Havertz was probably a clinical player for him, a clinical substitution.
Probably the MVP throughout the entire event.
Even Marcuso was enjoying him.
Yeah, it seems like he's been coming off the bench. He's been the super sub for a number of different teams. He's been the catalyst to a number of fantastic performances for these players. And I'll tell you what, his price will have rocketed on Ultimate Team right now online.
Whilst also you've got the conversation that Davinson Sanchez is still in at centre-back. Everyone was talking about this defensive area that Chris could potentially have. Touchwood so far, the Tottenham man's been standing strong.
I mean, you could pair me next to Van Dijk and we'd do a decent job, do you know what I mean? When you've got across that back four, Varane, Sergio Ramos and Virgil van Dijk, Davinson Sanchez, he can definitely do a job. We didn't know if we were lacking maybe in the pace, maybe in the aerial ability as well, potentially.
On the turn as well, but he has done well.
We also didn't know if we were going to deploy him at right back or at centre half. He's gone for centre back and pushed Ramos over to right back and Varane over to left back.
Well, here comes Chris again, and Mbappe flicks it up. It was into the path for Neymar, but Rafael Varane, who's out at left back for Nightwatch. You're thinking just a full back line of defenders inside the boot there. This time from Cristiano Ronaldo. Thibaut Courtois happy enough to catch that one and meet it in the air. But still, the score currently sits at 1-0. 2 legs of FIFA as well, if you have just joined us. This is the eChampions League Grand Finals, live from Madrid. $100,000 someone will be winning in probably just a little under 30 minutes' time.
He's looking for that long ball, but Danny Da Costa, so good in at right back. He's a presence at right back. 6'2", really good physicals, really good pace.
He hasn't really been spoken about too much today. He's kind of just gone under the radar, done his job. Mbappe.
Courtois, where are you going?
Courtois just catch that in the air. Instead has to give away a corner and actually gives away the last chance of the half, which Chris actually already scored from a corner. Van Dijk again, he does it again! Virgil van Dijk, he's on for a hat-trick. A hat-trick of headers.
Another short, I should say another quick corner. Giving him no time whatsoever, just hitting that front post.
I thought the front post headers have gone. Didn't think anyone was doing that anymore.
Virgil van Dijk. Glancing header. Just angling the ball. When you put in a corner with that much pace, when you hold square down for that long, your player's going to just whip it into the front post. All you've got to do is make contact. That's exactly what he did. And right now, New York City Chris in dreamland. After you could say a quarter of this final is finished. A slight glance there from Will Pivers sat to his side. And now the knowledge on both sides of the stage.
To be honest, from what I've seen of Nightwatch, I've seen a lot of just kind of half-hearted efforts. You always talk about percentages, chances in FIFA, Richard, and the right area to shoot from. All I've seen from Nightwatch is a lot of yellow time finesses on the edge of the box with his back to goal.
Well, the thing is, he's just come off the back of scoring 8 goals. So he's going to feel like everything he's going to be hitting is going to be good. You're coming to a fresh game. As Ruud Gullit was saying, you're coming to a final. It doesn't matter how you got to the final. It matters that you're here. That's the only thing that you have to worry about. And you've seen a straight-up formation change here.
Obviously, as you know, there is 4 game plans for each player. Obviously, ultra-defensive, defensive attacking, ultra-attacking. There's a 4-2-2 in ultra-attacking if Nightwatch wanted to use it. On the other side for New York City, Chris, Richard.
Still with that 4-2-3-1, the trusty 4-2-3-1 that Chris has deployed throughout most of FIFA 19, to be honest. He's a real sort of master of the back post cross, is New York City Chris. He knows where to implement it and how to get the best out of his attacking headers of the ball.
And even so, as you said, Richard, the 2 goals that have been scored, it's been from set pieces, but does it matter the goals you're scoring? When you win the tournament, are people going to go back and say, oh, well, you did score 2 headers? They're not. They're going to say you're the champion. You won the eChampions League, and it has come down to just 2 set pieces that have been won. They've been worked, and it's Van Dijk that's on for a hat-trick, as we said. Here comes Neymar now. Watch out at the back post, because Mbappe is there for Nightwatch. He cuts inside. He does so well. Mbappe just leapt a few seconds earlier.
Yeah, very, very nice little intricate bit of play there from Nightwatch down the byline. He analyses people. He knows what's good in the game. Taking a little, you could say, page out of Texas' book, page out of Zazino's book right there. With that work down the byline with the croquetters. Looking to find a player inside the box and then just tap circle with Mbappe at the back post. He thought he was going to fall nicely for him in the end. Mbappe did the animation and just missed the ball by about 7 yards.
As we know, there is a second leg, but the key thing is for Nightwatch not to go down 3-0.
That possession.
Otherwise, he will be in trouble. You can see it there, 61% possession. As the ball does get deflected into the box, out for a corner again. Nightwatch won't want to look, because next thing you know, Van Dijk could be winning this in the air. Plays short into Neymar. He scoops it up to the back post for R9, and luckily, this time, the Belgium stands tall and he'll collect that one out of the air.
See what are clutching that one close to his chest right there.
Look at Da Costa.
Oh, it's
awful pass. I know it took a ricochet through as well. Look at the run on the far-hand side. Cristiano Ronaldo, he's in acres of space. Could this be 3-0 for New York City, Chris?
Straight at Thibaut Courtois. Nightwatch knows right there that he's rolled his luck. You saw a smile come out of him when the pass went away. That smile got swiped very, very quickly as soon as the ball turned over and Ronaldo was in. Maybe go for a low driven there. If you're New York City, Chris, maybe look for that opposite side. Nightwatch did well, really, not to sort of be too drastic with his goalkeeper movement. He kept him quite central, sort of made Chris make the decision. As soon as you move that goalkeeper, you're making the decision for your opponent. It's as simple as that.
Well, for a minute there, you're thinking Chris could be 3-0 up. It was Cristiano Ronaldo that was through. Huge save. Once again, Thibaut Courtois has been working hard all game long. Tees it up, Mbappe into Neymar! Imagine.
We've seen him go in today already.
That just nestled into the left-hand corner.
So it's Bale on at left-back right now for Dr. Nightwatch as well. Goretzka still holding the central midfield, but Feels like just a few awry passes coming out from Nightwatch.
Pull it. He tries to play through to Mbappe. He's offside. Just under 30 minutes left in this first leg. Yes, there's still a second leg to play. And the score currently is 2-0 to New York City, Chris. And we haven't seen much from Nightwatch. Bale comes in at left back. That's kind of the usual substitute that we're used to seeing from him.
Again, just a poor pass, really, from Nightwatch, trying to play through the middle of the pitch. Intercepted yet again. Chris's two DMs have worked tirelessly to intercept the ball, to make sure there are presence there.
They've done really well at it as well. Two of those players that he chose to use for his icon choices, Hullet and Vieira. A staple for competitive FIFA this year.
All the bouncers seem to be just so heavy. All his touches seem to be so heavy right now from Nightwatch. You saw the ball pinged out to Bale, cannoned off him. You saw it then go back over to Danny da Costa. A poor touch out of his feet.
Tell you what though, Havertz needs to be the hero. He's done it a few times already for Nightwatch today.
Just one goal going into that second leg.
That's all he needs. That is all he needs, Richard. One chance or one goal. Could this be the chance to get it for him? Mbappe to his saviour. He's worked it well. He's timed it yellow again. Davison Sanchez just about gets rid of it.
It's promising signs from Nightwatch. The build-up play, intricate in and around the box, creative passes.
Lovely ball. Ronaldo can get in front of Gareth Bale, who, let's not forget, he was recently subbed on. Yeah, he picks up the ball anyway. And the second time of asking. Christo just looks so calm, so composed. He can keep possession for the last 15 minutes if he needs to, or score another goal! And just like that, he'll extend his lead to 3-0 into R9. He'll pivot, he'll turn, and he'll smash it into the back of the net as he puts New York City, Chris, 3-0 up. We're not even in the second leg yet.
What a statement from New York City, Chris. 3-0 up. Inside 70 minutes, a pause coming out from Nightwatch right now. An animated Nightwatch on the stage.
He's not happy at all. He's 3-0 down at this moment in time, and unfortunately for him, he just hasn't been able to hit anything green, anything timed, or anything in the right direction. It's going to be R9 that comes on, and probably a little bit too late, unfortunately, in this first leg. Is 13 minutes left. Even a goal, something to take into the second leg. That's what he needs. After this leg finishes right now, if I'm Lewis, just get him away from the screen.
Yeah, I love this camera right now. You're seeing Nightwatch on your screen, an animated Nightwatcher. Clearly aggravated, annoyed Nightwatch as well after this 78 minutes from New York City, Chris, where he simply just scored everything that he's hit. You can't really put it any much simpler than that. Everything that New York City, Chris, has hit goalwards has gone in.
Vieira into R9. If it gets to 4-0 or 5-0, it's not going to be a good ending to this first leg. Chris will be sniffing for it, hunting for that chance. It's going to be Ruud Hullet.
Big save. Sort of in the complexion of this game. If that goes in, 4-0 down. Is it curtains?
Davison Sanchez, Cristiano Ronaldo. I think that's the key thing there, Richard. Even though he may feel slightly frustrated and annoyed, don't go and lose yet. Don't go and concede again. Because otherwise you are going to be climbing a mountain in that second game.
Not the best of passes back to
I honestly think that's the first touch David Hay I've seen in this half. It's the most we've seen him involved. He hasn't really been troubled at all. Just under 5 minutes remain. Cristiano Ronaldo happily going to play an overlap to Neymar. Seconds remain. Neymar in the box it goes. Mbappe was there once again. Just get yourself out this game for Nightwatch. Even try and get yourself a goal.
I tell you what, we've been talking about Nightwatch a lot. New York City, Chris, has come into this game right now after what can only be described as a thriller of a semi-final.
He went on penalties.
It was up and down. We didn't know if it were coming or going.
That penalty shootout was worth $30,000. And you know, there has been talk at times when we get into Swiss and he gets to round 5 and sometimes he's up and down, but all those experiences, they test you as a FIFA player.
Do you know what it is as well? We often talk about Chris being an emotional player. You saw it in the semi-finals, banging the desk, getting visually annoyed. Right now he's 3-0 up and he's almost... doesn't smile. He probably doesn't want this break right now. He's got Nightwatch on the ropes right now. Nightwatch has been down for a 9 count.
Yeah.
He's got a second leg to get back up off the mat.
And he's got one more match to try and turn this around in our eChampions League final, which New York City Chris currently leads by 3-0. And you said it, you know, do we look deeper into the season that Chris has had? Yes, he's 9th in the Global Series rankings, but he only had his best finish in a tournament a week ago in Bucharest, the LQE, the last one of the year, PlayStation console final.
Yeah.
Is he getting into a rhythm now? You know, all those times where he's been close in Swiss or he's had a really tough game.
I think it will. I think the eChampions League qualifier will big for him to say, I'm among the top 8. We talk about Chris being, you say, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, a Neely man. He did what he needed to do in Manchester. He finished top 8. Just because he's not winning events doesn't mean he's not a top-class player.
Yeah. He finished top 10, yeah, all year.
He did what he needed to do. In the LQE, he finished top 2, losing to Footwiz Tom in the PlayStation console final. A big sort of confidence boost, a big experience for him into a console final on an international level. And right here, you're coming in to the eChampions League, probably the biggest event of the year for yourself. You've had ups, you've had downs. At one point you thought you were going out against Marcuso, and he's turned the ship around and he's sailing towards an eChampions League trophy lift in the stadium tomorrow.
It is indeed amazing scenes it could be for the American player, and he was so close in the MLS Cup. We know that. He's obviously a New York City player, very proud to do so as well. He was disappointed. He made the Eastern Conference final against Dual-Star of Philadelphia, lost that one, missed out on a chance to play in the FIFA E-Nations. I keep saying, all these little things, if he wins this competition, that's all wiped away. He's won one of the biggest competitions, if not the biggest FIFA tournament we have seen as part of the Global Series this year. $100,000. Forget about everything else. You go into the playoffs, you're on the verge of a grand final spot if you can have a... Oh, no, win 50 points, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's already got 3,000. He's already got 3,000 Global Series ranking points. You add the 850 onto that, 3,850. You're probably looking top 5, top 4, with the likes of Stavano, Pina, Joxan, Nicholas. He's in amongst it. And then going into the playoffs, going into the grand final, what you got underneath his name? eChampions League winner.
Only person to do so as well.
Not runner-up. Not EMLS runner-up, not knocked out in Swiss, this LQE winner. That's all it's going to say.
And there's only one of them as well. There's not 6 of them. There's not 6-foot Champions Cup. There's not 7 LQEs. There's one eChampions League final. And I pray that we can have this competition year after year after year, and we can, you know, start getting names on that trophy. But we're saying all this good stuff. There's still 90 minutes of FIFA action in front of us. One more leg of FIFA to play. I don't know if you saw it in Nightwatch. He walked away. Lyrics was just sitting there. Sometimes you just need a few minutes. Get yourself away.
I think I saw him saying, like, I need some fresh air. Just calm down.
We've all been there. When you're a bit...
You just got to take a step away from the console. Take a step away from this atmosphere. Take a step away from the lights. And just remind yourself where you are, what you're playing for. You're one leg of FIFA away from getting knocked out. Yeah, you're going to take home $60,000, but you're not going to come what he himself said he was coming for, the 850 Global Series ranking points. That's what this entire journey's been for him.
Yeah.
Everything else has been a bonus. The eChampions League ticket, the 15,000,
the suit,
30, 60,000, the suit, the experiences, that's all been a bonus. For him, the crux of it was the Global Series ranking points.
Because he wanted to prove, that's what Nightwatch is all he's wanted to do, is prove that he can make the grand finals. That's all he's wanted to prove, and you can see there, in his facial expression there, he looks disappointed, he looks emotional. Don't write yourself off. You've got 90 more minutes of competitive FIFA. I know it's tough. I know when you're 3-0 down, you're not going to have much hope left about you, but get that first goal. Get that first goal in the first 10 minutes. You can bring yourself alive. That's the big thing. I'm honestly surprised to see Nightwatch kind of in tears there.
And we've talked all the positives about New York City, Chris. But if you could handpick one pro player from the top 10 who you'd want to have a 3-goal deficit and make a comeback on, knowing how emotional they can get, knowing how vocal they can get, how aggravated, it would probably be New York City Chris. You'd probably pick him to be your opponent if you're going to make that comeback, out of the top 10 players, he'd be the one.
He would be indeed. And we have got a second leg to come up very shortly indeed, Richard. Obviously, do you think there's going to be a comeback or not?
I mean, it's hard to tell. I think the first sort of 10, 15 minutes are really going to sort of just illustrate where this final, I should say, is going.
Exactly that. We will be back very shortly after this small break for the second leg of the eChampions League final here in Madrid.
Football can. Madre mía.
We light up the football. Gazprom, official partner of the UEFA Champions League. For the players.
Welcome back to the eChampions League final. Here in Madrid, we are about to get into our second leg of what should be a fantastic second part of our final. He is 3-0 down, Nightwatch. We saw maybe a few tears. I don't know if that was him a little bit. Is that the Goosebumps for the Champions League song? That's played, what, about 20 times over this day?
Every single time.
It's just special, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is just special, this song, and the players have really embraced that as well here in Madrid. But a word on the final, if you have missed it, the first leg was a 3-0 victory to New York City Chris, the North American player who's been on flames after coming out of a penalty shootout in his semi-finals as well. Let's not forget that, a $30,000 penalty shootout match.
After coming out of a semi-final that we thought he were going to lose at one point, it was back and forth, and then he comes into the final. Just starts. Actually, the first sort of 10, 15 minutes, he were under the cosh. Nightwatch had 3 or 4 quick chances, and his goalkeeper saved him. And as soon as that first goal went in, all the nerves, everything just seemed to disappear. and he just played some really nice FIFA. Whenever we were getting chances, he was scoring them. Nightwatch was getting more and more frustrated, and coming into this second leg right now, you're going to have to see a complete role reversal if Nightwatch wants to get back into this game.
Well, as we know, you know our thoughts about this grand final at the eChampions League. There's some other people that we want to hear their opinions of it. Jimmy, what do you think of that match?
Well, I thought it was not as exciting as the rest of the tournament. Let me put it that way. Pretty comprehensive first victory in the first leg for NYC Chris, 3-0. How are you feeling about it, Spen?
Yeah, obviously one way a little bit in terms of Chris, particularly the headers he scored from corners, but it's never over till it's over in FIFA. We've seen big comebacks before. Imagine the scenes. How many years ago was it that Istanbul happened? We talked about the E-Istanbul, didn't we?
E-Istanbul.
It could be it.
I mean, this is the scoreline. It's the scoreline, 3-0 at half-time. Can Nightwatch channel his inner 2005 Liverpool?
I think the massive thing for Nightwatch, he needs to keep his composure here. He needs to keep his head. He's had this opportunity to have a little break now, maybe just slow things down, rethink his game, and get his composure back, because he did lose it towards the end of that game. You have to say, if he carries on in that vein, he's gonna beat himself in the second leg. He can beat NYC Chris. It's just a case of, can he get that first goal? Because the first goal in this next leg is completely and utterly, I think, the champion, basically.
Now, we know Nightwatch pretty well. Do you feel like he's broken? Because he does overthink so much. And we love that about him. It's part of his charm. But sometimes, like I said at the very beginning, sometimes your biggest strength is your biggest weakness.
Well, it's worked for him this far. But and he has had games where he's gone down. It happened actually in the Zazzinho game, and it happened also in the Alan Ivory game at the start, where he would concede and he'd instantly score again to put the pressure back on his opponent. It's not been happening here, obviously, and his kind of recipe for success has been a little bit interrupted. But he needs a big team talk. Probably needs to sub Steven Gerrard on as well.
That's very, very true. And I think if there's one player that you want to put pressure on, it's Chris. He's so close to achieving the one thing he hasn't been able to achieve his entire FIFA career, and that is a massive win at a major tournament. If Nightwatch comes out early here and he scores a goal, all of those memories start coming back to Chris. If he scores two, it's a completely different game. He is not out of this. This game is not over. Nightwatch is very much still on the shot here.
Okay, now we're talking about Nightwatch's perspective. How about NYC Chris? What can he do now to, for lack of a better phrase, stomp on his throat a little bit and just end this and kill it off?
Two goals, I'd say for sure, will be too much. We've seen big comebacks before, but a 5-goal deficit is close to impossible, just because the amount of time there is in the game and the skill that Chris would have in maintaining possession when he needs to. So, get a couple of early goals and it will be all she wrote for Nightwatch.
Now, Mark, do you think he's going to do anything formation-wise that would maybe lend itself to inviting attacks from Nightwatch?
I think the one thing that Chris has been absolutely exemplary and heads above everyone else is his defending so far this tournament. I think he's going to play the same game. He has invited pressure a lot of this tournament, but he's been the best player at timing those standing tackles when the ball is inside the box or in those dangerous areas. I think, why would you change your game? I think you'd be mad to change your game. You're 3-0 up in the grand final, the first ever eChampions League. If you change it now, your head's gone.
You are the AC Milan of Istanbul if you change it then. Now, for whoever gets second gets $60,000, and whoever gets first gets $100,000. Unbelievable. Lots of money. It's a $40,000 discrepancy, though. So there's a lot at stake in this game, just on the money side of things.
Oh, yeah, of course. And not just that. Let's not forget, they're going to be lifting the trophy pitch side very close to kickoff tomorrow at that amazing stadium. So, and obviously they want to win it anyway to be known as the first ever eChampions League winner. So there's so much to play for. $60,000 is an amazing runner-up prize. It's one of the best runner-up prizes we've ever seen in any competitive FIFA. It's certainly up there with the best tournaments we've had. But it won't make you feel better. If you lose this game, you're not going to be thinking about that. You're going to be thinking about what you could have had.
Okay, well, we're done talking here. Let's throw it back over to the casters for the second leg.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's great to hear from the likes of Mark and Spencer on the couch as well. We've said how important that first goal is. Mark especially said if Nightwatch can get that goal, he's back in it. Dr. Nightwatch, he's back in the game. If New York City gets it, that's maybe a champion winning goal.
Yeah, especially if he gets it early, New York City, Chris, and just completely kills off all hopes of a Nightwatch comeback. If Nightwatch can get that first goal and really start to turn the screw, put the pressure on New York City, Chris, we could potentially be looking at one of the greatest comebacks ever in FIFA history.
Yeah, certainly indeed. Well, let's have a little listen to how much it would mean to Nightwatch to win the Champions League.
I prepared myself a bit differently compared to other tournaments just because I already knew my first opponent. So obviously I kind of prepared for that matchup and the potential matchups. So I have made my homework, and it's about showing your preparation in-game.
Well, there you go. You heard it from Dr. Nightwatch, who spoke about preparation. I'm sure he wouldn't have prepared to be 3-0 down after that first leg. We can talk about it, we can joke about it. He didn't really have much time to prepare on a player like Chris. He probably, in some ways, didn't expect to get 2 a final. Of course, he would have always wanted to get there, but when you come into a tournament, you always have that, that slight bit in your mind that, okay, maybe I could do it.
This is why you start to look at the differences between the semi-final and the final. Yes, different player, but also between the quarter-final and the semi-final, he had about 4 hours break through the other quarter-finals, going to extra time, going to penalty shootouts, and just waiting. Between the semi-final and the final, he had about 7 minutes before that game got straight underway. So maybe he's a player who likes an elongated break, likes just taking his time, taking his foot away from FIFA and just relaxing and then coming back, hitting his stride. Because especially in that first 10 minutes, it looked a little bit panicky. They were taking shots where maybe, as I was saying, in the semi-final, he was scoring. He'd warmed up. In the final, no, not so much so. And I saw him playing a few skill games before the final started. But then he sort of just walked away and said, I'm done now. I'm just ready for the final. So you're always looking at what was the main reason why something happened. For me personally, New York City Chris just took his chances.
Well, I've got some news for you, Richard. Some breaking news as well to all the viewers at home as well. We are going back into that first leg at 2-0 to New York City, Chris. 77 minutes into it, I believe, there could have been one of the squad rules broken with an icon or a Champions League foot item, maybe one too many of them. I know you're excited, Richard, but for Night Watch, that's an extra 13 minutes on top. And you could say he's not behind 3-0 now. He's only behind 2-0. So let's see how this first leg concludes. There's 13 minutes left of it. Obviously, on the esports edition of the game, we are able to go to those certain points in the matchups with the realistic energy of all the players and how they would have been getting on in that moment in time.
Okay, then. What took me off guard. It seems as though there was an obstruction of gameplay. That's the official reason that I'm hearing in my ear right now. So we're going to restart the first leg, 77 minutes on the clock. New York City Chris leading 2-0.
Well, then here we go. We're still in the first leg. We're still undecided who will be that eChampions League winner. But for Night Watch, he's only 2-0 down now.
He's back from the grave.
He went away. Clearly wasn't happy with something. Got it reported and he's back now. 13 minutes left. He's only 2 goals behind. New York City Chris kicking from right to left, if you didn't know already. And in the white strip, Dr. Nightwatch from left to right. For Nightwatch, even if he can get out of this game at 2-0, it's a lot better than 3-0, trust me. To Costa. On this right-hand side will run out of play. I'm not too sure why he's run out of play at all. Mbappe into Hullet. Obviously great to have Ruud Hullet in the building as well and to hear some of his thoughts and opinions and the love he gets for his icons that he has in the game.
Yeah, by far the best icon in FIFA. You'd probably say history. Going back when it were legends, now it's icons. You were always used. Ruud Hullet. Nice in that 94 prime icon moments, Ruud Hullet.
Just a few minutes left. I think Chris will be happy to exit this game at 2-0 up. He hasn't conceded a goal and he still has looked flawless. Davinson Sanchez still have a clean sheet bonus at the moment. There's lots to talk about him. At the moment, he's having a fantastic final. Well, it back to Van Dijk. Just added time to come. And that will conclude leg number 1 of the Champions League Grand Final. $100,000 to the winner.
I like this from Chris. He's not really gone forward. We've only had 13 minutes to play in this first leg, last 13 minutes, but he's just kept hold of the ball nicely. This will be a massive goal for Nightwatch right now.
Let's get down that byline. Tries to cricket it around his man 2 times, but unfortunately ran straight into the defender there. Neymar. Back to Maldini. Ronaldo's there as well. That's not going to connect with Hullet, and that will be full time. It's official. That is the end of the first leg. 2-0. New York City Chris still does lead, Richard, and there is still the question tonight. Watch. He is 2 goals behind. Can he do it in this second leg?
Yeah, so I think all the points still stand that we made probably about 18 minutes ago after the first leg finished. But now it's only 2 goals. So that first goal now is so important. Before we said it could have been a title decider. Right now, if he scores that first goal, Nightwatch, and goes 2-1 early doors, if he's got kickoff and he scores straight away, can then start to sort of build a little bit of momentum, maybe turn the clogs, maybe potentially New York City Chris falls back a little bit, drops back.
You guys at home may read into this. We do a lot, like the breaks in between games sometimes, and like the small stoppages. We've seen it so many times in competitive FIFA. For example, FUT Champions, you've just lost your first 3 games. You're 0-3. If you go into your next game straight away, seconds after, you're going to be angry. If you have a half an hour break, maybe not that long, but 5-10 minutes, you come into it so much more fresh with a different mindset.
I don't know if you remember when last year when qualifying were done through FUT Champions, what was the number one piece of advice that a lot of people said? If you lose a game, no matter what your record is, just walk away from the console, just take time off. That's what Nightwatch did after that first leg. He's now come back to replay the 13 minutes of the first leg, 2-goal deficit, going into the second leg. I feel like I'm commentating a game of darts. There's so many legs.
Of course, 2 legs for this eChampions League Grand Final there. We're waiting to get into our second leg now. 2 goals are the scoreline, obviously, at the moment to New York City, Chris. And you saw how he approached the last 13 minutes. Nightwatch didn't really have a sniff because Chris got the ball. He kept it, wanted to get out of that first leg, still with that 2-goal advantage. And that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, I think that was important for Chris because when you have to replay a game when there's an issue, if you concede in the time allocated where you're having to replay, mentally that can do, it can be so bad for you. Because you're technically playing on sort of time that, in your opinion, shouldn't even be there. Right now, the music's picking up.
Here we
the
go.
atmosphere's building. Officially, we're getting ready to go into the second leg.
It's coming. It's coming. Well, it's going to be Dr. Nightwatch against New York City, Chris, in the second leg of this eChampions League Grand Final. The man from Bulgaria and one man all the way from New York City. All brought together here in Madrid for the love of one thing, and that's FIFA 19. Can it be done? New York City, Chris, 2-0 up. Is that enough to make him the first ever eChampions League winner? Or has Nightwatch got a plan? He normally seems to do.
Nightwatch always has a plan. Can he execute the plan? That is the question. A lot of time for him to think. For him to calm himself. He was very emotionally, visually aggravated, annoyed.
Well, on the other side of that, I'm sure Chris has just been blasting out a few tunes in his headphones. Cross comes into the box where Ronaldo is there. Rafael Varane with a big, strong header. Only as far as the defensive line of New York City. Chris, though, will recycle the ball, come forward with Ruud Gullit. And Leon Goretzka, still part of this team. He's been a vital part of the midfield for Nightwatch. There's the overlapping run for Eusebio. Here's the icon, and there's the goal! Just like that, 7 minutes into it. Wow.
Game on. Nightwatch looks to the heavens. His prayers have been answered. 8 minutes in, halves the deficit. It's a 1-goal game right now.
7 minutes into it, the best start possible for Dr. Nightwatch. If there's a plan to follow, he's following it accordingly within these first 10 minutes. He's 1-0 up. It was an unbelievable through ball to Eusebio. I don't even know how he found the space originally. But that's the type of goal you need to score at the perfect time as well. Can Chris reply straight away? It's the best thing he can do. Neymar into Gullit! Just like that. Wipe away any hopes for Nightwatch. He restores his 2-goal cushion. And who else would it be? The man of the moment, Ruud Gullit.
The man in Madrid, Ruud Gullit. Near post, 5-star weak foot. Doesn't matter for Ruud Gullit. Just slots it home. Can Nightwatch reply? I feel like we've had everything in Madrid.
The score now changes slightly, 3-1. 2 goals in 15 minutes, or just under that. And there's a mistake straight away. Hoofed out of possession from Dr. Nightwatch after what was a promising 8 minutes. Still a long old time left in this match.
It's risky.
We saw it a few times from him, especially in the quarterfinal, which he just scraped through against Alan Avi. It was a 115th minute winner in extra time.
It's really good pressing from Nightwatch. Goretzka pressing in numbers. Neymar, Goretzka, Ruud Gullit, Ronaldo dropping back. There will be space for Chris to exploit.
You can see the pass and accuracy between the two as well. New York City Chris, 89%. It's not high, but
still early doors as well.
Of course, and it still shows that Chris is on top. Cristiano Ronaldo, you probably want him in the box. Unfortunately, going to be out on this left-hand side. Da Costa, Leon Goretzka, scoop turn away from his man from Neymar. Elastico into space. Eusebio doing so well to open up a pocket. Neymar again! And we're back to game on again.
He did very, very well inside the box. Close control. Elastico. The bounce just bouncing off Davinson Sanchez.
That's what he needed. He needed that bounce, and luckily for him, it bounced straight onto Neymar's foot. That left foot that he just volleyed it into the bottom corner. Now the score changes once again to 3 goals to 2. He's only 1 goal behind. I feel like this 20 minutes has given us everything so far.
It's been frantic FIFA at the highest level.
If you have just joined, this is the Champions League Grand Final, in which after this match, someone will be picking up $100,000.
Oh, what strike!
That's how you apply. New York City, Chris, just like that.
Instant reply, straight from kickoff. Neymar right outside the right boot, outside the box, top corner. 2-goal lead reinstated for New York City, Chris.
If this was a seesaw, it's been up and down. It's been so hard to predict how this second leg's gone so far. New York City, Chris, though, responding the best way possible. 2 goals in front again, 4-2 up on aggregate. Can Nightwatch once again close that margin down? We've had 4 goals in under 30 minutes. It shows how end-to-end this game has been. Mbappe, Eusebio, Neymar with a fake shot, hit the shot as well.
Yeah, timed it green as well. If that's on target, it's probably going in.
Corner taken quickly. He's going to scoop up towards Eusebio. De Gea can do no more than just punch it away. Maybe a chance for Chris to settle now. Aims towards getting into that half-time interval.
He's in.
He's done well. Mbappe in acres of space. Watch out for Ronaldo as well. Number 7 on your screen. Heel to heel.
He's wanting to find the back post.
From the Frenchman. Goes just onto the edge of the box now for Vieira. I doubt he's going to be the man to take a shot. And he wasn't.
That's
a
awful.
mistake. Mbappe. Oh, he nearly balled away from Van Dijk as well.
Virgil van Dijk bailing out Nightwatch. Yet again, it feels like he's had 3 or 4 of those throughout the Champions League finals here. Just very, very poor passes across the back. 4. It's been a last-ditch tackle that's bailed him out at every opportunity.
Once again, scoop down that left-hand side where he's had a lot of success with picking up Mbappe half the time. Speaking of which, he's on the ball again. You think if he scores again and he goes 3 goals up, that's when the game really starts to change. Could it be Gullit to do it? Someone's always in the way. Lucky enough for Nightwatch, it was one of his defenders.
He's got a few triangles just building there, Nightwatch. See that run?
Can he get around the right side of him? Play it inside for Cristiano Ronaldo. Does so well with the purpose spin inside. Surely, wow.
Great goal.
Incredible goal. Just shows as well that he's got a never say no attitude for Nightwatch. Every time he's been 2 goals down, he still finds just something.
Yeah, the Berber spin, not one of the skill moves that you really see all that often, with the Lacroqueta being as good as it is, and sold New York City Chris there a dream. 3 defenders diving in, played the one more pass, made sure, and he even timed it green. He had an open net and he still timed it green.
Ramos' hand was just flagging.
I did,
he wanted
yeah.
to get something on that. And just like that, we had 5 goals in this half. More than we saw all last game. It was 2-0 to New York City, Chris, in that first leg. This is the second leg. 4-3 it sits. Here's Chris. Mbappe! And just like that, once again, he extends that 2-goal cushion. Edge of the box, Kylian Mbappe.
And it
wasn't even time green.
All game long, he's been setting up the finesse into the opposite corner. On that occasion, Nightwatch, he were expecting it. He moved his goalkeeper 3-4 yards to the left. He just whipped it in the other side. And New York City Chris, that's what comes with playing, 99 games of FIFA at a LAN event this year. You get experience that other players just simply don't have.
Well, I even think he's into the hundreds now, Richard. It was 96 coming into this tournament, plus all the matches he's been able to play. The only player at this eChampions League tournament that's had so much experience throughout all the global series. That explains the amount of travelling he's done to LQEs, whether it's in Bucharest, London, out in America, the EMLS Cup as well. Added time of 3 minutes, just a minute left to play of that in the interval time of this first half. Chris is in front. He's got a 2-goal cushion as well. Be looking for a third to put himself 6 goals to free up if possible. Ronaldo nearly tripped over and then into half-time eventually. That half felt like probably one of the longest I've ever commentated on. There were so many goals in it.
That were a long old 45 minutes. You score, I score. Whatever you can do, I can do better. But again, it's that 2-goal cushion from the first leg, which has been the all-important difference, really, between these two. Chris just came out firing in that first leg, and that's the goal cushion that is...
He's not letting them back into the game. It's simple as that. Every time he concedes, and there's a half chance that he's letting back into the game, Chris is just doing exactly what he wants to do, going back down the other end, replying, getting that 2-goal cushion back. And then we're looking here at Nightwatch's formation breakdown.
Yes, this is ultra-attacking custom tactic that he's got preset. He's got 8 to 9 Bale on the bench. That's a Champions League Bale, so he can swap Champions League for Champions League. You see Team of the Season Eder Militao, Team of the Year Modric, R9. And also a little Team of the Season Havertz there. Lyrics and Nightwatch sharing a few words as we get into the final 45 minutes of the eChampions League.
He still might be 2 goals down on aggregate, Richard, but that half has proved that he can score goals. He might have conceded a few as well, yeah, don't get me wrong. But he's shown that he can score goals of what we saw in the first leg.
Different player.
Yeah, he can score. That's the main thing. It's just defending on that as well. Well, 6 minutes of real-life time, 45 minutes of in-game FIFA time left before we crown the first ever eChampions League winner.
This is a $40,000 half of FIFA right now.
Of course, for winning it, $100,000 New York City Chris from distance. That was very ambitious indeed. You can just see Coach Will Pivers behind him just laughing and shaking his head. I know a few have gone in, Chris, but unfortunately that one just goes over the roof of the net.
He's going to want to play to the fullback and he's going to play a long searching ball down the line. He's done it all day long and it's been working for him. That occasion, just a little overhit for Cristiano Ronaldo.
Just needs that 3rd goal. Well, that 4th goal in the game for Chris. Technically, obviously, 3-goal cushion on the aggregate scoreline. That would be massive for him. And Mbappe on his left-hand side. He's been on the ball so much. That's silly in the end for Neymar just to be offside. Didn't really need to happen.
But doing exactly what he needs to do. The ball's so far away from any sort of danger, really.
Keep it like that for him. You can see the 2 CDMs as well that he has got, Vieira and Hullet. We know what they do. We know they're the anchors in that 4-2-3-1.
Patrolling.
Here we go. Wasn't time green. Unfortunately, just goes wide.
Let's look to see what changes are being made right now from Nightwatch.
This is good, though. He shows that he's keen to make changes. He's keen to adapt. See both players there, the way they're setting up, the formations. They're both looking to use. They're both in. There's a 4-2-2 for Nightwatch, depending on the game plan that he is.
Yeah, 4-2-2
to use
versus the 4-2-3-1 from Chris. That we're seeing R9 up top, CR7 and Mbappe as the left cam and right cam. As this game does become sort of into the final stages, it's going to be more stretched. You're going to have Ronaldo at the back post. You're going to have Mbappe at the back post for New York City Chris.
Just needs that one more goal, in my opinion, for Chris.
Think one more goal, you'd say game over. You'd say start engraving his name on the trophy.
I can say we all know from being there, playing against friends or fellow pros as well, when you're only 2 goals down, or sometimes 3, there is that hope of coming back. But in the final that we've seen so far, 3 goals for me, a 3-goal cushion would secure New York City Chris the Champions League victory, the trophy, the $100,000 as well, and all the pride and prestige
it's a great
that comes
tackle
with it.
Leon Goretzka, really good interception there, but again,
awful pass. I think it was Ruud Gullit that time. Could not play the ball into Eusebio. Needs to be better from Nightwatch, needs to be clinical.
You understand why passes are going awry though, because you're trying to rush the play forward. You're trying to get as many chances as you can in such a short space of time.
It's natural for these mistakes to happen. Goretzka into Gullit. Just maybe too ambitious with that pass. Mbappe loses out on possession again for Chris, and for Chris it's all about tournament football now, bringing it back down to the basics, keeping the ball in the right areas, do not give away possession, get your opponents to come onto you, and then find the gaps in between.
Don't have to score a goal, Chris. You really don't need to go forward. You don't rush attacks.
Look at Ruud Gullit. Surely not. Ruud Gullit, the man to win you the eChampions League, to give you that 3-goal cushion. The Dutch icon.
Is that game, set and match? Courtois got a lot on it.
It was that powerful.
A lot on it. Nothing could stop Ruud Gullit as he fires it into the back of the net and potentially fires New York City Chris to immortality as the eChampions League inaugural winner.
I'm sure he's in this venue somewhere, Ruud Gullit, with a smile on his face after seeing that just ripple into the back of the net.
Last chance saloon for Nightwatch into 4-4-2. Havertz up top. Everyone's getting forward.
Game. Everything now. Wouldn't even be worried if I see 3 at the back from him, just to go out and throw everything at this matchup. For New York City Chris, it's like
step out attacking, step out attacking, step out attacking.
Get everyone back behind the ball. Maybe even bring on Modric if you got him on the bench, if he wanted to. But he's going to have to obviously, it has to be an icon for an icon, so he won't be able to do that exact change unless he just brings him on for an attacking player. But I don't see why he would do that.
It's not broke, don't fix it. Since you'd probably say, I would say that semi-final really shaped him, almost. The penalty shootout.
It tested him. It really did test him.
Pushed him to the edge, and sometimes when you face adversity, it can make you a stronger player, and that's exactly what has happened here with New York City Chris. 24 minutes of FIFA away.
And so there may have been 7 goals in this match, but the score on aggregate is 6-3 for the New York City man. 3 goals in front, just under 20 minutes away from kind of forgetting about all that heartbreak, all those times where he's been close to picking up a championship, his first big major trophy, and how better to do it than with the eChampions League.
You saw Varane off, Bale on. You also saw a couple more changes there as well. For Nightwatch, Havertz coming on. I think it was.
You can see the numbers forward for Nightwatch on his mini-map. But when you are putting more players forward, there will be gaps that will appear, so expect Chris to find them. There's one right there with Neymar.
Could have rushed the pass, decided to keep hold of the ball.
Just watch that clock ticking down for New York City, Chris. Why not add another goal onto it? Currently sits at 6-3. Surely not another one. Rush the pass into... He was trying to play into Mbappe. Leon Goretzka was in the way. Neymar from distance! Get that name in the trophy!
And he knows. You saw that reaction from him.
He always says about it's time to beast up. He certainly has now.
He's beasted up on the biggest stage possible.
$100,000 in his pocket. 4-0 up on aggregate. 7-3 he leads. And maybe that LQE in Bucharest just over a week back was exactly what he needed coming to this tournament, just to try out some of those Champions League players, to taste a console final.
Just the confidence to know that you can compete, that you are good enough, that your ranking's not a fluke.
Surely not. Oh no, I wanted another one there. Just miskicked the ball in the end. And yes, Nightwatch did a fantastic tournament, but when Chris has been tested and pushed and asked the questions of throughout this whole season, and more importantly in this event, look no further than the semi-final where he won on a penalty shootout.
You'd say the Bucharest LQE were pretty much the perfect dress rehearsal for New York City Chris coming into this event. Recent LAN experience, making a console final.
Not from distance.
Oof, thought they were about to loop in then.
I've seen them loop in before.
12 minutes, it's all but there for New York City Chris.
I was going to say, you might as well get that name in the trophy now. 4 goals in front with this little time. Unless Chris scores 4 own goals, I highly doubt we would, but that's the only chance there's going to be a comeback here. And he's saved for me his best performance of the day into this last game.
Oh, 100%.
The grand final. 2-0 win in the first leg, Richard. And every time that he conceded against Nightwatch, he replied. Every single time he replied.
New York City Chris flew to Madrid and said, I'm not going out in a quarter-final. I've not travelled all this way to go out.
I'm sure his dad will be somewhere as well. He's been watching all the games.
Over
he was
the moon.
Banging on the table earlier in the quarterfinals when he saw his son doing so well. And I think it was only a few days ago he knew how much money he was playing for. $100,000 he is on the verge of picking up. This is lovely from Nightwatch, but unfortunately it'll be nothing more than a consolation as he works it so well.
Yeah, really, really good goal there from Nightwatch.
He can smile. He knows it's nice FIFA. How many times Ronaldo? Oh no, it's Havertz, sorry. Left to right. Where's that ball going? Next thing you know, it finally did make its way into the bottom corner, but as I said, nothing more than a consolation. I've never seen Will Pivers so happy by New York City Chris, because he knows all that he's been through. And
usually looks quite worried when he's sat behind Chris, but
biggest smile I've seen in him.
Like a Cheshire cat, ear to ear grin. And all that travelling, time, motivation, money put in to the City brand, paying off in the biggest way possible.
It's not going to matter anymore. He is seconds away from becoming the first ever eChampions League winner here in Madrid. The stage was set a number of months ago. Qualifies in Manchester. Thousands applied. 64 could only be there. And New York City Chris has done it.
Yeah, what a performance from New York City Chris. He saved his best performance for the final. 7-4 victory against Nightwatch, who's had a fantastic tournament in his own right against Alan Avi and then into the semi-finals. But it's Chris's moment. Chris is $100,000 better off, and he's the inaugural eChampions League winner.
And there we go. It's certainly beast up time for that man. New York City Chris against all odds. $100,000 richer. He is your eChampions League winner for the 2019 competitive season. He's done enough. Tears in his eyes. And without further ado, let's throw it over to Carl Walker for the trophy presentation.
There, amazing. Thank you so much, Richard and Brandon. Chris, make your way over. Come on over. This is yours. I want to shake your hand right there. Here you are. Lift your trophy. The eChampions League winner right there. New York City. Chris, unbelievable. Pop this right here. Amazing. Well done to you. Over to Jimmy and the guys at the couch who are going to talk about your success.
Thank you, Kyle, and congrats again to Chris. That is an incredible accomplishment, and he should be very proud, just like you should be very proud for watching. So on behalf of myself, the broadcast team, the players, EA, UEFA, all of the partners of the eChampions League, and of course the wonderful people behind the scenes that are making us look better than we deserve to be, we thank you for watching, and make sure you stay tuned for the post show that's coming up right after this break.
Volkan. Madre mía.
We light up the football. Gazprom, official partner of the UEFA Champions League. For the players.
It is time for the PlayStation Post Show. I'm Jimmy Conrad here at the eChampions League final. It's done. It's dusted. I'm here with Spencer Owen, Mark Hatcher, Kyle Walker. I honestly need to go lay down. It's emotional for me in some ways. Incredible to see NYC Chris lift the trophy. I thought he had it in him, but I didn't know if he could do it, and he proved us wrong.
He did. I mean, North America as well. Huge for your guys.
I'll let you do it.
You've been rooting for them for a long time,
I know.
I'm glad you finally had your moment.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And I'm very happy for Chris because I can remember not only many events where he's gone kind of deep into tournaments and just missed out or what have you. He's always had the potential, but I can remember a particular event a couple of years ago where he got really unlucky in a final in Vancouver. Was really unlucky to lose that one. So I'm really happy he's had his moment. And I mean, $100,000. He's going to have an even better moment tomorrow at the Champions League final itself when he actually lifts that trophy. There'll be fans in the stadium.
Incredible.
They'll be filling up. The tension at that point in that stadium is going to be unreal.
I just want to say one thing, just one thing quickly. Finally, the bridesmaid has become the bride. He finally done it. He's finally got there.
I want to get him a wedding gift.
Oh,
you know
what an amazing moment. He's finally caught the bouquet, and that bouquet is the eChampions League trophy.
Hang on, the bride doesn't catch the bouquet.
I know, I got it wrong.
I'm
so used to, look, I don't do weddings.
It's
right?
been unbelievable, though, and actually being up there and just seeing him, tears in his eyes, what it means to his dad. His dad was on the side trying to run in. It was just such a heartwarming moment. I've seen Chris for a long time. I've worked very closely with him, and actually seeing kind of how much work he puts in. And do you know what? This is the moment he's been waiting for, and you could see right there.
Let's go back to the best part, him being American. I think Spencer said it right. Let's take a look at the map of all the players that were here in Madrid. There were 8 of them, and now there's only one champion, NYC Chris, doing the business. Not only $100,000 richer, but he's going to have incredible life experience. We can see the bracket there and who he had to fight through to become champion, something he'll never forget.
Yeah, and he's going to get this unbelievable MasterCard experience as well at the final itself, and he's going to go to a new hotel, all these really cool additions, if you like. But going back to the America thing, another reason it's quite massive is this is a European tournament.
Yep.
This is the eChampions League, and by hook or by crook, America have got their hands on it. It's amazing. But it's huge for the FIFA scene as well. We talked about it at the top of the show, and now there can be no doubt that they're on par. Right now, you have to say they're ahead.
Yeah.
Because he's just won this event. So they need to be considered as dangerous as any other continent.
Well, I'm glad you brought up MasterCard because we got to take a look at the MasterCard moment of the match. It's, well, you got to just check it out for yourself. I'm going to talk over it, of course. But here we get a good look. Decisive moment here. 6-3 overall. This is the one that really put the nail in the coffin. Thank you very much. NYC Chris had to know at this point that he was going to be the champion. I don't even know, maybe he's still in shock. We're going to talk to him in a little bit. But yes, this was the MasterCard moment of the match.
What a moment it was, though, because watching him there and actually looking at him, he didn't look like super confident until he was far ahead. Nightwatch was pulling it back, but what we saw there, he took his time and he used all of that skill, all of that experience that he's got. He put it in, and you know what? He's well worth it. Unbelievable stuff.
Okay, well, you heard from us on the couches. Let's throw it over to our analysts now, who have some more deep analysis, as it were, Rachel and Mike.
Thanks, guys. What a day we had. I mean, congratulations, first of all, to Nightwatch for getting all the way to the final. But obviously, congratulations as well to our first ever eChampions League winner in NYC Chris. And we're going to go over to Mike now and just say, you follow him. You follow him in the EMLS. You see him like week after week. What stood out here and made him champion compared to the other competitions he's played in this season?
Well, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but he got past the mental hurdle. When he qualified in Manchester, you could see that he was more confident. And then he took that confidence here. He was in the PlayStation Finals in Bucharest a week ago. And you can just see him building. He always had the ability to win tournaments. And if you know Chris well, he's been in the scene since 2017. One of the most, if not the most prominent American player. And he deserves it. He's grinded the game every single weekend. He grinds the qualifiers. This year he's played the most competitive matches of anybody that's been active in the FIFA esports community. And he's getting rewarded. It's a great time, too. $100,000. Huge claim to fame. He's going to be the first ever in the books. It's a great day for Chris.
It is a great day for him. And he's also been quite clever because the guys were alluding to it earlier that he went to Bucharest and he practiced with his UCL players, which was very smart of him.
Yeah, it gave him a little more insight on which players worked, which players didn't work. Most of us questioned his defense, considering that he was using the Champions League Van Dijk, which is not that different. We're used to maybe seeing Van Dijk at in some capacity. However, using Sanchez, everyone said that's going to be a liability, that's going to be risky, and his defense was amazing in this event.
It worked, but we also have to go to our Nissan goal of the day, and that wasn't from Chris. It was, in fact, from Marcuso in the quarterfinals versus Levinken. And in proper Marcuso style, it has a lot of skill moves, doesn't it, Mike?
Yeah, and we're looking at what Marcuso's kind of setting up in terms of his cutback. What skill moves he wants to activate here and what he's seeing on the pitch.
Well, he's not going to go for number 2, is he? Because we know what Marcuso does. He's not going to do a drag back or a cutback. He's going to do a, Mike?
La Croqueta, of course.
Of course. He does them all the time, 70 plus in a game.
And it's not impossible that we see a cutback here, but if you're looking at the consistent gameplay that we see from Marcuso, he's going to attack this area on the pitch. It's the bread and butter zone for the La Croqueta, and it's because of 3 different reasons. You're going to draw penalty kicks. If you get fouled, people are scared to touch you. Often the ball will go out for a corner kick, and if neither of those things happen, then you might get that cutback. You might get that shot on goal. It's just low risk, but high reward, and that's what you're going to see here with a triple La Croqueta.
I was going to say, keep your eyes peeled, because you see 3, 1, 2, 3, and then obviously resulted in the goal, and that was our Nissan goal of the day. I just want to go back, obviously, to NYC Chris as well, our champion, and he actually tweeted that he hates watching himself. Well, Mike, he's got to get used to it. He's now the champion. Maybe you should go and give him some media training. But we want to hear from him right now. He is on the sofa with Jimmy and the boys.
Thank you, Rachel and Mike. Yes, so we're joined by a very special guest. You might recognize him as the first ever eChampions League winner. Let's bow down to his greatness, everybody. He feels a little uncomfortable with the success. How are you feeling? I mean, are you still in shock? That would be my initial question.
Yes, I am in shock still. This is my first ever trophy.
There we go. That might help. Call the microphone.
Yeah, I'm still in shock. This is my first ever trophy. I've been close before, but what a trophy to win as well. It's crazy.
Maybe the best trophy ever made in the competitive FIFA, to be honest, obviously based on the real Champions League. I want to ask you, I know it's probably a lot of things going on in your head right now, but we're trying to take a step back from this event and look at the whole FIFA scene. Where does this put you now? Because you've been around a long time. We've talked about you playing more games than anyone else this year in terms of the competitive scene. Do you see yourself on that same level now with the lads that everyone's been talking about this year, and obviously looking forward to the World Cup final?
I mean, I would hope so, to be honest, but I still have a long way to go, to be honest. Like, I still have to mentally be tougher, and I still have to improve. And hopefully the form continues for the playoffs and the World Cup.
Wait, time out. You just proved that you're mentally tough. You just did it. I feel like you've crossed that hurdle now. You've climbed that mountain.
I mean, yeah, maybe.
my question on that side of it, on the mental side of it, actually is, was there any point you were sat there and you just thought, oh no, here we go again, when he was clawing back at you, or did you stay confident?
In the first game, when I was 2-0 up and then I scored, I was pretty confident. And then when they said we have to restart the game, and yeah, I was pretty. I'm not gonna lie, I got quite nervous, but thankfully. I kept the lead and I won the game.
I have a very, very simple question for you, and that's quite simply, you've won a lot of money right now. How much of that is going to go on plane tickets for your dad to come to every single event? Because he's a good luck charm for you. You need to get him out every single time.
I mean, if he wants to, I'll do it. Yeah.
I'm looking for him now to see if he's got anything on the head. Yeah, he's happy with that. He'll come with you everywhere, yeah.
So tell us, you're going to the Champions League final now. Kind of the perks outside of the tournament itself. What does that mean to you to be able to take your dad?
It's a crazy feeling, to be honest. In Manchester, when I was playing, I didn't really expect much. But now I'm the champion, and I'm going to get a once-in-a-lifetime experience with my dad. And like, I couldn't be happier.
Okay.
You're never literally going to forget this moment, and unbelievable. Honestly, well done, Chris.
Thank you.
And just because you're riding a good wave right now, who do you think is going to win the Champions League final? Put him on the spot right away. Let's go.
Spurs.
Spurs. Wow.
No, it can't happen. I can't let it happen.
I mean, you can't let that happen.
It'd be a terrible
As an
few days
Arsenal
for
fan,
me.
you can't let that happen. How about you, Spen? Who do you like on this one? We'll take Chris off the
I think
hot
it's
seat.
a great. Whoever wins is going to be a great story. I think both clubs, you could argue, deserve to have some sort of big finale to the last few seasons for them. But who I think is going to win? I think Liverpool are going to edge it.
Mark?
Come on, Liverpool. They have to win. I just don't want Spurs to win.
Even though Spurs beat Manchester City in those final few moments and they took it, I can't let Liverpool win anything, so I've got to go Tottenham. Come on, the Spurs.
Wow. Wow, that's bold. I didn't think that'd ever come out of your mouth. Well, I'm going with Liverpool, everybody. I think I'll say 3-2. I think it'll be an exciting game, but I think the quality of Liverpool will ultimately see them through and help them hold the trophy. They haven't won since 2005. So on behalf of everybody watching, we thank you so much for tuning in here for Madrid for the first ever eChampions League, and we'll see you very soon.
Best up.
Well done, Chris.
Well done.